through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes.
the head that the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that the crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Get it.
I'm happy that my previous teammates from Nisky and FLICKR both made the MSI, because we got robbed of an MSI appearance in 2020 when we won Spring Split.
Back in the LCS, they're known for being a really aggressive early game team, so I think you'll probably see a lot of fighting early on.
Golden Gunners is a team that I think we can't lose to. I think we just outclass them.
But I do think that we are a lot stronger than we were back in the LCS finals. I think we just had a lot of fatigue from the whole lower bracket run. We'll have a totally different series this time.
They know what happened last time we played against them. We are better and we know it.
今年也是有2个名嘛，然后也跟我的前战队京东也是一起来到了 MSI。
我觉得牙膏选手的话，因为我比较熟悉他，我觉得他要小心一点，我会去针对他的。
Now hold the legacy in the LPL as we bow to JDG once again.
其实我之前是想和京东在决赛相遇的，但是现在已经碰上了，那就不得不把他们先送走。
因为我们和 BLG 也交手了很多次嘛，然后就是都比较熟悉。我们从来就没有输过。我非常有自信在上路拿到主动权。
我认为他在决赛跟我的对局，我并不觉得他打得比我好，让我觉得我是很强的上单。
我觉得冰选手比较有个人实力比较突出，然后比较自信。希望和冰一起打一个精彩的比赛，
然后造成一个上路碾压的姿势，然后再帮助我的队友。
happy Mother's Day wish there from Missing, I believe, who obviously will be thinking of her today as they go up against BLG. It is a rematch of the finals in the LPL, and later today we'll also have Cloud9 up versus Golden Guardians. This one, though, is for a chance to play T1 in the upper bracket final. Here we go, the warm-up, making sure that everyone's ready. You know, we've seen many different ways of warming up in the last couple of days. This one's probably good to get the blood flowing, and I hope that we can do our part in that as well. My name's Shox, joined here by Chronicler and Emily for a very exciting clash.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this. I mean, these two teams are very familiar with each other, as they themselves said. It's a rematch of the LPL finals, so it's going to be a good one.
We've seen it a couple of times. Now, yesterday, of course, we saw a T1 victory over Gen G. After 5 games, Maurits, the Madmen, they did it.
And it is such a big moment for this T1 because they have struggled so much. Yes, domestically, they were able to get a best-of-5 win, but internationally it hadn't happened for like 6 years, and it's something that we know how good this team can be when they're playing at their peak, but it's their drafts, it's their mental that has very often been criticized, and in this series I really do think that if we gloss over that game number 3, we clearly saw how powerful of a team this T1 is.
Yeah, I think a lot of us did expect that instant 3-0, but like you said, it was really cool seeing them come out and win a best-of-5, especially against Gen G. This is a team they faced so many times in the past few years, and it actually had never gone to all 5 games in any of those attempts until yesterday.
Particularly this final moment of the series, it was over in the blink of an eye. We were going to 5 games, you know, we had the back and forth, and then T1, in classic T1 fashion, won one team fight, and it was over.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people say the 5th game was so LCK-esque, and all the rest was actually completely different. But it is T1 that goes ahead to the upper bracket finals. Gen G is not out. Of course, they have another chance. In fact, they will be playing the winner of Cloud9 Golden Guardians because it flips in that way. Now, T1 was heralded as one of the favorites going into this tournament, but have they changed your opinion with yesterday's victory? Are you willing to put them higher on that tier list?
Yeah, I really think that with yesterday's performance, dispelling some of the doubts about their mental, plus showing that in the current meta they can perform with Guma Yushi's level of play at the moment, they are clearly the tournament favorite, in my opinion.
Yeah, for me, it's that I think they had the best meta read, and now we see every other team kind of adjusting to that, which is what turns them into, like, they already were a favorite, now it turns them into the favorite.
And of course, the caveat that we'll see JDG and BLG today, and there is a certain level of expectation as to what we will see. Now, we've seen it a couple of times, in fact, 2 times in playoffs. So Emily, give me the TLDR of what happened when they met in playoffs and how you think they approach here today.
Yeah, actually the first time these two teams met, BLG nearly won that series. It was so close. And I know afterwards, 369 and the rest of JDG came out and said, yeah, we hadn't played yet in this playoff bracket. They were coming in very fresh off of series coming in. So we were able to readjust going into finals. They even called it for a 3-0 for themselves. It ended up being a 3-1, but it was still a 3-1 that was very JDG favored.
And that's the big thing, right? The adjustment that they made specifically with how they approached the meta based on the compared to the first series was a really big difference. Because in those highlights, you saw Ruler on Jinx popping off repeatedly, and that is something that in the first series they were still kind of skirting around, trying some different bot lane strategies. But when they defaulted back to what has worked for Ruler for like, what, 6 years now, play around him in heavy-duty team fights, it worked out amazingly.
Yeah, and here we're going to see some of those stats with the presence of these two champions in LPL Spring, and then the Spring Finals, and now MSI. I think the big interesting thing is that JDG is already adjusted, right? We talked about they're going to be playing these bot lane hyper carries that we've seen from other teams as well. However, just as recently as the C9 series, we saw BLG still going for those pushing bot lanes that that was what JDG adjusted away from, right? And that's what was dominating the meta for most of Spring. So I'll be curious to see if BLG now adjusts.
Yes, I guess the expectation is that when you go up against your LPL counterparts, your LCK counterparts, that you're not going to do that. Is that correct?
Ooh, I don't know. I think...
Is it about the level of competition is what I'm implying here?
Yeah, I would personally say so.
Okay. Okay, you
okay,
agree.
yeah. No, I
just
disagree. No, well, yeah.
I don't want you to flame anyone. Don't worry, Mao.
I would never. You know me.
It's true, indeed. So, well, it is a lot of interesting duels across the board, and it's a vintage LPL top lane duel between Bin and 369 in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we get to see the continuation of a legendary rivalry between two of the league's best top laners.
Everyone just looking to get out, but Ben keeps going! Kenanalco coming in, Ben going mega, finding one, he uses a Gnar of his own, and just like that, BLG comes alive!
Giga Ben, don't miss! They've been constantly dueling each other back and forth for years. They know each other's champions, plays, patterns, and weaknesses.
There's just not enough damage. 369 shows up, they lock him down, they burst him.
因为我们和 BLG 也交手了很多次嘛，都比较熟悉。
With each player getting stronger after every loss, it has gone beyond a match between mere competitors and has transformed into a rivalry for the ages that now has shaped the LPL and is ready to shape the international scene as well.
其实我之前是想和京东在决赛相遇的，但是既然现在已经碰上了，那就不得不把他们先送走。
This is Bin versus 369.
Top lane matchup, and it's one of the reasons why I know that some people were bummed about the regional rematches, but this one is so cool because we see it domestically a lot, but not as often on the international stage, and they've got quite the rivalry going.
Yeah, I mean, we already heard them each saying they think they're better than each other. There was a lot of trash talking going back and forth between these two before each of their series in the LPL playoffs. In fact, then after Bin was trash talking 369, lost to him in finals, he then started spamming tanks, and everyone was like tracking his solo queue count, and they're like, Bin's a changed man. Like, but I think it's really interesting because 369 previously, going into last year, was someone who was criticized for not having a certain flexibility to his play. He readjusted, he really grinded, became a much more well-rounded player throughout last year, and this year can do whatever his team wants him to do. So it's really interesting to see if Bin goes through that similar evolution where he turns into someone who can not only carry games, but also can play tanks and do more for his team that way.
And what I think is really important, as we saw the stats there, that isn't really a comment on specifically the top lane matchup, right? We know how much top lane is impacted by draft, jungle presence, and whatnot. I actually think it speaks testament to 369 that he's willing to be the guy that says, hey, you know, I'll blind Sion just to make sure that the rest of the team can play. And for Bin, even in this tournament, I think we've seen him move towards that, but I don't know if he will fully commit. But the meta might force him to.
Yeah, that's the question indeed, because we want to see that top lane matchup play out in all its glory, Emily. But we have seen a shift towards, no, we're just going to enable our AD carry to do as much as they can do, and we're just going to play that wet noodle lane and get our impact in team fights, which can also not be underestimated.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why I'm curious. We did already see Bin pull out the Sion, right? So I am curious to see what he brings out against 369, or whether he'll just be like, nope, I'm better than you. I'm slamming in a counter pick.
What do you think?
I think he's got to commit. I think you just have to play around Elk, because right now it's all about the bot lane. So Bin, I'm sorry, 369 was right all along. Just pick a Sante, pick a tank, and accept that right now it's not about you.
It's not, but let's dive a little bit deeper into Bin's story with Emily.
All right, welcome back to another international edition of Draw My Life, Bin. Chen Bin Jae Bin got his pro start on Suning's LDL team in 2019. He was then called up to the Suning main team in 2020. Bin actually attended the same school as Jackie Love, and there's an anecdote he had on stream where one time he ended up eating Jackie Love's leftovers. Bin received international attention for his Gangplank and Camille at Worlds 2020 with Suning when they unexpectedly made finals. With Royal Give Up in 2022, Bin won the mid-season invitational. After joining BLG in 2022 summer, for 2023, Bin stayed on BLG. This team unexpectedly made it to Spring 2023 finals and to MSI. After losing to 369 and JDG in LPL finals, Bin began spamming tanks in solo queue. Now nicknamed Gigabin by international audiences, Bin is a carry force for BLG. And yeah, it's just fun to go back and look at. I love Bin. Like, he obviously When I first interviewed him in 2020, I asked him about the TP Smite or TP Ignite Camille, and he was like, "Why wouldn't my team believe in me? I have hands. Like I can do it. Like,
I love this
there's
one.
no question." So he's such a fun player.
This was great. Emily, you're such a treasure. I don't think we tell you nearly enough, but let's continue with this pre-match. We're already prepped and primed for top, but let's look at the mid lane as well, because in terms of the relationship between these two and their career trajectories, Yagao versus Knight, there's also a lot to be said.
Yeah, so Yagao and Knight are friends. This is something I know they've brought up on the LPL broadcast a few times as well. They started playing kind of on the same internet cafe team. Yagao played mid and Knight actually swapped away from mid so that Yagao could play. When they both debuted though, Knight was the next big LPL mid, right? And he's had such monstrous individual performances in LPL. But the first time they met in an LPL finals, Yagao and his team actually got the better of them in JDG TES in spring 2020. And they've kind of been going back and forth now in LPL finals.
I also think that internationally, and even though this isn't necessarily up to individual performance, Yagao has actually been fairly successful, right? Making it the semis last year on JDG. Whereas for Knight, I do think that he has been able to get decent finishes, but the level of play he's shown domestically, I don't think we've truly seen what this player can do on the international stage, particularly if you look at the performance that he had last year.
Yeah, that's true, because we know he's such an incredible powerhouse, and we just want to see that same level of domination translate onto the international stage. Maybe this MSI is the moment for it. Now, we've talked a lot about top and mid, and I know what you're all thinking, isn't it just all around the bot lane? Well, it is, and especially in this one, Elk versus Ruler. Elk with such an incredible story where he's been on the brink of making this name for himself for so long, but everyone is noticing now, Mao.
And what is really, I want to highlight, this is including a Lucian game where he went 0-3 at the beginning. And generally, that's not when Lucian excels at, right? So the fact that he's still able to put up these numbers is incredible. And I think he's also the #1 player to me on BLG that actually has been able to perform in every single. We've had some moments where Bin maybe got a little bit overexcited, right? But Elk really has been, I think, a mainstay of consistency, which, considering his history, is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's great to see him performing so well on the international stage, especially since he tried for so many years to get here with Team WE. And additionally, the big thing I'm super interested in is what he's going to play. If they are going to go to the Jinx Aphelios, or if he's going to try to slam Lucian Nami and see if they can beat JDG with it.
Perhaps in game 1, we'll see.
Yeah,
let's get to our MasterCard fan predictions, which I heard are the most skewed they've been so far. Let's take a look. And I think if we look at our preview and our expectations in general, that's not really a surprise, but 86.4 JDG. They're not believing. If you don't agree, you can always go on Twitter and vote at MasterCard Nexus. But I think from the fandom and from kind of how strong JDG are perceived to be, it's understandable.
It's not only that, it's also the meta, right?
Yeah.
We keep going back to it because it is so important. Right now, it looks like it is about your bot lane. And if you have Ruler, then I think a lot of teams are already going to give you the edge, but it's also how the rest of JDG plays around it.
Yeah, we didn't talk about them that much, and I know your heart's bleeding for that, but I'm sure we will throughout the series. And we also re-polled our colleagues over the LPL broadcast to see how they think this series will pan out. This is a surprise. We actually can't see it on our preview monitor. Oh, JDG, but a couple people going for BLG. Actually, 4.
Yeah.
Are you surprised by that?
I'm a bit surprised.
Why?
Mainly because, so I think, like, I'm going JDG 3-1 because I think neither of these teams play super cleanly at times, but I do think because of the meta reasons we mentioned, JDG are the better team.
I see a couple of 3-2 predictors. I know, you know, you're like, oh, maybe if it goes all the way, maybe it can happen. I'm with Emily. I think 3-1 is very likely, particularly because I think JDG, when it comes to the consistency in their drafts, is a team that is really hard to take down. They're maybe not as temperamental, but it also means that in series, I think consistency makes a really big difference with being able to get a decisive victory.
To use a term out of Emily's book, they might outbrain and outhand no matter the draft. So we'll see. That's all from us here at the desk. It is time for the finals rematch, BLG versus JDG.
Thank you so much, Shox. I cannot wait to get into this best of 5. There might be a little bit of favorites on the side of JDG, but I just want back and forth. I want team fights. I want action.
Well, and I think that the fan vote is not indicative of how close these series were in the LPL. You know, these two teams don't have a lot of history with each other. BLG was not someone that had really been making deep runs in the playoffs in the LPL. In fact, the first time that they met in playoffs was actually the first time ever in the LPL playoffs that they had met each other. Yeah. So it's not like this T1 versus Gen G style of clash, but this is going to be the third best of 5 that they've had in a couple months. The first one went all 5 games. The second one went 4. And in that first one in particular, it really came down to one fight in the final game, or BLG would have won it. They had soul in that game, so I don't think it's as cut and dry as a lot of people are making it out to be.
Yeah. And look, even if these organizations aren't entirely familiar with each other, we know that a lot of the players are, right? Yeah. I mean, the desk already talked about Knight and Yago, but you've also got like Elk and Missing used to play together in WE, so these are two teams that are very, very familiar with each other. So I'm excited to see now how they are going to battle it out, because I'm expecting an absolute banger. I'm so glad that we get to cast this series.
I mean, it's going to be so interesting, too. Like, there's been so much discussion about the fact that, you know, Bin was all about the carry matchup, had his trash talk with 369 in the playoffs, ended up losing both those series to him, and then goes and starts spamming tanks, right? Is he actually going to be bringing out tanks? Is he going to try to play a different role? Because his role in both of those series was to play the carries. He created individual advantages, and often Shun was playing heavily towards him, where 369 was very much so the weak side player, but 369 was always able to have impact in those fights on the tanks. So will Bin be going back to his classic style, or he'll be making those adaptations? And that's really what I want to see coming into MSI. What are the changes these teams have?
It's an excellent question. K'Sante definitely a champion that's on my mind. It's been rising in priority. It was good in the playoffs, but it feels unstoppable here on the MSI stage. Will either team prioritize picking it up early? But we see a lot of similar bans to what we've seen in patches previous. Annie, Vi, Lucian, Rakan, all pretty standard thus far.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a few curveballs thrown into the mix, though, because as you said, these teams are very familiar. We saw a lot of respect in the first series towards things like the Syndra for Knight, a massive pick for him. Also, the Ahri is going to be a big one, and even Bin getting his respect on the Kennen ban.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. I mean, Zeri obviously for them in playoffs was such a huge pick. Ruler, a monster on that champion, but we have been mostly just getting Jinx Aphelios trades in every single game, it feels like here. So, you know, will that trend continue? Because I've been feeling like Jinx does feel like the better end of that trade, and it has been seeming to come out on top in a lot of these matchups.
Also, if the Ahri isn't banned here, I imagine first pick, but actually going to be Nautilus. So the other one is the Maokai, has actually been super high priority for the LPL teams. They've been valuing it a lot more than we've seen kind of from the Western teams, but it is Knight, it is Ahri. I'm not going to be surprised to see him lock it in.
And I think for a lot of mid laners, the blind pick Ahri feels a little bit more risky given how many tankier counter picks we've seen come out. But for Knight, the level he executes at makes the champion always feel relevant, always feel strong, so it's not surprising to see him pick it here.
Well, and it's kind of indicative of the two team styles, right? Knight wants to be this dominant carry force for Yagao. He is more of that supportive role. You know, he could be going towards things like the Galio, like the Veigar. Those were hugely in his comfort picks. Lissandra also a good answer, something that he can play. So I wouldn't be shocked to see him continue to play that more supportive role where Knight is going to want to be proactive on the map and really try to make things happen.
Especially if you take something like the Jinx here, you can go towards something like the Veigar, contain the Ahri to a certain extent, and then just make sure you got the range advantage when you come into these team fights. And Yagao has definitely been someone who's excelled when it comes to, hey, can I control the pace of this team fight with picks like the Veigar and the Galio? So I'm curious if that is going to be the game plan here coming into this best of 5.
And you called it the Jinx. It's the preferred side of the Jinx Aphelios match, but it seems like BLG agree with you. They grab the Jinx, they grab the Lulu. Pretty hard to contest this bottom lane in terms of just raw meta value. You can match with a range support. Maybe you pick up something like a Thresh, but it feels pretty cut and dry for JDG here to just pick a bot lane for themselves.
Also the opportunity to go towards the Blitzcrank here if you want to, though. That's one of the things where we oftentimes see the Lulu kind of last pick, because then you ban away Thresh, Blitzcrank, and you don't have these issues. Missing has been always across his career really, really damn good on the Thresh, so probably going to see that one come through, and maybe we'll see some of those hooks not missing in this game.
Taking their time, though. What do they want to pair with this Aphelios? Will it be the Blitzcrank? Have to be aware that if they don't lock something like that in here, it will probably get banned away, but jungle also could be priority. Thresh, still the premier pick, however.
Yeah, I mean, Thresh does make a lot of sense, especially with how much dive we've been seeing in general. It seems to be really, really popular. A lot of these kind of beefy comps that people are drafting with a lot of frontline obviously does have that dive. This can help to keep the Aphelios quite safe. Ahri obviously has a lot of mobility herself with the ulti. Lissandra makes a lot of sense. It's kind of the obvious answer that we've been seeing mostly to the Ahri, unless people want to go with something like a mid K'Sante or something along those lines and just go pure tank. But this is going to be really interesting. With BLG on the red side, you're expecting 5th pick for Bin. So it is kind of feeling like BLG's draft is leading towards carry top again for Bin, which is very much his style.
Yeah, and I think you talked about curveballs, but this first 3 is the vanilla ice cream of MSI drafting. I mean, maybe it's French vanilla. Maybe it's because, you know, the players are so good, maybe it's got the little pieces of vanilla bean in it, but this is about as standard as it gets, boys. So we're going to have to see. I feel like top lane picks, jungle picks, obviously a lot of room to take premier options off the board, so maybe that's where we finally start to get to see some of those curveballs you talked about, some of those more unique carry options for a player like Bin.
Well, and I do really like the Gwen ban here. You know, this is something that we were actually talking about earlier, and I was saying, hey, if Bin is going to play carries, I would rather him play a carry that can also be strong in team fights, because it does feel like that is the meta now. It's show up at the objectives, it's look for the 5v5s. So yes, he is incredible on the Jax, but something like the Gwen really does fit the bill much more for those team fights. So I think it's intelligent for JDG if you want to target carries, target the ones that are best in 5v5.
Yeah. Do they want to take away any of the options for jungle? Wukong Vi already banned away, expecting an AD jungler. You know, something like Viego has looked pretty solid paired alongside Lissandra. You do want some upfront burst damage to make sure.
Oh, he's watching you. Look out!
I'm intimidated.
I do like your point, though, on the Wukong, because Wukong has been such a big pick for Kanavi even over the course of the year. But okay, that's actually surprising. Sion
The
going to take
gauntlet
it
has
away.
been laid down, not one that anyone expected, but there it is. He spammed in solo queue. Finally, we get to see it.
Well, and this is the curve. I mean, maybe not the most exciting curve, but this is kind of the curve.
This is the curve.
Bin, in both their series in the LPL, was all about the carries, and he was always on that side of the matchup. There was more pressure on him to get things done. I want to see, is Shun going to go towards something like a Kindred? Because they're relatively low damage, and he is so well known for his Kindred. I was really impressed by his play on it. He was undefeated in the regular season, did pick up quite a few losses in playoffs, to be fair, but was really, really good on it. And it's just kind of meatball versus meatball up in the top lane, so you know it's not going to be about the 1v1 there. Would Kanavi take it away? Would he take it away?
Okay.
He's saying, I know what you're going
He knows
for.
what he's going to play. He's calling it out right now. They've got a bit more damage on the side of JDG at this exact moment. Feeling good about the Xin Zhao, saying if you anticipating the Kindred, ready to go all in if he needs to. Instead, the Kha'Zix, very aggressive.
Also, really tough to deal with as Kindred. Actually, really, really difficult. If he gets a jump on you, he's going to be able to burst you down.
Okay!
Nidalee was not what I was expecting here at all.
I mean, it does play into the range, right? You can actually go and look, we can go for poke, we can have the range with the Jinx, but definitely as you talk about the jungle matchup, it's not wonderful.
And there's not a lot of poke, really. Like, sure, you have Jinx range, you could zap or whatever, but I like Nidalee when it's paired with Jace and Ezreal and things like that, and you can really overload, or Varus, and it's really overloading on that poke. I think there's a lot of pressure on Shun to get things done early, but like, what is the setup here, guys? we have Lissandra Root to try to set up your spears in team fights. Like, there's no point in click CC. You don't have a good lane to gank. Are you going top? No. Are you gonna go bot with Lulu gank assistance? No. Like, you can go mid with Ahri, but then you're doing double magic damage. Knight is gonna rush Mercs, and I feel like I don't think he's going to get much done.
It's Gigabit. You just land the Q. It's easy. Just hit the Q and then you get the setup.
Yeah, that's always the answer.
Just channel the Q in their face.
You have no setup. Well, see, you don't need setup if you just hit the Q.
Yeah. Ben has hands, as we heard from him. He's good. Why wouldn't his teammates trust him to land the Q? I am concerned, but I do love that in this world where we're talking about bot laners as the big premier carries, maybe mid or top, it's junglers who get the curveball. It's all eyes on the junglers now. You know, everything about team fighting, it feels like for both sides, but the jungler's the one really mixing things up.
Absolutely, and I think push becomes so important when you are playing with the Nidalee. Nidalee is a feast or famine champion. It needs to be in the face of their opponent. It needs to be getting these invades. Needs to be taking away camps, and that requires pushing lanes.
And it's something that definitely BLG are going to be used to. Shun, when he came into the league, was known for his Kindred, one of the most banned champions against BLG, and for his Nidalee. He wanted to be that big carry style back even when he played on IG. So this is where BLG definitely want to try and play the style, and are well used to it at this stage.
And of course, featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is Bin and 369. Ultimately,
369 looking happy, but Ben was mad dogging us.
Ben, we'll see. You know, we'll see how this tank v tank matchup goes. It's a bit anticlimactic, but it ultimately gives room for other players to now show up and step up. And as you highlighted, early lane prio so big for the junglers, maybe a cheeky invade.
Yeah, they are looking like they're going to use the Sion for the level 1, and I think it does make sense. You know, when you are playing this Nidalee, you need to get some pressure, you need to get some sort of an advantage. What will the response be from JDG? Because 369 is up on this top side, and they are going to spot out this ward, so they know that it has been spotted. It's 4-man invade, and nothing you can really do about this, to be honest.
And we have yet to see this strategy fail. We've seen teams be more prepared for it, but the Scion is always killing someone on the bottom side of the map. So we'll have to see if JDG are ready here.
Are they going to stay 3-man brush stack for this? This is actually interesting. I wonder if they're going to 3-man brush stack bot. You know, previously we had seen some teams actually try to push hard for the level 2 on through bot. I actually like this. On comes over and just uses the heal to actually put Yagao ahead in that trade. So it is an early heal down, but I think it's actually worth it if you can get the push there, because again, it's going to be so much about these winning lanes. They've already taken down one camp. Kanavi's trying to finish this. He's not going to be able to get the little Krugs though, and that's where all the gold is. He's Q-start, so you're going to lose almost all this. He does get level 2 though.
Okay, Shun, level 2, red buff. Ooh, pulling the wave. Only 1 minion so far. They're going to need a bit more time to stack it up. We're going to be in the bottom lane for a while if they want to try to pull anything off. Yeah. TP back.
Oh, he's on ward. He's got to block this.
Missing. Ready.
Yeah, even the fact as well, Kanavi actually managed to get the W off the level 2 and steal away a lot of those small creeps as well. So Kanavi even isn't that far behind comparatively. Like, yes, the camp down, but it's not too bad. And you've actually managed to deny the dive on bot lane. So nice job by JDG there.
Yeah, not bad at all, but the reality is, it's like, Bin didn't lose much, right? It's a pushing wave. He TP's up top to actually catch most of that, so he loses 4 CS, a little bit of XP. Who cares? It's your Scion. So you're still going to be happy to get that advantage there for Nidalee. And as long as Yagao can actually keep the push top, if Bin can get something going up on this top side as well, Shun has the opportunity to just clear bot all the way up to top and just have a 2-camp lead, right? Like, he can basically do an 8-camp opening here and just try to take away those topside camps, not allow Kanavi to get that back, and that'll put the Kazakhs down a fair bit of XP.
Yeah, and I think the only real way that you can punish this from the side of BLG is to punish Bin while he doesn't have TP, force him out of lane, you know, take more resources away from him. And while Scion ultimately won't care too much, he's a champion that can just sit back and go down in CS. It's a difficult thing to punish. I still think the Scion start is so oppressive, and while certainly JDG have handled it the best of any team we've seen, it's just a frustrating strategy to deal with.
Yeah, we see it so often every time the Jinx is in the matchup. The fact you can get the push, especially with the Lulu, just sets up so wonderfully for it. So I will be curious to see as this MSI goes on, if teams kind of figure out a better strategy to really deal with it, because it feels like, as you say, no matter what, you're going to have behind.
I mean, at a certain point, I think you almost have to just start anticipating it and start planning for the cross map, right? You know, Kazakhs in this situation, if you try to start enemy red or do things like that, it would almost have to be a concerted effort to invade topside, get vision there, and try to start an enemy camps, and then you're kind of just accepting that you're going to be going in a cross map. But even then, that can work in the Scion team's favor, because if you're actually cross mapping, you're taking towards bot, and it's tank versus tank top. That's not really where the jungle wants to be. So it is really interesting. There are answers you can do, especially if you go for really strong early game champions that can kind of answer that fight. If you have an Olaf or something like that on your team, but that just hasn't really been what we've been seeing.
Yeah, look, I love the lane swap meta. You know, we just have to bring it back fully.
Don't you curse us with
that. Hey, if Deficio was here, he'd tell you all about how EU figured it out. It was EU's credit, the lane swap meta. He would love that. I personally, never again. Don't bring it back.
Where's Krepo? We need to hear about how to take Krugs.
Kazakhs had it figured out. Elk is in a bit of trouble here. Lantern going to bring Knight over the wall, just looking for the setup. Easy follow-up and a quick kill and first blood for JDG. A kill traded back, however, a bit disastrous to give that gold into the back pocket of Elk.
Yeah, Kanavi end up tanking it, and now you get the kill back hook, though.
Hook onto the Nidalee. Follow-up damage not quite there. Yagao in the area now. Ruler backing off, missing. Knight still in the area. 3 members for both sides, so the play will fizzle, but a lot of money that should have gone into Jinx's pocket didn't. The only really redeeming factor here is that she did get the kill gold.
Yeah, even on gold between Elk and Ruler, it is Knight, of course, who picked up the kill on the other side, so he is going to be the beneficiary there. But I do like JDG's position in this game already a lot. Yeah, jungle advantage is going to be in the favor of Shun, but we have not yet seen Nidalee really be able to snowball an early lead into much of a meaningful advantage in the mid game and late game.
And I mean, what we have seen is really the AD carries have been the difference makers, and Ruler's now already 10 CS up. He's in a great spot. Kanavi does take a bit of damage, but should be totally fine. Like, you're still trying to keep your eyes on bot lane to see how much JDG can try and punish Elk.
Certainly is the case. Again, behind in XP a little bit as those waves went through, but I think should be fine overall. Elk just keeping the pressure on here. Ruler missing a lot of agency to maybe get a play kicked off while they have access to the Graviton. Kanavi, though, spotted an award means I don't think there's going to be a great angle.
Shun is coming down, so I think BLG are going to try to bait this 3v3. They know that he's in the area. Will he actually step forward and try to make this play happen?
Right now, he's kind of waiting with bated breath, seeing if either side is going to get aggressive, is going to go for something. Ruler has the tools to lock down Elk. Still has the cleanse available, however. Not going to be too itchy on the trigger finger there, though. We'll just accept the root and walk away.
Yeah, a lot of time spent down here from both junglers, and it can become kind of this sunk cost fallacy where you've been staying so long you feel like you need to get something. So Shona's actually just bailed out. He's starting up the dragon, so it looks like it will be an uncontested BLG dragon where Kanavi has invested all this time towards bot side, is already down 15 CS, not going to be able to get the dragon. He's just going back to base to do his camps on top side.
Huge for Jun in this early game. They put him ahead, obviously, with the Scion start, but he's been able to keep that going forward, and so much time spent on the bottom side while he was able to assist in that kill, assist in that dive. It's Nidalee who's taking these early objectives and who's keeping up this jungle clear speed.
It's also really nice because this is pre-Herald spawn, so there's not even an opportunity for a trade.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of this now kind of comes down to Knight has been able to get the push in mid lane, but how much is he going to be able to try and influence the map from that state? I don't think he can really go towards top. It feels like a lot of it is going to be down towards the bottom side, but I'd love to see him trying to link up with Kanavi as he does get pushed. Now the level 6 is hit. See if you can try and get into the face of Shun, because if you manage to get a charm onto this Nidalee and she's isolated, you will blow her up in the enemy jungle.
Certainly will. Very vulnerable champion. Of course, Nidalee, when you get a start like this, is always going to feel good. AP jungler's clear speed just increases exponentially with those early items. See how much faster it can get. But yeah, Nidalee is a champion that you highlighted Feast or Famine. She's kind of the glass cannon. You know, you're going to have these great highlight moments where you hit that max range spear. We saw one on the Kanavi in the bottom lane. But most fights and most players struggle to find an impact outside of really bloody or really explosive early games.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Nidalee can be really strong in small-scale skirmishes. To me, the problem comes when you end up in 4v4s and 5v5. It's like, great, you hit a spear and you want to jump in, but there's a thresh in between you. You can play away. You can get charmed out of that. You can get knocked up or CC'd or stunned, and then you're just instantly going to be going down. So, you know, often you just get relegated to kind of being this spear bot. You're just throwing out those spears, trying to get something. And when there's someone like an Ornn who can just kind of stand in front and bodyguard, or even a lot of lifesteal in the 80s, it becomes really difficult to get more than that. So that's why it's so important to have this impact early.
Yeah, and also it's, we kind of hit on yesterday, Ox was telling me that the Ornn getting some major buffs that were kind of overlooked because it was a bug fix where his knockups used to be what's the word? Coded. That's the word I was looking for. Coded for as a stun and a knockup. So if you had Merc threads or any sort of tenacity, you wouldn't get the duration on the knockup. But now with the bug fix, you're getting a huge amount of extra time added to that knockup. So definitely going to help out when you come into these team fights. If you're trying to get onto someone like Elk, having that opportunity to set up for the dive of Knight and Kanavi when you have that ultimate coming across.
And similarly, having the access to non-committal, you know, hard CC, the big thing about Scion, hold that thought. Coming in, Elk now trying to get the chompers down, but he's just getting cut down. Ruler ready to go forward. Easy kill on the bottom side for JDG. Nidalee coming in, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, really nicely done by missing. It's an easy setup there. Flash play, Lantern and Kanavi. They know there is no flash on Elk from that earlier tower dive, so there's no way out. They don't even need a hook to land. Shun shows up, but it's too little too late. And great, you hit the spear, but JDG are just going to reset anyway. There's nothing really to get done from it.
Shun throwing spears. He's landing them, and you're excited, London, but they're not killing anybody. One more spear?
Nope.
And this has got to be the, like, you know, you get those subreddits where it's like very satisfying videos where they cut things perfectly. where it's so close to being that. The rocket doesn't quite kill, the spear doesn't quite kill, nothing is finishing the job.
It's tough, and as you see, Ruler now, you know, more and more of an advantage being built up for him. And, you know, when you look back to the series in the LPL, it was often, so goes bot lane, so goes the game, right? You know, when Ruler gets ahead, it's very difficult to depend on any sort of mistakes from this guy in the 5v5s, where JDG, I think, better than, you know, BLG, really do organize well in these team fights. They're very well coordinated. They create space for Ruler, and he always makes the most of it.
But that's the thing, like, the team fight has definitely been about Ruler for JDG, but the actual early stages has generally been about Kanavi and how he conveyed, but missing that cost.
Here I'm missing. He might just try to burn down the stretch, just instantly going to shred that life bar, taking an opportunity. The spear connects. BLG instantly follow up the Herald in their eyes, but it's already been smited away. You got trying to keep the fight going, but keep your eyes on Ruler. The Ophelia so damn strong. He's got the backup. You're just walking into him. What's the rule, BLG? I think it's green, white, don't fight. But they're going to try to make it anyway. Knight over the backside, huge damage. Ruler coming in. It's massive. My God, a disgusting fight in favor of JDG. BLG trading some blows back, but ultimately hugely in favor of the blue team.
That was a massive turnaround for JDG. They lose missing at the start, but it doesn't matter. Ruler, I've never seen that many chakrams on an Aphelios before, just tearing through people.
Yeah, he had him fully stacked up. He was slicing them down. Honestly, BLG were lucky to get out with even a couple. Shun and Yagao got out with 10% or less on their health bars, and they lose Herald. So a disaster for BLG. Now a 2K lead here, only 11 minutes in. The Herald is still there to be dropped, so that is only going to increase. And Ruler and Knight are getting paid. Missing, yes, he is kind of separated out from the rest of the team. They do go in and actually get this kill, but they're not able to lock down anyone else. Knight escapes back towards the rest of the squad. Bin's ulti comes through, but he can't connect on anyone. The Herald is secured, and then in goes Yagao to actually try to burst down this Kha'Zix. They can, but look at Ruler, look at Knight, they're untouched.
Yeah, I mean, the fact you get that knockup, forcing the flashes from BLG into the pit, there's just nowhere really for them to escape. Elk trying to do his best, but there's just so many people dogging him every which way.
It's just Sivir, I guess, at the same time. It's two champions. This man lets it rip. He knows what's going on. And it's so crushing, too, because you have a cooldown timer that they took off of objectives. The shotguns would have fed away, but Sion zooms by and he gets to reset the countdown and keeps an extra 5 going to the fight. He doesn't have an item completed. It hit 3.5K. That's not all right.
This is the disgusting thing about JDG, because when we think about them in the regular split, a lot of it was like, hey, we're going to try and play off of Knight and 369, set up for Kanavi to be the carry and do things like this.
Getting aggressive. On going to be in trouble now. Yagao coming over the wall looking for the counter engage. Wild Growth now used. Hook going to connect under the Nidalee, but there's no follow-up. Kanavi going to get one in exchange. That's the reset. Frozen Thrall moving forward. Ruler, good guns for AoE, but not good for an extended fight. Yagao just continuing to step in. Shun ready as well. It's all magic damage, but it should be more than enough. The spear sidestep. It's clean for now. Finding the root, trying to turn it back. A bit of damage, but not nearly enough. Huge shutdown for the Nidalee.
Yeah, big chase down, and this is going to get BLG their second dragon. That was a needed win there. If they lose that fight, it's going to be so disastrous. So they are able to get that chase down. Yagao getting the slows with the Q, finding that route. Does have to commit the stopwatch, but allows Shun to get in, finish him off. Now 3-0 on this Nidalee. Will be their second dragon here on a very quick pace. So they're going to be hoping for a big soul for themselves. We'll see what they're going to have offered.
Yeah, I mean, they just spot on in River, think, oh, we can actually get the isolated damage, but just don't realize how quickly BLG can try and collapse. Yagao able to come across, and everything gets blown onto On, who manages to get the wall growth, and suddenly your 3 members very overextended. Ruler can't really get into this fight as well because where everything's fighting. Knight has to piece out over the wall, and Yagao is just able to chase up in a moment as well to finish people off.
Yeah, I mean, the Q slows coming through there from Yagao allows him to close that gap. Ruler with a nice attempt on the turn, but the stopwatch is gonna say no.
And this is exactly what you want to see from this mid-jungle duo from the side of BLG, is landing the CC, using it to set up for the Nidalee, bringing in the big damage from a champion as strong, as ahead as Shun is right now. Of course, have to keep that pressure on. Herald's going to get dropped in the mid lane, more plates to the back pocket of Ruler. Pretty snowballed pretty quickly. Gale Force expected first item here will be much more impactful in the fights to come.
And it definitely feels like for JDG as well, a lot of their opportunities to engage with 369 are just somewhat easier, right? We kind of pointed out on BLG's side, it's kind of difficult to actually set up for your team fight. You're heavily reliant on Yagao, or like we were joking, like Bin getting the knockup, right, or even getting the ult, but you've literally got an Ornn there. Super easy to try and set up for these engages and hit someone, especially if Elk doesn't have a flash or anything like that. He's just easy picking, so I like that JDG already have the ready carry in a great spot. Knight, terror when he goes to the dives, and it's just an easier setup for these guys to do their job.
I mean, one of the things that's strongest about Ornn Engage is that it's non-committal, right? You know, you call the horn, your ram comes out, if it misses, all right, no problem, you back off. On the other side, Bin is the ram. Like, he's got to send himself in. You can't get any more committed than that.
It's the same story for Yagao.
Yeah.
They're both the ram. They both have to go in. Nice, like, okay, we can fish. I can throw out a charm. I blow you a kiss. Are you interested? Yes, no. You swipe left. All right, we back off the fight.
Passing notes in school. Yeah, exactly. Do you like me? Please check one.
Do you want to fight? Why? And, you know, like, you can get it kicked off. It's just so difficult for BLG now. If they can execute at a super high level, if they can get single targets, if they can isolate Ruler, you can make a fight happen, but it is all or nothing, and you need to know when you press that R button that you're going to win the fight.
And it doesn't really look like BLG are in a position to go for that right now. 2.5K gold lead for JDG. I think the next Rift Herald should be the way of JDG, as long as they can try and keep pushing mid and start to play off Kanavi in the top side. But with Knight on bot lane, maybe there's an opportunity for BLG, but as you can see, Knight just having so much control over that map with Chubb against Yagao.
Certainly does. Continue to put the pressure on. See what Yagao wants to pick up when he backs. Assume he'll just get an Everfrost of his own, but for now, just the turret slowly getting chipped away at. Yagao gonna grab his Everfrost, but Knight very likely to grab that tower on the next wave or two.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, if Shun is able to complete the Zonias it looks like he's going for. He has the Seekers, you know, at a quick pace. Because that can allow you to go a little bit more aggressive in these fights. You know, hit a spear, dive in, try to get that kill or try to get a big chunk, then into the stasis. And if you have everyone piling in on top, over that, that can kind of buy that space for you to then get out.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, El Cap can go for the Gale Force, so he can buy space for himself as well, right, from Knight, from Kanavi, but it does mean these beefcakes with both the Gale Forces in tow are going to last quite a little bit longer than if you had a Kraken Slayer or neither of these guys, so I think team fights are going to be very long fought unless one side can get access to these AD carries.
I mean, it really does raise the priority on LDR. You know, will we see people going towards that early? Because neither of the mid laners are great at killing tanks. Neither of the junglers want to be hitting tanks, right? It's really only up to these ADs. And as you say, there's no Kraken. So LDR, I do think, is going to be really, really important to deal with both these Jack Show tanks.
I completely agree, and I think the struggle for a Jinx who doesn't go Kraken is you pretty much always have to go an attack speed item second. Aphelios can just build BF sword items ad nauseum because of the way his kit works, so see how Elk wants to approach this from an itemization perspective. Yes, he's safer, but significantly going to hurt his damage output specifically, something to track in the future.
And I mean, if he is going to go towards, you know, an attack speed item, then that's really kind of pushing things back pretty far in your build. If you go towards something like a PD, which is great, you know, for actually getting that attack speed going, hitting those tanks, but you still need LDR, so that has to probably be on 3. Then you're waiting until 4 for your IE, which is going to be so late into the game, and that can be very, very difficult.
Certainly can be. For now, JDG again getting first setup, kicking this one off. BLG, are they ready to respond? Ruler over the wall. Can just look to throw down with blue ultimate. He's going to be picked up here. Are they going to actually be able to grab the Eye of the Herald? Over the wall is 369 from downtown again. Yagao already using the ultimate. The fight hasn't even kicked off. Bin out of mana completely. Kanavi in the backside. They find one, but it's right into the ult of Ruler. I think we saw this part already. And once again, JDG just finding the fight around the Herald. Zombie Ben will not be a Knight. Knight continuing to frontline here. Can just dash forward, leaping out, ready to blow him a kiss if he needs to. Spear going to connect. Ruler looking for the ball. The mark from downtown. Burn. Oh! Blinking health bar. Elk just barely able to walk away.
I mean, barely, but it's still a big win for JDG. The rocket fired out at the end just to try and get them off the turret, but the turret still falling. Again, BLG, they all flash into the pit, and Ruler's just waiting for them again.
Yeah, everyone is committing everything onto Kanavi, and sure, the Kha'Zix is a threat, but it's a 0-4 Kha'Zix, it's a 5-kill Ahri, it's a 4-kill Aphelios. Those are the guys you really have got to worry about here.
Doesn't matter about the size of the bug. The bug still needs to die as well, okay?
I mean, it's been tough, right? So they do get the secure early on here. You can see the ulti coming over the wall from 369 at the top of your screen, looking for that. Yagao goes into the self-stasis there, immuning the hook from missing, which is nicely done. And then Kanavi, as he steps forward to actually pick up the Eye, they all committed onto him. Everyone's flashing in, trying to kill him off, but it's right into the waiting arms of Ruler, who has the Inferno multi, splashing across everyone. They get shredded, and again, Knight untouched on the other side. Back to live now. BLG looking for Soul Point.
Trying to force a fight here.
Look at Knight, though.
Ruler, not very good guns, but he can swap off that purple, and it could be good. Knight on the flank is going to be big. Keep your eyes on that charm. Yagao looking to shut that flank down, but the charm will stop him from following up for now. Battle lines drawn. Dragon still healthy. Auto-attacking Bin. Back and forth. Ruler ready now for a fight. Herald being popped. Just going to offer an extra point of pressure here. Lines of scrimmage drawn again, looking to reset here. Yagao going to find Knight off to the side. Mid laners trading cooldowns. Knight flashing out to safety. Kanavi in the pit looking to burn this one down. Ruler, a similar story. Very slow fight. It's jungler versus jungler, and the Dragon in the middle. The knockup going to be big from 369, and Ruler again untouched on the backside. Ben taking out 369. Knight trying to take as much aggro as he can. Yagao looking for the follow up on the Ahri. Kanavi on the retreat for now. BLG are winning the fight, but Ruler looking to take down the objective. Ruler looking to secure the Dragon with the help of Kanavi. Kanavi, will he go over the wall? Will he follow? It's been back and forth thus far, but now JDG can look to take over. They're marked. Will he take him down? The Shuriken's coming in. Ruler again taking over. JDG outplaying in the fight in the extended brawl. They take the Dragon. They come out on top, and they're killing everybody.
JDG are saying the finals was not a fluke. Game 1, they are popping off in these fights, and Ruler, he does not miss with these Calibrum Qs.
It has been all about the team fights for JDG, and they are crushing BLG here. Knight is just drawing so much pressure on this bottom side. He'd already gotten the ult out of Lissandra. Missing goes in, gets that hook on Elk. He has to go for the immediate cleanse and flash, but the redirected ulti there, the dying breath from 369 knocks it through him. They're able to knock down the front line there from Bin, and then as the Dragon is secured, again, look at Ruler, untouched this entire time. He knows he can look to push forward. There's the evolved W for the slows here from Kha'Zix, so he's moving up. Knight has still survived this entire time, and then the ulti over the wall there. Connecting on, able to get that final shot to kill off missing, and there's no shot for Elk here.
And again, commanding fight, but I don't think it's ever been correct in the history of Ruler's career to not blow him up in a fight. Like when he is allowed to run free, you could see full confidence there, fantastic fights, and of course it's a team-wide effort. But now at this point, BLG, massive deficit. They are so far behind. It's so hard to find the setup, and you can see Bin now kind of desperately fishing, coming in through Fog of War, maybe can find an angle to get a fight started. No. The team now going to re-engage anyway. Kazuko over the wall, isolating, but they're fighting into the funnel. Ruler with waiting arms is just going to start picking up kills. BLG, desperation times, but it's costing them so much. Bin a perfect frontliner, but Elk can't auto. Elk can only slow the W over the wall. He can't get anything else done. That's 2 kills for the Ophelios. There's no fight to be had, and BLG are going to be forced to back away.
I mean, the battle lines were just perfect there for JDG as Gao's going to look, but now the turnaround.
Overcommitting, instant turn and burn. Kanavi going to find one. Elk, charm from over the wall. Ruler now godlike. And JDG, again, just keep coming ahead in these fights.
They are crushing him, and they can just go straight to the Baron. The Baron is spawned. It's almost 22 minutes into the game, and they're going to look right towards it. The setup on the fight was just perfect for JDG. Bin is going into this kind of concave where his AD can't hit their front line, but their entire team is hitting him.
Yeah, and the fact as well that you got missing with the hooks every time he tries to wind up the Q, just preventing any sort of damage coming out from Bin. So easy fight for JDG, and I mean, JDG, they had an all right time against the BLG in the finals and in their series, but this is a different story. This is absolute decimation.
I mean, this is completely one-sided. 22 minutes in, it's a 10K gold lead. And just look at this angle right here. JDG is going to be able to actually kite back and just kind of play in this area. You know, as we see them going forward, look at Ruler, look at Knight. It's this firing line right here, are untouched the entire time. And yes, BLG are trying to pile in, but Elk on the other side is just never really getting access to that back line. It's just such a good setup from JDG. They kite back into that area perfectly.
And I think it's just a great read from JDG as well, because they couldn't spot where Bin was on the map. So they're like, okay, well, let's just kite into where we have vision. Let's kite into where we're safe as safe as we can be, and just make sure that there's no way for any funny business to happen. And they read it perfectly. Bin tries to find the flank, but JDG have already just nestled themselves safely into that nook.
And now things are only going to get harder, and you've seen it over the last 2 fights. When, you know, Bin or Yagao go, the entire team kind of has to go, has to follow up. And you saw even at the end of that fight as well, Yagao thought maybe there's an angle for a turn, maybe Ruler's overextended. He was wrong. It cost him his life. And the map is getting darker and darker. There are not a lot of places you can walk right now where JDG will not just one-shot you, especially with Kanavi, who, while he's been focused in so many fights, is still a big threat to a lot of the squishier members on the side of BLG.
Absolutely. I mean, the only person who can face check anything is Bin, and even then, at this point, he is going to be under a lot of threat himself. You know, 369 now hitting 14. He's going to be able to start upgrading his teammates' mythics. There's the first one already coming through for Ruler. So the gold lead is even bigger than it tells you.
Walking in, the Ornhorn has been blown, and they're looking to take BLG out of this game. One Knight over the wall in an instant. Everfrost not going to find any purchase. Ruler throwing down big damage with those Calibrum Qs. Moonshots coming in clutch. Bin now isolated. BLG need to follow up here. They're just going to lose the game, but there's no follow-up. There's no room to do anything whatsoever. JDG just choking BLG out of this game, keeping the damage, keeping the pressure. They do not want to give them a single glimmer of hope. That's half his health. It's a 3-item Ruler at 24 minutes. There is no option here for BLG. They get maybe one shot to combo everything, but yeah, JDG not going to let it happen. Lissandra going for the re-engage. JDG just going to set their eyes on the prize, set their eyes on the Nexus. This is the most dominant game one we've seen from JDG in a very long time. Ruler now legendary, 11-1-6. At this point, they're just stab padding because they can end the game whenever they damn well please. JDG kicking off with an incredible showing here in game one.
And incredible stuff from JDG. Play around Ruler, get the 80 carry fed, and let Ruler pop the hell off. It's been a story of MSI, but now it's a story for JDG as well.
Absolutely. JDG looking so clean in the 5v5s in this game, and that really is their bread and butter. They play these fights so well. They position incredibly well. They're always protecting their carries. In almost every 5v5, it just felt like Knight and Ruler were completely unthreatened, so there's no real way that BLG were going to win the fight.
I think it has been really interesting to see, though, how, like, in the regular split, we see JDG trying to play, like, around Kanavi. Let's go from base. Let's try and set up Kanavi for success. And it's kind of like, look, Ruler is there as our insurance option. He's going to be phenomenal in the team fights anyway, but a lot of what was gained for Ruler and missing was just through their own solo dominance in the lane. This was, hey, look, we know how the meta is shifting. Let's actually give Ruler these resources. And, I mean, you see the results. That was outstanding.
And I'm so interested now because this is a big pivot for Bin to be playing the tank versus tank matchup, right? You know, in the LPL playoffs, it was always him on carries, Shun playing towards him. He got a lot of solo kills, plus a lot of focus from the jungle pressure, so they were able to create big advantages. It didn't always result in the wins, but it did result in a lot closer games. So I do wonder now, do you start to doubt the prep or the read that, hey, we need Bin on tanks after this game one that was not close at all, where Bin really couldn't have an impact.
And I think that's the thing. You kind of see the two big picks that you'd look for in the top lane taken away from Bin. Kennen was immediately banned, then we got the Gwen in the follow-up as well. So you kind of open up, as you were saying, Azale, a lot of these tank matchups because you don't really have to worry about any big threats. So do you just go back to Jax? Maybe that's the call, or Camille even, which is one of Bin's favorites.
Maybe prioritizing him sooner in the draft because Lissandra came out and probably would have banned away, but we've seen so many pretty solid answers into Ahri that I don't, like, being so keen to get to Lissandra doesn't make as much sense to me, given that it's been, compared to Ahri at least in this series and in a lot of series, relatively low impact.
I'd actually love to see them go back to what has been a bit of a tried and tested one for them, which is like, hey, look, let's stick Bin on Camille. Like, for anyone who doesn't know, his entire solo queue ID is I love Camille, so he's definitely a big fan of that. Plus, you go with the Galio, then you can actually go for a dive play onto the AD carry. I think that works well.
We'll have to find out. Clearly something needs to be adjusted as we head forward, but that's enough from us. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to further break down Game 1.
Thank you so much. You took the words out of our mouth. What are we going to talk about? Just kidding. We've got a lot on top of that, and wonderful insight, because you did point out some problems for BLG indeed, but I think there's a lot of them, and a lot of it comes back to kind of being, for JDG, just a very well-rounded, good team, and BLG making quite a bit of mistakes as well. But we saw a lot of trends that we laid out beforehand, Mao, also coming through here in terms of, well, not in the least, the bot lane picks.
Yeah, no fun allowed. You know, we only get 2 AD carries that are meta at any given time. It previously was Zeri and Lucian. Now it's Aphelios Jinx, you know. Maybe he gets a little bit of Xayah if you're lucky, but right now it's very clear that the power levels of these two picks is very far ahead of everything else. But when it comes to actually playing around it, I do think we're seeing a big gap between the two teams.
Yeah, this is apparently the 19th time this has been played in 47 games. Almost like, so 40% of MSI games have been Aphelios versus Jinx. This draft was super interesting though because of like what we talked about prior, right? We were wondering what BLG were going to bring out. They did do the Aphelios Jinx trade. We had Bin Sion, which we saw previously. I thought that was an interesting adjustment, but then I know you didn't like the Nidalee pick. I didn't like the Nidalee pick.
No.
I'll have you talk about why.
Wait, you said you don't like the champion, but like it in this draft is what I heard.
No, I
wrote that down. Are you calling me a liar?
No.
Well, maybe I was just plain wrong. But right now, as of this moment, my opinion is, as the desk was saying as well, actually, I think that even with how good the early game went, right? This was basically a best case scenario. We have Shun, who is really good at the champion, and it still had no impact. I think Nidalee is huge bait. I would have much rather seen something like the Maokai, because right now, if you're not being able to get anything going in the early game, if you're not contributing to getting your AD carry ahead or providing team fight power, you're not doing your job as a jungler.
And by contrast, we talked about how it was all going to be about the bot lane, right? Kanavi, even when he was levels and camps behind, was constantly in that bot lane. And that set Ruler ahead on this Aphelios, and he ended up taking over the entire game.
Yeah, he did, and I know we talk about, only 2 champions in the bot lane can be meta at any given time, but to me, as a trash tier player, it's so fun to watch someone like Ruler specifically play Aphelios.
It really is, and Aphelios is one of the champions that scales so incredibly well with player skill because of the way that his kit works, right? You not only need to have good weapon management, but because of the range of the champion, even with Calibrum, it's essential that your positioning in team fights is perfect. You need to know when to kite back, and you need to know when to play forward, and that fight was such a good example, and we see it every single time. Ruler really weaves in and out, and the rest of his team is allowing him to play forward because of the amount of pressure they provide there. Why are we all going on a Kanavi? Kanavi doesn't matter. He's bug. He's bait. It's all about Ruler. You need to take this guy down, because otherwise you're not winning the fight.
Yeah, and it got to the point in the game, like where this fight, they're already so far ahead that Ruler can just mow everyone down, even with Bin trying to be that front line from BLG. Another player you want to call out is obviously 369 on the Ornn, something he's known for playing very well. And then Knight, who we talked about. We're like, when are you going to have a great international performance? It's against an LPL team, so maybe that's a part of it.
It does still count.
Yeah, we've talked about him going up against Yagao and how comfortable he is with playing against him, but he absolutely popped off in this game.
Yeah, Ahri had 100% presence in the LPL finals for a reason, and in the hands of Knight, someone who, you know, in the region has been lauded as a fantastic mid laner for such a long time. But this is kind of the performances we've come to expect.
Yeah, because, you know, with picks like Ahri, picks like Lissandra, it really comes down to how proactive are you willing to play, because they really scale with, are you applying pressure? And particularly the fight that we had around bot lane where he was soaking so much, he was drawing attention, they had to keep an eye on him, and even if they knew he was there, they weren't able to actually take him down. And I mean, just look at the amount of damage he's able to output. That was with an Ahri built with Merc Threats, you know, because he was playing into Lissandra, he was playing into the Nidalee, and still able to do that much because of his proactive play.
We've praised everyone and haven't talked about Kanavi, and I know it's because he started out really good, but then had a couple of int moments. But I thought when we were talking about, it was really interesting how you said, you know, Kanavi is put behind, but he can do so much to get back in the game, and other junglers around the world, like Peanut, also are able to do that. Can you explain?
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities between the two. I do think Kanavi's skirmishes were a little bit more questionable, but particularly in the early game, I think it is really important as a jungler to be able to deal, particularly with how popular the science strat is right now, to be able to absorb pressure and be aware of, okay, how do I get back in this game? Because with a pick like Kha'Zix in particular into another carry, it can really feel like you have to get something going. You have to do something. And his presence of mind just be like, I'm going to farm whatever I can. I'm going to play very respectfully, not get caught out, and still was able to be earlier to that bot side gank.
And we talked about how they set up for a potential Scion dive, but also the invade for the Nidalee. Nidalee was up so much, experience, farm, everything. And she actually had, in my opinion, less of an impact than Kanavi did on this early game, or early to mid, because of what Kanavi was able to do, because he was just kind of camping bot the entire time. We know that bot lane is super important, and they were able to come back, especially around those Herald fights too. So, I mean, I just don't like the Nidalee pick, I guess. Is
okay. And you know, listen, I wrote down, I hate the pick, I love it here. So we're going to have to,
I don't know,
we're going to have to discuss on camera where,
maybe that's
I don't know. Maybe it happened. But, you know, I trust that you probably said something different and I wasn't listening. That's what I tend to do. BLG also wasn't listening, because talk to me about what they can do then, because there might just be a case of, obviously, as we outlined before, JDG being huge favorites and a lot better in many respects, but BLG is a team that knows them very well, so should be equipped to have a plan in game 2.
What is really hard for me is that right now you're meeting JDG in their comfort zone, but the only alternative, with how dominant this game was, right, is trying to play your own style. But thus far, that style just hasn't really been working out, right? Like, even if you do get a solo laner ahead, you get a couple of kills on them. Right now, that's not what the game is about. So if you can't match them at their style and you can't try something out of meta, then there's not a lot of options left. So either they need to find a way to maybe the jungle matchup, right? Try and play better around Elk, who I did think didn't really get to play the game this time around.
Yeah, that is the TLDR, I think. And that's all from us here. We're heading to a break, and on the other side, we'll see if BLG can even up the series.
You know, hard to see the big sign, hold that thought. Coming in, Elk now trying to get the chompers down, but he's getting cut down. Ruler ready to go forward. Easy kill on the bottom side for JDG. Diavelio so damn strong. He's got the backup. You're just walking into him. What's the rule, BLG? I think it's green, white, don't fight. But they're going to try to make it to York anyway. Knight over the backside, huge damage. Ruler coming in. It's massive, my God. Been out of mana completely. Kanavi in the backside. They find one, but it's right into the ult of Ruler. Been back and forth thus far, but now JDG can look to take over their marked. Will he take him down? The Shuriken's coming in. Ruler again taking over. JDG outplaying in the fight in the extended brawl. They take the dragon. They come out on top, and they're killing everybody.
Get it.
Welcome back to MSI 2023, a commanding game one from JDG, to say the least. Ruler looking pretty good. Knight looking pretty good. JDG looking pretty good. BLG looking
pretty good.
looking
pretty
to
good. Daniel Draco's
draft.
pink suit looking pretty good.
Oh my god, I was thinking about a purple suit. Like, yeah.
You guys are kind of twinsy. So
yeah,
I
know.
this.
We are. It's this EU synergy thing that we're going for. We're bringing him over slowly, taking him away from this region.
I'm glad you give me like
now.
my hiss of
we have to give you. You have to give you a taste of what a Felios looks like.
You have to wean him off.
Yeah, you have to wean him off.
You can't take him off the LPL.
Oh, you think you get a cast Ruler? Let's drag that back a little bit. Anyway,
he's only gonna be here for the first 2 games.
Yeah, again, we can't give him too much. It's like a gremlin. You can't feed him LPL after 2 in the afternoon. Anyway, BLG adapting quickly, and the answer is they don't like the Scion. They played it, and they were not a fan of it either, so the Gragas also going to hit the bench.
I love those when I'm playing solo queue as well. My friends are like, I'm thinking about Yasuo this game. Yasuo's a good ban.
Yasuo, yeah, that's
a good ban. You know, the Scion ban does lead me to believe Ben may actually be going towards a carry champion, right? That was kind of my big question after the first one. All through LPL playoffs, they played 9 matches. It was basically carries in every single one for Ben. Scion did not work out for them. I don't think it was the main problem. To me, I think the Nidalee pick was egregious. I was not a fan of it at all. So I want to see them get rid of the Nidalee, and I wouldn't mind if they ran back with another tank, like maybe like a Cassante or something.
I was going to say the Cassante. Russell 369 might be like, Ornn was pretty good in the last game. Maybe we just go back to the Ornn again. But Missing not going to be able to get his hands on the Thresh anyway, so it looks like at least they're kind of going, hey, look, Ruler having that safety and the ability to reposition in those fights was a bit of a nuisance. Let's just try and get it off the board.
I will say, if you go Ornn, though, Ornn is more punishable as a blind pick than Scion is. Scion and Cassante, I think, are more difficult to actually punish, so it'll be interesting. Maokai, would give JDG some hard lockdown here for this Ahri that Yagao has slammed out. We also have to remember Vi unbanned this time around, so Vi Ahri is available for Shun and Yagao if they want to look towards it.
Yeah, also gives the opportunity there to go for some sort of AD mid if you really want to here. And the Kennen being taken off the board kind of limits the AP top laners that you can go for. Gwen obviously still available, but I still think locking in your AD carry here probably going to be the best, especially when Ruler popped off on the, just in the last game in general. I think just securing that AD carry that you'd like in the Aphelios is going to be a good call.
I I mean, you can pretty much fill in any ADC for Ruler. Ruler popped off on the, well, actually everything. Yeah, every one of these played, pretty much.
It's a Mad Lib. You just list AD carry champion here, it'll work itself out. Okay, so Jinx going to be the option this time around. Bit of a call out, see how Elk wants to respond. Again, the Vi you highlighted, Vi Ahri to me, the strongest mid-jungle duo in terms of reliable execution. I feel like you're just guaranteed to get kills with these champions.
I think it's probably just via Felios, right? Like it seems like the most obvious answer here. Would mean you're going to get banned down as far as jungle picks do go, but this feels very, very obvious. And now my question is, do you want to actually match jungle? Cassante, I think this is actually even better.
I think the thing though is now you get to get rid of like the Tam Kenshin stuff. If you're BLG and just make life very uncomfortable for a Ruler in these fights, you've already got the great dive threat coming through. So just making sure that you can double down on that is going to be a great call here for BLG.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, you could obviously ban like Lulu and Tahm Kench or something like that, but there still are other picks that can work really well. Missing obviously can still play engaged champions. I do think you can look towards things like Renata. Personally, I'm a fan of Renata against some of these heavy dive comps. Sure, the Vi is going to be ulting in, but you throw the Renata ult to actually cover on that, and it's difficult for people to follow up. So I think there are a lot of options. Gwen makes sense again as a ban, especially if JDG is just going to blind a tank top. Potentially, or if they're going to be sending this Cassante top.
Yeah,
it's kind of interesting.
Will Knight play Cassante mid? That's the question. It's kind of, you have to prove it if you haven't shown it before that it is a flex pick for your team. Might not have to here. It is 369's most played champion, but again, it depends on what Ben is going to have to be walking blind until they lock in a mid lane champion, uncertain of which solo lane this Cassante is going to go to. Yeah,
I will say Knight has had a very wide champion pool coming into this bit, like things like Lee Sin, the Kassadin, we saw him bring out the Nautilus as well already, so I definitely think he's going to be willing to play this. Knight has always been very, very good at being able to bring out a lot of these picks. But even if you bring it up to the top lane, I mean, it's a nearly 82% win rate. Most played for 369 in the top lane. He's been very, very good at this champion, so it's kind of a win-win regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely assuming it's going to be up for 369, but as you say, Knight had 18 different champions that he played in the LPL. This guy will basically play everything, play anything. Braum, nice defensive pick here. So it's not going to be the Enchanter option, but it will be the Braum instead. Can definitely make those dives a little bit more difficult to pull off, especially if he wants to play Exhaust, which I wouldn't be surprised by.
And as you go later and later into the game, Braum's Unbreakable is one of the most high-value abilities in the game in terms of being able to block Elk's potential damage output. The concussive blows as well when you have champions like Maokai and Cassante. The reliable lockdown for a champion as mobile as Ahri. If you ever land a single stack is big, but of course, that said, it's not the traditional super strong engaged support, and it's still not as strong at disengage as something like a Lantern or a Tahm Kench Devour, so you need to find a way to get that impact. The Alistar coming in for On, very, very aggressive champion.
Very surprised to see it though. I mean, Braum is the regular go-to counter against the Alistar, right? Because as soon as he goes in, you just stick up your shield and not really much damage can come back, and you're even able to lock him up as well as he tries to step away. So kind of surprised to see that one come through, but it does feel like for BLG, they're just like, hey, we're going to double down on going all in on this just dive comp. Here we go!
There it is!
Yeah, Gigabin is back, locking in the carries here. So it is going to be Fiora, so very, very high barrier of execution here. You've got to play this really well for, so it is going to be Cassante mid. So this is what I was kind of wondering about, like were they just going to lock another tank for 369 on the top side? No, it is going to be the Renekton. This is a matchup we've seen so many times. It really does come down to the parry timing, especially in the early game. It's about anticipating that empowered stun coming through from the Renekton, being able to get those parries down on it. Because there's a lot of gank assists here from the Renekton and the Maokai. If you mistime your parry, you're a pretty easy kill.
And we have seen games from Ben where you absolutely take over on this Fiora, but the most recent game that I can remember is the game that he played in the finals, where he was a side lane monster, sure, but could do nothing to stop his team from losing the game. That is the nature of this pick, is it's going to be everything or nothing. Instead of the junglers this time, it's top lane that has to be the focus.
Well, and that had kind of been the story of both of their best of fives, is that Ben would go towards these carry picks. He would get a lot of jungle help from Shun. Sometimes he would create big individual advantages. Sometimes it would be a team effort to get him that advantage. He almost always was in a massive lead individually, but it just didn't always translate in the 5v5, because often on the other side of the map, you would have, Ruler in a really good spot. They would play well around him. Knight was creating individual advantages, and that just, seemed to matter more than what Ben could get.
Yeah, and even in this one, it's going to be kind of hard to try and play those side lanes, right? In theory, as long as the game goes the way you think, Jinx should be able to have decent push in the mid lane, should be able to keep the Aphelios locked in. You don't really have anyone that, apart from the Fiora, that can deal with the Cassante, or else then the Renekton goes against the area. So you've got one lane of pressure, which makes it a little bit easier for JDG to deal with. So I'm really curious to see what Ben can achieve here.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. And let's be honest, very few games ever end through side lane anymore. It's like 1 in a million, it feels like, in pro play these days. So it's really not about like, it's the split push win condition where you're going to take on all the towers and destroy the Nexus. No, it's about getting pushed, creating a gold advantage, and then taking it to the team fight. You still kind of have to do that. And you need to have time to build up a couple items on Fiora before you can really have much of an impact in that team fight. So to me, the difficulty becomes, can you actually get an advantage on the bot side to take some dragons to stall so that your opponents can't just snowball towards a soul, which forces the Fiora to group earlier than she wants to.
And I think this is what's so tricky for BLG is that they're consistently drafting these comps that have very clear but somewhat limited windows of opportunity or avenues to play through, whereas JDG, again, you've drafted Renekton, which you could consider a similar champion in terms of what it can offer, has some clear weaknesses, but I feel like overall their composition is just a bit more stable.
And I think that's where, if you want to try and find the disruption, it has to be through shutting Yagao, right? Try and win out in the 2v2, immediately move that up towards top side, make sure that you're getting Bin fed, because as Azel was saying, if you don't have Bin really far ahead, it becomes very difficult to actually try and play out the game. Even when you look at like needing to take down early turrets, so Bin can actually have some sort of pressure. JDG though, coming on through.
Really just trying to consistently shake up the map. Not a Scion this time around, but as you highlighted, Braum level 1, one of the strongest in the game. Alistar level 1, not great, short of a 4 or 5 man pulverize. So just stolen away Raptor Camp.
Bin is here. They're actually lane swapping. Bin is going to play mid on the Fiora into the Cassante, and they sent Ahri top. So it's going to be a Gao laning top against the Renekton on this Ahri. So BLG really trying to throw a wrench in the gears here of JDG and try to get a different matchup. Put Fiora into this tank matchup. You know, you are expected to win this 1v1. How will Yagao perform on that top side, though, is the big question to me, because pre-6, Ahri is going to be super vulnerable to ganks.
Yeah, I think, as you say, yes, you can definitely put some pressure towards the top side, but even in mid, I feel like you're kind of all right here as Knight with the shorter lane.
Yeah.
It doesn't give Bin as much of an opportunity to go for these longer chase downs where you can proc multiple vitals and really get that damage down. So I'm kind of surprised, honestly, to see this one come through. It does make sense. Like, yes, it's an easier matchup for Bin, but not really getting the same punish as On.
Already on the bottom side of the map, On is in trouble! Alistar early game struggling here. I don't know how that happened, but I hope we get to see it in a replay because that's a disaster.
The only way that ever happens is the age-old way, not respecting their faster level 2. I can pretty much guarantee you they were fighting for level 2. JDG got it faster because he didn't even blow his thumb, so he knew he was dead to rights. That speaks to, oh, I knew I made a big mistake here. I'm just going to have to accept it. So, you know, I want to see the replay, but I can pretty much guarantee you they were pushing for level 2 there.
Yeah, I don't need to see Twitch chat to know that they're spamming off in that one, but we'll have to see if maybe they can try and bring that one back, but it does make things a lot more difficult for Shun. We were talking about, hey, look, maybe you work through the mid-jungle, but you can't really play into bot, so instead he's going to run with the top side.
Yeah, and he can get over the wall here unspotted, but he's got to wait for that ball breaker cooldown. You can see 8 seconds remaining on it, so it is going to be a bit. Yagao's trying to keep this off the turret. 369 has to know that Vi could be in the area, but
the charm hits a minion. Yagao doesn't have the charm. He's got the double dash too, but he doesn't even need it. Quick kill back in response on the top side for BLG.
It's a bit of a lose-lose situation there for 369. That's where you just need to get your jungler up there because you need to crash that wave. Otherwise, you just get perma-frozen by Yagao and you lose out a huge amount. So, yes, he gives us life, but kind of has to or else he ends up losing so much more.
Yeah, I mean, it is very difficult, right? You know, the reality is in that situation, you are in a tough spot. And you have to kind of just call your jungler up because you can't actually fix the wave on your own safely. In this situation, you decide to just kind of flip it. I guess we're not going to get a replay of that bottom kill, unfortunately, so we're not going to see exactly what happened.
My assumption is that you broke it down so perfectly that they felt it was unnecessary.
Painted the picture. Great.
The only other thing that could have happened is Alistar randomly headbutted in for no reason, but I'm reasonably sure that is probably what you said.
You know, this is always a sad thing to see. If you're a BLG fan, you can see the massive discrepancy in the buy there. You know, Elk has not even been able to get back to base yet, and Ruler's now on a pickaxe. So, you know, you've given this guy who was so dominant in the last game, now a commanding position in the 2v2. And now really all Kanavi has to do is prevent additional ganks from coming in. As long as there's no interference, this 2v2 should be heavily favored for JDG.
It's always a terrifying prospect, especially against a Jinx, a champion who can shred through towers if she builds these big leads. And, you know, right now, BLG are kind of dictating a lot of the pace just based on the fact that they've swapped up and made these crazy lane assignments. But if Jinx gets ahead, you can just keep swapping her between every lane imaginable, take turrets left and right.
Well, the reality is, it's going to be way harder to convert the solo lane lead into a victory than it is to convert a lead for your Jinx into a victory, right? The composition that JDG has actually built up is very difficult to dive through. So yeah, there are a lot of these go buttons over on the BLG side, but you're going to be trying to dive through Maokai, Cassante, Brawlmalt, the wall, all of these tools that are going to be there to keep Ruler safe. So if you don't execute perfectly and Ruler doesn't insta-die, he's going to crush you.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of what BLG really want to do is, look, we're going to get control over this top side, get a Rift Herald, knock down some turrets, and then just try and find these picks before anything really kicks off at a team fight. Like, if you can get onto someone on JDG and burst them out beforehand, that's going to go great. But also, to Azael's point, it's a lot of beefy members on JDG, so it's going to be very hard to just find one of these guys and immediately burst them down unless you really snowball this game. And right now, BLG just don't really have the opportunities to try and snowball it.
Yeah. Divine Sunderer going to make everything a little bit easier for Ben, as currently he's leading in XP, as you can see on the left side, hand side of your screen. But until that item break point is going to, you know, you can hit these vitals, but you just don't have as much pressure as you'd like, and certainly can't really snowball that advantage much further. But the wave coming in, Knight is kind of respecting it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we'll see how much of his farm Knight does pick up, but it is a CS advantage. As of now, 11 CS for Ben. Of course, there's a lot more to farm there for Knight, so it's going to even out quite a bit. But if Ben can just kind of have a free lane where he actually can't be ganked either, maybe they're feeling like, hey, we just need to get Ben into a comfortable position. Once he has a couple items, then we sound him out to the side lanes, you know, really just protect his early game here. And try to get him into a position to really succeed, because I do think his role in this game is going to be so critical if BLG are to win.
If they win, I just want to see how much damage Fiora Divine Sunderer did by the end of the game.
To towers, right?
No, because I feel like you can kill everybody.
It's the true test.
Okay, all right.
How many times did you proc your Demolish?
There's two. I'm excited. You're always excited about Hullbreaker. I'm excited about Divine Sunderer. We're both excited about very different items for this Fiora. Please no Hullbreaker. But we'll have to find out. For now, JDG keeping their priority on the bottom side of the map. The advantage that they built in isolation, just in the isolated 2v2, to help them secure this first Dragon. Not going to be a Chemtech Soul, which is big for playing through the Dragon as a win condition. Won't be Hextech either, which does hurt a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, really, all the other ones are all strong, right? So,
Sure.
so I don't think that there's any huge concern over on that side.
I think this does play into JDG's hands, though. The fact that you've now got an early Dragon for yourselves, you can kind of go, hey, well, we can stack up towards this potential Dragon fight and 3 and 4 Drakes for ourselves. And even with the push that you have on bot side, you can see the reset coming through from Missing. There is an opportunity to try and move up towards this Rift Herald if you want to in 25 seconds time, but we'll have to see exactly if they want to try and go for that. At the moment, the wave is being pushed back out by Elkanon, so they'll actually probably be in a better spot if they just want to immediately run up to that. But with no items, you definitely need to buy here as well.
It's really atypical to see someone that hasn't gone back to lane for the first time, you know, this late into the game, right? He's 76 CS, has not actually gotten his first buy off yet, but that does speak to the tempo that JDG have had. They got that early kill, and Elka's been kind of locked under his tower since then, so he hasn't had those same buy timings that we'd normally look for. Nice charm from Yagao.
Used. Gonna try to stick on top of Yagao. Yagao, will he be forced to ult? I think that's the trade that 369 is looking for. If you can get Yagao to burn his ult, Herald is up and available. That'll significantly weaken his presence in the skirmish.
And you can see that's why Yagao is holding on to it. He's just waiting for the move speed from his W. Needed that to come back up because he knew that there's no more slice and dice available. Shun gets it, but can he actually take this? We'll see. On is here.
Elk getting the fight now kicked off. Alistar on the backside, pretty tanky. The knockup now coming through. Elk immediately going to cleanse it, trying to keep this fight going. Kanavi walking forward, trying to knock them back. The pullback is there. Vi now going in, but Ruler on the backside as well. And Ruler's just a little bit stronger. JDG again finding the fight, and the eye will go unpicked up by the side of BLG.
Elk gets clipped by Knight's knockback and immediately gets zapped and taken down. So at that stage, BLG just don't really have anything left in the tank, and an easy pickup for JDG. They deny the Herald as well.
Yeah, no eye from that really hurts. You know, Elk wanted to get aggressive, wanted to push in there. The sapling honestly caused a lot of issues there as they all tried to push past that pixel brush. Kanavi's sapling hits everyone with the empowered damage plus the slow. And as they're funneling in, as you say, Knight's able to actually clip him. We can watch this one more time. JDG showing up here. You know, BLG is ready to fight. They want to look for this, but just can't really get it done. The Maokai ultimate comes through, the cleanse is used on that, then the sapling slows both Elk and Shun. Actually, Gale Force in, gets flipped in, then Kanavi just jumps right in on him. An easy kill there, and again, completely untouched is Ruler. It has been the story of these first 2 games. He's able to do everything he wants.
And Ben didn't do anything in that fight. He doesn't do damage yet. The cooldowns aren't low enough for him to get into the back line. So while initially it looks like he might have some good access, the second JDG pull back into that pinch, the second they get the frontliners, as you talked about up there, he doesn't do enough damage to be a threat.
And that's why I don't really agree with them swapping the mid to top. I think they could have tried to play through Shun and Yagao, tried to have some pressure there and then lean that into their side lane and then give Bin the advantage that he needs. But without being able to try and play through that mid jungle, it feels like, well, you haven't really done anything in the mid. You're losing out heavily in bot. And in the grand scheme of things, 369's actually doing well into this range matchup.
Yeah, doing completely fine up there on the top side, down a couple CS. Did die to that one gank, but should be able to even this out largely. And I do think generally for Fiora, you don't really have much of an impact in a team fight until you have like 3 items, to be honest, is kind of generally how I feel. It's so difficult because you're so reliant on the parry, and until you have a lot of levels, the cooldowns start getting lower, where you can really kind of threaten some of these champions, even start to threaten the front line a little bit if they're kind of separated out from the team. Sometimes you can just get that kill with the ulti, get that heal down for your team, but it's going to be a really tough one, I think, again, for BLG, because it's just going to be the ruler show. He already has his Gale Force completed here, pre-11 minutes, hasn't even cashed out the call, and he's already done that Mythic. He's going to be tough to get to.
There's nothing worse than resetting with 1 creep left in your call. That is so frustrating, but still, I mean, he's in a fantastic spot. It doesn't really matter too much. Demonic Embrace completed for Kanavi as well. Means that when we get towards this Dragon in 50 seconds, they're being a great space to actually just go and fight this. And again, like Knight, completely fine in this mid lane to just keep trading against Bin, keep pressure up, and allow them to enter as they want into the bot side jungle.
Yeah, so much control, and love the heads-up play. You've got a very AD-heavy composition, so making sure that your Maokai's going to do at least some magic damage and make it that much harder for BLG to approach these objectives with no true tank. Yes, On has the ultimate, but not nearly the income necessary to fill that true tank position outside of use of the ultimate. Bin finally going to pick up the Sunder, and remember that the gold is still close, so it's ultimately on BLG to try to leverage the strengths that they do have. Maybe Bin a little bit stronger in the individual 1v1 now can start to push these advantages.
Again, the problem is, your advantage becomes about playing towards sides, right? And JDG, because they got the first dragon, they're going to show up very likely to the second dragon pretty much on spawn, try to push for that. And that's going to force Bin into grouping, right? That's going to force him into doing what he doesn't really want to do. He wants to have time to threaten towers, knock down these outers, and start to really extend a gold lead for himself.
It's also going to be really hard for BLG to try and contest this, right? You've got this great slow push in bot lane for JDG that, yes, they will be able to clear out with Inferno, but means JDG gets to move over, yeah, and there's the TP. Xante are in a position, Kanavi in a great spot as well. You're going to 369 resetting, looking to get the TP in himself.
Bin over the wall. Ready to get things started immediately on, gonna get the fight kicked off. They're trying to get to the back line, they're trying to take Ruler out already, but they're still standing, but no, finally cut down. They're finding the fight. Bin finding 2. It's massive for the side of BLG. They see their brief moment, they see their angle, and they delete 2 members of JDG.
That's a huge fight for BLG, executing it perfectly. Everyone gets in there onto Ruler, on with the perfect engage. Shun with the follow-up on the ulti. Yagao can come through, everyone piles in on Ruler. They do take him down, and that's exactly what they have to do if they're to win team fights, because he is really this sole source of damage over on the JDG side. Not everyone was really in position for JDG to actually peel, though, because 369 had not arrived yet, and that is why this just instant engage from On was so important.
Yeah, as you say, the fact that On gets in, this is 4 versus 5 at the moment. You got great positioning there for the fight to follow up, and just a bit greedy from JDG. They didn't want to wait for 369 to try and come in and actually have a 5 versus 5, and BLG read it like a book.
Yeah, I mean, just now, 369 is arriving to the fight. It's already long over. He was TPing towards mid, didn't actually have a good TP ward to go to. And that is that kind of a little bit of overconfidence there from JDG, as you say. Walking in without the proper setup, not all 5 members were there. Once everyone is in on the Jinx, it is getting really, really rough. Because Ruler flashed out, but the Vial had already been used on him before he flashed. So Vi is coming with you, like it or not, at that point. And there was no one there to really peel the Vi as soon as she landed.
Yeah, it's kind of a case of if you can flash away from the immediate engage, great, but it's so hard when you're when On covers that distance that quickly. So BLG, really good job, and now getting a little bit of control back, right? You actually have some gold that you can try and use now, especially on towards Bin, who now has 2 kills. A Divine Sunder plus the Ravenous Hydra being worked towards as well with the Tiamat. He's in a great spot now to actually try and push in these side lanes. He's in a 20 CS lead, essentially, on that top side against 369.
On. X-Flash over the wall. Charm just going to go a little bit wide here, but it's a good point. Tiamat can make it that much easier for him to start grouping. Can push in, can look to come out on top in the individual 1v1 and then leverage the pressure on the top side to help out elsewhere. You can see gold difference of 14 presented by MasterCard here. JDG still strong on the bottom side of the map, but Bin pulling ahead finally on the top lane.
Rift Herald being taken as well by Shun at the moment, so they're finally going to be able to get a Rift Tower for themselves, which should help out a lot. Again, a lot of the game plan for BLG is try and crack down side lanes so you can get an advantage and then use the vision you can gain to look for picks. And at the moment, they're just not really getting that opportunity with how JDG have kept this pace even with BLG.
Exactly, but you can see Bin even just kind of proxying here behind the tower. Knight, knowing that the Herald is down, he knows he has to get out of there. He will be fine to just run around. And 369 going to claim the tower on the bottom side at the same time. So Knight is okay to give this up, but they're likely going to take this down. I wonder if they'll just insta-drop Herald for tier 2. Doesn't look like it. And they're just going to take their one tower and send Bin down towards bot to actually answer the push for 369.
I'm curious.
Oh, hang on. Oh, aggressive. Forcing the ultimate out from Yagao. Charm coming in, missing now. Just needs to pull away, but ultimate cooldown consumed. We'll be back up before the Infernal Drake is on the table, but maybe they can try to capitalize on that window.
Yeah, I'd love to see BLG now reset, send Yagao up to the top side, push in top, and then immediately try and move in towards mid, because I think the mid lane tower is the crux of like everything that BLG wants to achieve. As soon as you get that, it becomes very easy to start flooding both sides with vision and just bounce back and forth between the lanes. So if you can actually get Yagao to abuse the fact that he has a range advantage over 369 overnight, and even the fact he can hop over a wall and threaten to dive in mid, it becomes really difficult then for Ruler and Missy to hold on to the mid lane turret, as many members of BLG can just show up at an instant.
Highlighted it a few times. The Ruler, again, the big source of damage. If they can get a summoner spell, an item active, anything off of this player, it's going to make the following fights that much easier. BLG just continuing to walk into Fog here with confidence on Shadowing Shun as they move in to clear out some of this vision, set up for the next Drake. 1 minute and 30 seconds, so Infernal's on the table. Both sides 1-to-1 in terms of Drakes overall.
Yep, they want to set up for that Dragon, but they also want to make sure they're clearing out vision and keeping Bin safe, right? All of these wards here are now placed towards the next target on the map, which is likely that bottom tier 1 here for Bin. They already took the top of tier 1, so he moves down towards bot. They set up this kind of line of vision throughout the river. They grab that scuttle. So they're trying to keep Bin safe so that he can actually use his gold lead and really push and try to trade aggressively, with 369 or Knight or whoever is going to come and answer him to try to poke and prod at that tower and really work away at it.
And you can see kind of what we were talking about as well. Yagao having push and top now, you'll have that Rift Herald available for when this Dragon spawns. So a lot of what the plan for BLG is, cool, get control over mid now, watch Yagao just moving down in towards mid turret and just trying to threaten anyone who stays underneath that structure for the moment.
But you can see it's kind of just this battle back and forth because they got some vision, but then again, enemy team comes in, getting this kind of line of vision here across the map. So Bin just has to completely back off. He's no longer allowed to step up, trade with that Renekton. He can't push it on the turret. Also means that for this next Dragon setup, they are going to have TP wards available here. Potentially, Herald's going to get dropped immediately.
Coming in, throwing down the Maokai ultimate just to zone away to stop this Herald from coming through. JDG burning a lot of resources just to secure mid lane here.
They did, but On spent his ult, and that is actually really, really big because that means it's a one-way trip if Alistar goes in. You are not surviving without that ultimate.
Now, immediately they're going to collapse. The chain CC is flawless. There's no room for the Ahri to play, but Elk firing back. Massive ulti on the backside of the fight. Elk trying to replicate performance from game 1, coming in bigger, trying to come in badder, but the Renekton instantly onto the back line. They're shredding through. The knockups are there. Knight will get taken down, but 369 standing strong. It has been an Elk versus the world, and Ruler remaining untouched. Half health. Can they turn it back? JDG trading blow for blow with BLG in the bottom river.
I mean, it's a battle between the AD carries there as everyone just slams heads. But still, JDG, more members here, trying to see if they can continue to push forward. Ruler knows he's got the range, doesn't land the zap, and we'll just back away.
Ultimately, an incredibly tense fight, starting very positively for JDG, finding that pick initially, but the fire back from Elk on that massive AoE ultimate starts to even things up. BLG, though, trying to keep the advantage in their favor, getting mid-prio. Looks like they might just turn their attentions right back to Dragon with the TP from Yagao.
Yeah, and we'll see, is JDG going to be able to contest this whatsoever? It doesn't look like it. Ruler heading up towards that top side, so they are just going to seed the Dragon. So this is big. BLG grab another Dragon here for themselves, buying more time for Bin to play through those side lanes. The further back you push the Soul, the more options you have when you're playing with these split push comps. The more ability you have to say, all right, this is not the fight for us. We're going to go sides. We're going to trade for towers. We're going to trade for gold. They're giving themselves options.
I will say, though, it's huge for JDG, the fact that they managed to hold on to the mid lane turret, because Elk just cannot push up this far. You can see he's just super short range. Ruder's going to be able to clear out those waves. It's completely fine. And it makes it very difficult then for BLG to really start to, as you see, put pressure on towards these side lanes because JDG can just swing back and forth between the two. That's why we saw such a heavy investment with TPs and everything else to make sure they can hold on to the mid lane structure. But we are going to hop into this replay, and Yagao just takes a step too far forward. Immediately JDG jump on him, but On gets into the back line and really disrupts a lot of what JDG want to do.
Absolutely, but Elk again over the wall. These Infernum ultimates from the Aphelioses are just going crazy. And then Ruler over the wall, lethal tempo stacked up, plus the rocket form. You can see that rage. He's just raining down hell on BLG, pushing them back as BLG do have that extra member, but the reset timings mean, you know, it is them grabbing the dragon. Oh my god. How much of that was just the Infernum ultimate?
How many times are we going to see graphs that look like this series? A lot of that was the Infernum ultimate, if I had to guess. Big damage coming in, but you do see the strengths of both of the premier AD carry options. Aphelios has so much flexibility in terms of what he provides, and Jinx, once she gets lethal tempo stacked, once she gets the resets going, Bin just has to walk away because she's so much faster that you never get to dictate when you're actually trading with the Jinx at that stage of the fight.
Especially with Ghost, which is so powerful in these fights. You know, when you are getting the kills, you're getting the resets, the extension on the Ghost. Ruler is just going to be orb walking perfectly along, taking down so many members.
And here again, fighting for the control of the mid lane. The Sapling's going to be more and more annoying as the game goes on and on, eating a ton of damage here just to clear out this control ward, but not too concerned. The fight for vision remains, and Elk a little bit of extra range courtesy of the Calibra. That's an Elk classic. For the record, he does just randomly throw out the green ult for poke onto enemy AD carry. It happened in their round 4, I think 2 or 3 times.
Hey, I mean, the tower's low, so if you can chunk him out enough, he's saying, maybe I can potentially knock on this tier 1.
Also, realistically, when else are you going to use it? I mean, 3 minutes until the next dragon's up. You're not really going to try and rush down a Baron at this stage of the game as well. So if you do actually manage to get that damage onto Ruler pushing back, but you can get the tower, you could even look for a bit more on the map. So I do like the idea, and I think this is something that LPL teams do a lot, which is just like, hey, what are the little advantages that I can get here? Like, am I able to use this ultimate, or can I blow a summoner spell before a key fight and actually get us a bigger advantage, or even a slight advantage over our opponents?
Something that's really important to be aware of, those little advantages can add up, they can start to matter. JDG coming in to clear the wave here, but the tower might still fall. One more auto, Yagao gonna fish for it, will grab it in the end. Mid lane tower being broken open, big again for the Fiora. That much more passive control on the map is certainly going to help BLG.
Fiora's getting huge at this stage. Nerdy had her second item, as Elle was already kind of pointing out. 3 is where you get to see her really have a better time in these team fights, but even at the moment, if Bin ends up in an isolated moment where he can get on towards Ruler, he's going to absolutely decimate this Jinx.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to be interested to see where he goes with third item. A lot of Fioras these days I'm seeing, you know, if they want to go towards team fights on 3, they'll just go towards tankier item, but Ruler, again, getting chunked down here. The Gale Force activation comes through from Elk, but people can go towards things like Frozen Heart or even, you know, GA third if they really want a team fight, and we're going to see if he doesn't go for that, he can go towards things like Hullbreaker if he really wants to play forward side.
And Gale Force traded for Gale Force and Ghost there. Again, Dagda, you continue to highlight this, but Elk especially, and I think LPL players in general, very willing to push these trades to try to find these small advantages, even when not a lot is on the line.
And it hasn't always gone well for Elk. I mean, back when he was Jomung, right, we used to call it Jomung madness, where he would just go absolutely nuts and into a lot of his bot lanes a huge amount of the times. It was even to the point where Morgan couldn't use his TP, go back top lane when he was on WE in 2020, because he had to save it to bail out Elk or Jomung at the time, back in that bot side. But it feels like he's kind of leveled up over that time. He's really limit tested over the last 2 years. Exactly, and now he actually has stepped up. And the fact that he used to be so coin flippy into this player that is actually popping the hell off so consistently is super impressive, but might need to do so now.
Double TP's coming in mid, and they got one of the flank missing now, needing to retreat. Ruler, where's he going to go? Kanavi fishing for the disengage, but it's been on the back line already. They need to get away from this Fiora. The parry now coming out, but Ruler has made it out. The grand challenge to no effect as of yet. The Renekton right into the back line, forcing out so many ultimates. Big damage from the Aphelios, big response from BLG. JDG have to retreat. 369 giving his life, diving in to try to keep the rest of the team ready, but the charm is massive. The parry is huge. The shutdown is there. Yagao looking for a bit of revenge in the mid lane as he finds the triple kill, and BLG will take the fight.
Yeah, Gao is going crazy, finds the charm under Ruler. He's not playing cleanse, and he has no chance to survive. BLG crushed the team fight mid lane. They take the tier 2. They're gonna take the Baron as well.
And that's not how these fights are supposed to go. They're supposed to be JDG with the stronger team fight, stepping up to control it, but BLG are coming into these fights so creatively, causing so many issues for JDG, and just like that, it's a Baron for this Fiora to try and continue to take over.
It's so impressive how they play out this team fight. Bin was creating such a zone of threat around the backline. It's like, yes, he jumped in on Ruler. Ruler gets away, but Ruler could never actually really step up in this fight because he's poking and prodding at the frontliners constantly as they step up. Immediate double TP. Bin, you're going to see coming into the back here on that ward. But just watch how he fights. He gets in over onto Ruler. Sure, Ruler is going to flash away. The parry timing is perfect. Then Bin kiting back in this area, harassing, missing, harassing Kanavi, never really allowing Ruler to step up. You can see as soon as Ruler steps forward, Bin walks forward as well. He's just pushing him back. And so while Ruler and Missing are completely kept out of the fight, Elk is going crazy, Yagao are going crazy. They are free firing and they crush through the rest of the JDG members.
Incredibly well highlighted. That zone of control, so oppressive. Waiting, the second you burn any major cooldown, he can get right into your backline. The second he can get past the Braum or the Maokai, can look for that angle. Yagao coming up clutch as well, clean on the charm. You know, we talk so much about Yagao versus Knight. Yes, they have history, but it's been a pretty Knight-favored 1v1 matchup for quite some time. So good to see these moments where Yagao can step up, can show that he's got what it takes.
Absolutely, right? And he got that Ari, he got the power pick here. You know, pairing it with the Vi, potentially, you know, not respecting what they could get done. And JDG may be regretting it now because Yagao is in a really strong position. Bin on this Fiora has really been unlocked now at this point in the game. They have the Baron buff, they have multiple dragons, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so back and forth between these two mid laners for so long. Yagao kind of struck first in 2020 where he was able to win Spring with JDG, now going up against his former team. But with top Esports then fighting back in summer in 2020, it was Knight who was able to kind of take that commanding lead and had always been at the forefront of it. But now Yagao on the pick that Knight has been so strong on all split long, trying to show that he is just more than capable of going up against JDG, and who was, I'd imagine, his friend, but maybe former friend after this one.
It does feel a bit personal when you leap into the backline and kill the enemy AD carry, but taking our time now to see what the setup is going to be for BLG. What can they actually do with this Baron?
Well, at the very least, you know, they're pushing through mid lane. They're going to be moving Bin, it looks, over towards mid now as they brought Yagao down towards bot, trying to fish for these charms. It is difficult to really hard commit into this JDG team. You need to be coming at them from multiple angles, and that's why that last fight was so good. It's because JDG exposed themselves to that by committing to that tower mid, allowing the TP flank to come through. So for now, it's going to be about the push for Bin. You know, he's going to be going over towards mid. You can see Kanavi is kind of cheating back and forth between these two lanes, trying to be there to support 369 if he needs it. But I do think Bin, given time, is going to knock down that tier 1 mid.
On the Knight is big, massive damage, now dashing out to safety. Elk firing down, Knight holding on for now. Kanavi off to the side, looking to lock up one. The Ori now taken out again. No, Yagao going golden, he buys a moment. On the backside, Ruler still standing strong for now, but Bin hasn't even entered the fight yet. JDG being pushed back, slowly but surely.
We're letting it being pushed back, nearly seeing Ruler go forward with the Gale Force to actually get the kill onto Elk, but just not quite able to, so JDG will back away. I do like the idea here coming through from Bin though when it comes towards his third item. The fact he's going towards this GA means that he's going to be able to go very deep into the backline and buy a lot of space for Ruler, and you can see if Ruler isn't able to get the damage down, there's no one else who can.
Absolutely, and at this point in the game, it can be a one team fight game. If you crush a team fight, you know, you have the minion waves, you can end. So it can be absolutely worth just spending your life to keep Ruler out of the fight. Even if you don't kill him, if he's not firing, Elk is going to crush through the rest of those JDG members. So, you know, that is really what they're looking for, but you can see the turnaround possibilities are there, as you called out, Dagda. Ruler was really close to actually taking down Elk. It was On who came in with those peels, I believe, very, very quickly to push Ruler back. And it became dicey on that other side, but, you know, one more rocket crit could have been that reset, could have been the kill on Elk, and could have been the turnaround, as we have seen Ruler pull off so many times in his career. You give this guy an inch, and he will run you over.
Certainly the case. 3 items now, however, for Elk. Essentially 3 items worth of gold for Ruler, but it looks like he just stopped off on his Zeal for the extra attack speed before completing the BT here. And Bin, 3 items too. Extra tankiness, you highlighted it. Going to make him that much more of a threat on the backside. It's going to be all about execution in the fights to come for now. BLG with control of the map, earning it from the Baron, keeping that vision up on the side of JDG's jungle. Still a ways away. It's not sole point for either side. It's just a third Drake, so ultimately, you don't have to die on this hill, but I suspect this will be the arena where we see the next big team fight.
Yeah, it absolutely could be, you know, unless someone thinks that they can get a big advantage through side lane. And Ari damage, no joke, you know, that's about 30–40% of Knight's health just gone in one combo there. Leandry's Ari definitely doing some work against a lot of the armor stacking that is being done by Knight.
We're going to have to see this big clash, though, as the Dragon going to be spawning in just a few moments. I am curious to see if Ruler can actually manage to finish off this BT before he gets into it, because I think that's going to be such a massive boon for him, where he's actually able to get a little bit of healing, especially if you are looking at Yagao and Shun just targeting him, even Bin, to be honest, in these fights as well. But BLG want to try and get this bot lane turret before they go over towards that objective and just keep the pressure on JDG and keep them out of this pocket of vision that they managed to create in this bot side jungle.
Yeah, burning a lot just to keep this control alive, all in pursuit of that third Drake, 22 seconds away. They get the wave pushed in, 4 members strong on the bottom side. Bin in the mid lane as well, 369 just now recalling, so BLG heavily favored to get this objective.
Yeah, Ruler's got to have it with that recall there, yeah. So he has the BT, he grabs some pink wards. We'll see if they feel that they can actually check into this area, because the vision is just dominated in this entire section of the jungle right now. Not going to be able to really do much to push forward. JDG will have to kind of walk straight through him.
On the backside poking, Bin in the area as well. JDG just trying to collapse onto the buy before the fight even kicks off. They get the stopwatch, they get a bit more space. Bin decides this is not the angle that he wants. The entire team now on the retreat. Alt flash gone from Jun, as well as the active from the Radiant Virtue, but fishing now for a charm over the wall on keeping the fight going. Again, just poking away here, missing at half health. Both sides fishing for any advantage they can get, but Elk already shredding the objective. 3K getting lower. The Dragon will fall in favor of BLG. Will JDG try to force the fight? Elk stack on the chakrams. They will fade away, but BLG backing off. They know they don't need to fight. They got what they came for.
And that's the big advantage that BLG got when they TP'd into the bot lane, keeping the pressure at night, charmed up, but he's going to be totally fine. As long as BLG were able to keep JDG out of the area, they're going to be totally fine. And now JDG, they invested Maokai, they invest the Braum ult. You don't actually have much in the way of follow-up or any way to close the gap, so BLG get to walk out.
Well, I just think Yagao is doing such a good job actually poking and prodding, slowing down that transition from the base through that jungle, because JDG couldn't just rush straight there, right? They had no vision. They had to kind of take their time. And at every step of the way, it felt like Yagao was harassing them, hitting a charm, chunking you down 20, 30, 40% of your health, making you double think, can I actually walk past this brush? Are we going to be able to rush straight to that dragon? And they weren't able to do it. So BLG now on soul point here have bought themselves a lot of time for these item completions. All their carries have their 3 items now.
Yeah, and that's the kind of play that we love to see. They spent their teleport just to hold on to that control on the bottom side, then use that control to poke, to hide in Fog of War, and that's the kind of heads-up play we want to be seeing in this best of 5 for BLG. Now setting themselves in a pretty comfortable position. Not only do they have soul point, they have a massive lead, 5K, carries on 3.5 items. Bin getting closer and closer to his 4th, so overall a favorable position, and JDG can't afford any more slip-ups, can't afford to give away any more of these objectives.
It does become incredibly tough though, because nobody can really deal with Bin on the side lane now.
Yeah.
Even, look, he's going towards the Randuins as well. He's just like, look, I know exactly what I need to do in this scenario, but it means that he's going to get full push on bot side. Makes it very difficult with how much control BLG have on the enemy jungle to actually keep the waves pushed out as JDG. And BLG are just going to keep pushing that pressure down until they can slowly creep the vision line forward and then contest the Baron.
And I think the game is just going to come down to one big fight at a team, one big team fight at an objective here. Elk stepping too far forward.
The Gale Force out early, missing, just trying to keep the fight going. Elk in and now side, so he has to flash back over the wall. It looks like the Alistar will just be sacrificed, but more than tanky enough to make it out of that one. Charm now coming in. Bin on the bottom side, continuing to keep the pressure. Now starting to rotate over. JDG.
They can start this. They can start this for sure. They want to get Bin to respond. They want to draw him in here. JDG are going to commit to the Baron. Here comes the TP.
Full on 5v5, Elk over the wall. He's burned so many resources. He's got no mobility tools left. They need to keep their eyes on the Aphelios, but it's Bin in the darkness. Bin waiting to find that angle into the backline. 5K getting lower. Fiora is in the pit. Fiora is fishing for an angle. 2K. It's getting lower and lower. It's not going to get burned down quite yet. And Ruler for now is uncontested. Yagao in the midst of the entire team. Huge shutdown coming in. And it's Ruler taking over the fight. Yagao running for his life. The zap going to connect. The shutdown is everything. JDG have found the angle. They have found the fight. They have found the shutdown, and they will turn attention towards the jungler before they take the Baron.
In a world of ADCs, one man is king. It is Ruler standing above them all, wiping BLG off the map. JDG find their fight. And Shun, can he look for a steal here? It would be a one-way trip, but he's got no vision, no shot. And JDG wrests control of the game away from BLG.
One world champion to rule them all. Amazing stuff from Ruler in that fight. And you can see how quickly JDG all turned to just make sure Ruler stays standing. They know as long as he's fine, he's going to be okay. And the fact that Elk had to burn his flash already before that Baron was so crucial to that as well.
I mean, the peeling was absolutely perfect. They have one man peeling back onto the Vi. They have another man standing on Yagao in between him. So just watch Ruler in this fight. You'll see, there goes the Vi in. Look at Kanavi. Immediately Twisted advances onto Yagao to block the charm. The Braum goes back to peel the Vi. Everyone collapses on Ruler, knowing that if that dive cannot get through, there's not the sustained damage to actually make it happen. And you can be as fed as you like here on Bin, but there's no making it happen when there is that much CC.
Oh, it's a masterclass, but you're doing it dirty. And that's the thing. Remember, I mean, when you look at players coming into this, like Pays, like Elk, who haven't had that same level of success as players like Guma, players like Ruler, there is always this bar that you have to hit in those moments where you have to prove you can be clutch. And in that fight, Ruler was clutch.
And I just love when they have this amazing huge play, and it's just cool as you like, no reaction. It's like, this may be the day you almost beat Ruler, but for him, it's just another Tuesday, Sunday, you know?
Who even said it? Was it M. Bison? Was it Ruler? It's hard to keep track.
It's just a little smirk that gets me every time. Just the corner of the mouth just twitches a little.
Yeah.
And then it's back to business as usual. But Dragon up in 15 seconds. And as expected, I think we're going to get a massive fight.
Try harder next time.
Oh my God. Yes, project personality onto him. He's an evil mastermind, yes. I mean, the gold is dead even.
He is a mastermind.
He is a mastermind for sure. At this point, Dragon going to go over again. BLG don't really have to contest this one, nor would they really want to at this stage. The next Dragon will be very much do or die. Infernal could be everything for either side, but again, gold neck and neck. It's really all about teamfight execution and setup. There was a pretty big hole for JDG earlier, but beautiful for them to crawl their way out of it with some very clever fighting.
I mean, one of the toughest parts about this is you actually lost your GA in that fight as Bin, right? So you don't even have that in pocket for this play that we were talking about, trying to dive in onto Ruler and make that trade as On's now in trouble. Here comes TP.
JDG seeing an angle. They want to try and find it. Knight on the backside. Elk has to be careful, but Bin is there as well. It looks like Alistair is going to be taken out here. On will drop, but it's the TP from Knight and Yagao there. JDG, do they want to keep this going? They still have Baron buff. 22 seconds, they got one wave. They can at least break down this tier 2.
That's what I was going to say. It depends on how much they can actually get off it as to whether this is worth or not. Try to see if they can at least get onto the mid lane turret. They'd love to crack open the base as well. Shun trying to get into the, looks like in behind them. They know that they don't have a huge amount of vision around here, so may look for something, but may just actually give up their inhibitor instead.
Excellent play at the end of the day for JDG because they are able to break open that inhibitor. Burned a lot just to get the Alistair, but it's really hard for BLG to fire back without that reliable engage tool. Now Ben and Shun on the flank. JDG have to be careful about pushing too far here. Just want to continue to threaten.
Yeah, JDG were trying to force BLG into a 4v5 fight. If BLG bite there, the game ends. You're going to lose that fight. The Nexus is going to fall. So they make the right choice. They seed the inhibitor. They just back it up. You've got to wait for On to be respawned here to try to draw that line in the sand. And it may come here 2.5 minutes. We know the Baron is going to be spawning in 3.5 minutes. Both teams are on 3 Dragons, so someone could be getting Soul.
It is going to be very tough, though, for BLG to kind of go for the game plan that they have been, right? GA just completed for Ruler there. He's now full items. Absolutely going to be doing so much lifting in these fights. But even when you look at, like, Knight, he's now got the Gargoyle Stone play completed. He's going to be so difficult to try and deal with as well. It looks like the windows of opportunity that BLG had, unfortunately, have started to close. And maybe they can look for some sort of pick on the side lane before everything starts to come up. But even then, that's such a long shot. As long as JDG, with the waves in the position they are, just continue to group and push.
On JDG, don't even really need to respond to sides that much, to be honest, right? They're not really that bothered. As long as they keep some vision out there, as long as it's not been knocking on the door, you can drop some waves at this point in the game because BLG are miles from being able to threaten any sort of an end through sides. So they will just continually play it safe, wait till they have vision on that side of the map, then they move up. You can see there's coverage every time they're clearing out these waves. Ruler and Missing move up towards topside. Kanavi comes in behind. Only then does Knight push out the wave. They're not going to risk anything. So instead of actually pushing bot side at the same time, 369 will just move mid. He'll hold there. They're trying to stay in the same quadrant generally. So if there's any attempt at a pick, they're going to be there to respond.
Certainly are, and at this stage it's so hard now as the map gets more and more blown open. It's harder and harder to find these flank angles, especially when JDG are holding on to mid priority, when JDG are dictating the pace of the game. And while in previous fights you've been able to get creative with your vision, find these flanking TP wards, as JDG continue to pressure, continue to close off more and more of the map to you, it's harder and harder to find the angles that allowed Bin to be successful in some of those fights. As now Potential for a full 5v5 here, fighting over the tier 2. JDG, I think, is kind of threatening, looking to find an angle. Has been burning the parry a little bit early. I don't think it's going to cost him at this stage. Pretty low cooldown. Knight losing a lot of health, though. JDG have to be careful. Kanavi potentially caught out, but not too concerned quite yet. Queuing back. Arcane Smash, certainly a good start. Jinx ult now coming out. Grand Challenge off to the side. A lot of damage going down. Ben trying to take out Kanavi. Kanavi finding a little bit of CC. He's running for his life. It's a split fight. BLG ready over the wall. Elk, huge damage. Not quite, as it's only connecting on a few. Missing there to body block. The Gale Force, and Ruler just does not quit. This man refuses to lose. Elk, not enough. It's a triple kill. Ruler taking over again in the fight.
Ruler's popping off again, and they can see blood in the water. Yagel will charm 369 for the moment, but he wants to take the game. They want to push us to a game 3, and Yagel is left with his head in his hands as JDG will continue their dominance here.
At the end of the day, JDG found themselves in a deficit, but it's beautiful team fighting, protecting Ruler. On the back of Ruler, they move up to match point.
In back-to-back games, Ruler goes godlike, and JDG reigns supreme in the team fights. They just can't touch this man. He is just too damn good.
And they gave it such a good effort. I mean, BLG, that was such a creative TP flank that we saw in the mid lane. I was like, okay, this is exactly what we need. Now BLG have Baron, now BLG have control. They can continue to go for this, but you give them one fight. And that's all that Ruler needs to turn the tide of this game.
And we've actually seen it in a number of games already. You know, JDG are falling sometimes into bad positions in the game. They're falling behind. You know, even against Golden Guardians, we saw at times, okay, oh, hey, maybe Golden Guardians could do it. You know, they're getting up in gold. But Ruler's going to say no. It seems like every single time. BLG in an even better position this time around. They had a significant lead. They won some massive team fights. They take a Baron. They get everything you would think that they would potentially need to close this one out. But JDG just see the opportunity to force around a Baron objective. They force out a few cooldowns, and they say, that's all we need. We get that ultimate. We get that flash. We're going to force you to take a 5v5 right now, and we know we're going to win it.
And JDG are a terrifying team to go up against, because as much as BLG have won games and have taken games domestically, there's this aura about JDG as we see them play more and more, especially against BLG, where it feels like the game is not lost for JDG until the Nexus falls 100%, but BLG can lose games. When BLG are at a deficit, JDG doesn't give them back any space.
And I think it's because they're so willing to just jump on any opportunity that you see. Like in this, or in later on in the game, as it looked like things were going so dire for JDG, like, cool, well, we can find a quick pick onto On. Let's just make sure that we burn the flash on Elk. Make sure that now when we come into this Baron fight, we can set up so well as we want to. Like, it's all about these just very quick moments that they can abuse.
It's been incredible thus far. We'll have to see if BLG can take a same early game advantage and bring it all the way to take us to more games, because for now it is match point for the side of JDG. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to talk about what they thought about Game 2.
Thank you. Let's talk about Ruler. Yeah, there was a lot of conversation, and there has been the whole time, about like how these 80 carries on the particular strongest teams in this tournament are being set up for success. But I think when you look at Ruler, you can take all of that and still take it to the next level, because he just does so much more with the advantage he is given. And this is an LPL post-game breakdown if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I called for this to go first, because after that like JDG comeback fight, I was like, okay, regardless of who wins, the gold graph is going to look amazing.
Yeah.
And it does. This is a very typical...
I want more ups and downs, actually.
But speaking of Ruler, I think the big thing coming out here is, again, look at how much damage he's doing. And like you said, a lot of what we're going to be talking about is how the team sets up for him, and this massive front line that he had with the Braum, with the Cassante, going into these team fights, he was untouched.
There is a reason why teams, or Gen G specifically, they've been playing around him for like 6 years. It's because he can do stuff like this, right? Like when he does get a lead, he is incredible. And I want to highlight, I didn't love the R5 Renekton here specifically.
I was going to bring it up, but then I thought you were going to say I was a liar.
I mean,
so.
No, I would never go that far. But I do think the Renekton specifically, even though it is a tool that can be used as a frontline, not necessarily as effective in this game, even though 369 I think did a decent job. But the Braum and Maokai specifically, to me, is a combo that feels so insanely oppressive to play into. And even though this Fiora, I think, was piloted very well by Bin, I would not have been sad if it was a Camille instead, because I think Camille does both, particularly if you are still going to index on the team fighting like we saw here. there are very few champions that are better at isolating an AD carry than she is.
And you can try to predict and have an opinion about how they fit in the draft and think according to all my analytical parameters, this is how it should go. But I think particularly when you look at some of these team fights out of the LPL teams, you sometimes have to redefine it, right?
Well, very much so, because BLG showed us the full range of LPL team fighting. This one, not so good, because what they're trying to do here is they're hard engaging on Cassandra into a choke point while Ruler's just like, guys, I'm free hitting, right? There's Braum, there's Cassandra, there's Maokai standing in front of him. And after that fight, I think we were like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
This is not looking
All right,
good.
It's over. But it wasn't. Because then we have the dragon fight at 13 minutes. And here's where you see BLG's composition. Okay, if they can get these fights, if they can get past that front line, On is able to come in here, get a really excellent engage for BLG, and that's exactly what's going to happen as soon as we end up rolling the clip. Basically, you have to get past both the Braum and the Cassante onto one of JDG's carries, and here they're actually able to come in, again, with the Vi as well, and this is at the point where we're like, okay, BLG, after this, they had pretty strong control of the game.
And what's key there, it's an open space. They identified that 369 is not there at the moment, and even though the Maokai ultimate comes through, by the time that it actually hits them, they're already on top of him. So very little space for the AD carry to play the game. Really nice fight.
Indeed, and you see how they took lessons from that first Herald. They said, okay, we're going to need a better positioning coming from our Fiora, the hard engage on the targets we needed, avoid them to layer that CC on us. It all looked great. Then they were transferring pressure. They were pushing that bot tower. They were playing more careful. It was just looking so good, but it fell apart.
It was a Baron.
Yeah.
It's always a Baron.
Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Ruler and JDG turned from the Baron, decimate BLG, and that was all she wrote.
And here's exactly where you see, just watch Ruler. He remains untouched in this fight. The Braum and Cassante absolutely doing work here, right? Because once they're able to kind of protect Ruler, he's just firing on the backline the entire time.
The moment he smells weakness, right? Like there is no winning the fight anymore. And this is the biggest difference. And I think the only way where we have not really seen BLG match JDG at all, it's how do you actually enable your AD carry? And in this case, like it's so obvious, right? Kanavi is on top of the Ahri, doesn't let him go through. The Braum is there, and if you can't get on top of that backline, you're never going to win.
What is the next evolution of this? Because now we're seeing that it's like 4 beefy characters next to Jinx, making sure it all works out. Where are we going next? Can we go one step further still, or?
All right, do we see the...
No.
I was going to make a joke about the Zeus Karma top.
Oh,
oh no, that's worse.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen the Karma top, right?
Yes,
Double
yeah.
enchanters. I think actually that the even better version of this, because we did see Kanavi go for like a hybrid damage build, was specifically Gen G with the Tristana mid, right? If you're able to get away with that, you have 2 AD carries with an enchanter and 2 That's like the ultimate form of this, but eventually I think we're going to reach the point where we're going so all in on scaling that someone's like, Renex and Italy, you know, we're going to just really send it early. But if you don't win, that's the point, right? Like if you don't win games like this, is that early game really going to matter?
Yeah, that's what we've said a couple of times. Unfortunately, this tournament, I want to take a look at the final fight just one more time because Ruler gets excited and so do we.
I actually almost thought this was going to be a pentakill.
Me too.
Right?
Well, first I thought it was going to turn, actually. There was one split second
BLG?
where, yeah.
I think they're doing a really good job also marking Bin, knowing where he can come in for this fight, right? And then, as we talked about, what an amazing tool the Maokai ultimate is. When this fight is split up on 2 fronts, again, Ruler has such a large front line that he can then just pop off like this.
What I really love is also the usage of the terrain there from JDG, right? Like, Ruler is moving like half a second behind the rest of his team, so as they weave towards the rest of the jungle, try and isolate the 2 targets, the rest of BLG can't actually move up because they have to respect the Jinx range, and as a result, he can just keep autoing and autoing and autoing.
Yeah, when you look at it like again and again, especially from those high-level team fights from the LPL, I feel like you see something new every single time in terms of playing with the terrain, but also target selection, also the dynamic calling within the team fight, especially in this situation where you can see actually Vi gets a shutdown and there is a split second where they have to reevaluate how to play this fight out, and it just all moves so quickly.
Yeah, especially when a fight splits up like this, you're like, okay, this could be good for BLG. You split it into smaller skirmishes. The way that they kind of converge, like protect Ruler, and then he could just continuously dish out damage is amazing from JDG.
It's great to see, and that brings JDG to match point, making a play for that favorite of the tournament moniker, possibly. We're headed for a quick break, and on the other side, we've got Game 3 in our LPL Finals rematch with JDG poised to give us a clean 3-0. Don't go anywhere.
Elk immediately going to cleanse it, trying to keep this fight going. Kanavi walking forward, trying to knock them back. The pullback is there. Vi now going in, but Ruler on the backside as well. And Ruler's just a little bit stronger. Jin over the wall. Ready to get things started immediately on. Going to get the fight kicked off. They're trying to get to the back line. They're trying to take Ruler out already, but they're still standing. But no, finally cut down. They're finding the fight. Bin finding two. JDG have to retreat. 369 giving his life, diving into trying to keep the rest of the team ready. But the charm is massive. The parry is huge. The shutdown is there. Ruler for now is uncontested. Yagao in the midst of the entire team. Huge shutdown coming in. And it's Ruler taking over the fight. Yagao running for his life. The zap going to connect. The shutdown is everything. JDG have found the angle. They have found the fight.
In a world of ADCs, one man is king. It is Ruler standing above them all.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ain't no debate. Cold rules are meant to break by the proudest rules. Get it.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 for what very well could be the final game between JDG and BLG. For BLG, it's all going to be all about the reverse sweep now. If they want to move forward to face T1 in the upper bracket, reminder, the loser will move down to face G2 as we swap sides. So
could also be the third final game.
The third final game.
Third, yeah. Third from final, you know.
Glass
half full, Draco. That's why you have to be so negative all the time.
Look, maybe they just, you know, this is the third best. They want to play
Back then,
4
I
best
want
of
5
5s.
games. Why are you trying to cap us at 3?
Well, wait, I said there's a reverse sweep angle. I said the angle is there.
I don't know.
No,
You didn't hear that?
No,
okay,
no,
all right. Maybe it was just in my head. Maybe I didn't say it aloud. So, reverse sweep or die. Pretty high stakes.
Yeah.
But remember, we are still in the upper bracket, so that it's not really... You get a second life. You get a second chance.
Reverse sweep or slam an LEC team or LCS team, you know? That's kind of the upper bracket right now for LCK and LPL.
A little bit of hope.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. For now, okay,
win today or win tomorrow?
Kind of crushing my stakes settings right now.
Am I wrong, guys?
Well, I mean, you're right. That is the nature of the tournament.
I like how in your head Azale's gotten over the course of
This
this
is like,
like 2 minutes.
You can tell he's a world champion. He's shutting me down in the mental game before we even start. Problem is we're on the same team. This time
First
around,
we attack the casters, then we attack the teams.
Well, BLG are going to attack
LCS agent.
The ruler. Okay, all right, man. I see your plan here. Okay, so Sion banned away, Ari banned away, and Jinx banned away. So something is going to get shaken up here. Maybe we finally see Azaya come through. We've talked a lot about Zeri for ruler. It was nerfed, but it was his, you know, kind of all-star pick domestically.
So Aphelios is not actually going to be an answering ban. So this is something that I've been kind of interested about. You know, is the evolution of meta going to come to this? Jinx is now 12-8 against Aphelios at the tournament. It's a small enough sample size. Doesn't really matter that much. I've been kind of favoring Jinx. I think the ease of execution is there. You often get that pushing lane. So BLG is going to ban it away. They're going to first pick the Aphelios, and now we have to see what will the response be. Rakan is banned away, so it's not going to necessarily be Xayah Rakan. It could definitely be Zeri Lulu. We see Varus sometimes coming out as an answer there as well, so there are a couple, but it should be Zeri Lulu. And Ruler was so disgusting on this champion in the LPL, and really it's just not fair when you're watching this guy play with that much mobility.
I mean, an 82% win rate, a 9.1 KDA on average over 11 games.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at this champion, you know? He's definitely somebody who can pop off, but it is going to be the Nautilus that's let through as a result as well, and now that'll be potentially going to the hands of Yago. And I think, again, if you got this Aphelios, you've already seen it just take a bunch of beefy guys and stick them in front of him.
Yeah, I'm just so not a fan of the Nidalee. You know, the Nidalee is, I just think, so problematic. If they're going to go towards Nidalee, I honestly want to see you full send. I know everyone hates Renekton Nidalee, but like I would way rather see you pick Renekton Nidalee and just like all in the game on the early game than just kind of like throw Nidalee into a comp where it's not going to do that much. At least Nautilus is some setup, but again, if your only setup is an AP pairing, and especially if you're just putting it solo lane, you just rush Mercs and then you kind of don't care. Especially if Knight is just going to play Cassante mid. It's like, are you really going to gank the Cassante mid with Merc Treads as this Nidalee Nautilus? It's just not going to do anything. You can just W the spear and then you're chilling. So I'm really not sold on Nidalee. I feel like it's looked so bad every time it's come out.
Well, in respect to the Nautilus mid lane flex, as the Blitzcrank is going to get banned here. Maokai now going to fall, limiting some of the counter engage option. Kanavi obviously controlling the team fight so well on that pick. Simple champion to execute in a lot of those team fight scenarios. But I'm with you. I am still waiting to see the version of Nidalee that teams are clearly seeing in scrims show up on stage. I don't think it has happened yet. Maybe Shun could do it this time. It is do or die, and he opted for this pick. So clearly there's something there. We just really need to see it in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I do believe in Nidalee in 1v1s, 2v2s, and even 3v3s. When it gets bigger than that, I really stop believing because I think the angles become very, very difficult to find. And teams are way more careful on stage than they are in scrims when it comes to picking these fights, right? Teams are going to be more willing on stage to say, nope, you know what, we're just going to give that up, we'll give that camp, we'll give that 10 CS, and we'll wait for our win conditions in the 5v5 later on. So going to be interested to see if Shun can kind of prove me wrong and as you say, show us what these teams are seeing.
Yeah, and I'm curious as well what the plan is going to be here for JDG as we start to go through it. A lot of the Maokai ban away, the Gragas ban away, I still think you can go towards things like the Wukong if you want here for Kanavi, even if you really want to, something like a Sejuani as well. I know it kind of sucks against the than Italy in the early stages, but again, I think if you just have a little bit of a beefy front line, then Italy just becomes so useless later.
And you can even just go, like, when you're playing Sejuani, you can even just go Bomby into Warmogs. And then you have Warmogs as your first item, and then you just tank every single spear, and you literally do not care at all. The team fighting becomes so impossible for Italy. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Warmogs rush, in this game. I think it makes a lot of sense.
And good call out from both of you there. We'll see if the itemization comes true, but the pick definitely coming through now. Have to track the early game. Shun in the previous game was able to get a massive jungle lead. It just did not amount to anything. That was against the Kha'Zix. See if it's any different this time against the Sejuani. Now, the Jax, it's do or die. Signature pick definitely feels like the right time. The question, of course, is going to be what is 369 going to respond with, or what is Knight going to respond with in the mid lane instead?
It does feel like Knight is probably going to be the one piloting the Cassandra in the mid lane, and now you just get the counter pick coming through for the Jax. But I am curious to see exactly what that is going to be, because a lot of the picks that 369 has kind of wanted to go to are the more beefy kind of frontliners, and I think a lot of that is gone. Maybe he just matches it with a Gnar or something, but it doesn't really fit quite with the Sejuani in the way you'd want to.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely go Gnar. Honestly, I wouldn't mind Malphite here. I think Malphite is pretty solid. You can look towards just flexing the Cassandra top if they want to play that matchup, though. This would be the signature pick here for Knight. His Syndra is out of this world good. This is the champion that really made me stand up and take notice of Knight first when he was coming into the LPL. He is so good at it. It is just not fair. The scatters this guy lands, the way that he's actually able to use vision and play fights over walls to find scatters, through walls and get that range extension on the orbs is really unmatched by anyone I've seen in pro play.
Yeah, I mean, Yaga would be very familiar with it, but it was actually Knight using it against JDG in summer 2020 that won them that finals in Game 5. So definitely a throwback here. We'll have to see now what Knight can do. Not exactly the easiest of matchups, I will say, against the Nautilus. You are definitely a sitting duck there, so maybe this actually gives a little bit of a window of opportunity for Yaga and Shun to try and play through that mid-jungle, take down Knight, and maybe lean into a bit more. But when you get to the later portion of the game, it does feel like there's a huge amount of protection here for Ruler, with Knight now offering that scatter to the look.
Absolutely, but as you say, at the very least, they have some clear points of attack now, right? It's not like Cassandra mid who's just going to be kind of immune to that damage anyway. You can go right at Knight here on the Syndra, and it's going to be up to him to really have great timings on the scatters to actually knock back Nidalee out of her pounce, things like that that you can pull off that can really negate a lot of that damage. They also can look to attack bot lane, so unlike last time, they have multiple ways to attack because they have a Thresh down there. It is against a Lulu, relatively squishy champion, so a couple avenues of attack. So I do like the draft alongside the Nidalee a lot more than I like the previous one, where it was pretty much like only the Lissandra as a pairing and really no good lanes to attack. They have a couple places they can go.
Certainly do. I love, having the Aphelios and Thresh combo there. Yes, Thresh Hook isn't always as reliable. If you want to flash flay, maybe, but you have the Aphelios set up. You have the snare. If you can bring the Nidalee down, snowball the Nidalee, maybe we finally get to see, what this pick is about. And certainly every lane is an option in terms of the CC setup. Have to see where Shun wants to go, what the focus is going to be. JDG clearly have a strategy prepared here as they move in 5 members strong on the top side of the map.
See if they can catch out Bin. I'd be surprised if Bin actually tries to move in here. We'll spot 369, so at least try to bait him in a little bit, but I don't think they're aware exactly what's going on right now.
Good. Oh, yeah. Spotted. Snipped that one out.
And you'll see now Yagao will go in towards bot side. They know that there's people recalling top, so he's going to go and get some vision down on this bot side of the jungle, knowing that everyone was up there on top. It's always worth attempting these level 1s. Do they often work out? Not really, but like it's so low risk and the reward can be massive. If you can get a flash or even a kill, can be game-changing.
Well, especially that version that's so defensive that doesn't require you to put yourself at any risk. But now BLG, I like this response, responding with a level 1 of their own. This is one that does pose a certain amount of risk, but recognizing the vision advantage they have, knowing that there's nothing here on the bottom side for JDG, and we could very well end up in a split map.
Yeah, but this isn't spotted. I mean, JDG moved out of the area before they really knew that BLG were there. Even the sweeper didn't spot any wards, so they don't realize that BLG are actually here. So this could be a bit of a big win for Shun if he's able to play this out correct.
I want to see how the bot lane approaches. Do they actually walk down and then back up? I think they were spotted, so then now that you know. Now you know 100%. Because of the way that they actually walked. Missing saw on an elk coming in, and they saw them coming from up the river. Only reason you would be doing that is because you started on enemy blue. So Kanavi should have that information, and we'll see what he can actually make of it.
What does he want to do with that? Is he going to try to force the split map? For now, it is just Cam stolen away on the side of BLG.
I don't think he can, because look at top lane right now. Like, top lane is pushing, in. If you don't have the push, it's really tough to actually go for that invade. But this is getting rough. Shun is taking all 3 camps spot side. He could then even cross map and defend his top side if he wanted. And Kanavi would be pretty much stuck in a position where he's just going to be down 3 full camps.
Yeah, I wonder if he can try and help out Knight. I think you need to try and burn something here as Yagao and Shun, so Knight can't really help out, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do.
Knight in a tricky position here. Spear going to go a bit wide, however, so he should be fine for now. Getting some information on the Nidalee. Kanavi going to walk down. Spotted on Vision is going to realize now that there are no camps left. Until he had full committed for all 3. Is missing and just trading back and forth on here on the bottom side.
And Kanavi's going to have to try to go into the enemy jungle, see if he can find anything here. Knight will be moving with him because he has gotten the push. So Shun will be pushed back. But I'm not sure that you can fully commit.
Connecting is big right on the Lulu. Like Knight already taking down immediately. Ruler just going to step forward, trying to isolate Elk, trying to keep his support alive. First blood coming in for On. They want to keep this one going. The snare. Not going to be there for Elk quite yet. They're now backing off. Happy to have the first kill. Shun here on the bottom side. The fight stopping for now, but a clean first blood from the side of BLG.
Yeah, that's huge for BLG. Really well played down on that bottom side. They get the first blood. Unfortunately, it did go onto the Thresh. You know, Ruler was getting aggressive on Elk, trying to push him back, but not quite able to do it.
Done coming in on the top side. Been a positive trade, running out of mana, but yeah, ahead in health.
Has a biscuit though, so he just wants to reset the wave and he just wants the base. He wants to get out of there and should be able to do it.
These are big wins across the board though for BLG. You're controlling your top side. You now have the advantage in bot lane as well. Kanavi's set behind. So when you talk about trying to play through an early game with this Nidalee and the Nautilus, this is exactly where you want to be, but maybe not if Bin ends up running into everything.
Trying to get a few more stacks down. They're now pushing it in. Bin going to get stunned up, but the Nidalee is there as well. They're desperate to try to finish off Bin, but Bin has already walked away. Now pulling back. A clean stun onto 2 from Knight, but who can actually finish a kill? That's Yagao taken out. JDG firing back on the top side jungle.
A massive mistake for Bin. He goes down to face check to see if this Scuttle Crab had been taken and ends up running into the entirety of JDG. Didn't have the mana to really get away. He doesn't burn his flash, and JDG just managed to get a comeback like that.
Yeah, that was kind of bizarre. I mean, he was completely I'm not really sure why they felt that they could actually fight that. You know, Kasante's always going to collapse on you if you come from there. Kanavi's below you, and he just kind of takes that fight with Kanavi, gets stunned up, and sure, he gets out, but a lot of flash is forced, and they lose the Scuttle, they lose a life there. And again, Nidalee is struggling to kind of have that impact in this fight.
I like the zoom in start. You take a look back at the exchange here. Bin definitely is going to start to feel caught out in a moment. But the big thing here too is Shun is ahead of the jungle, but he hasn't bought any items, so it just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, Bin's out of the equation immediately, right? And you're actually not using a huge amount from JDG onto Bin. It was just the E from Kanavi, which is going to be back up the second. You end up having a couple of auto attacks come through from 369 and the Sejuani. So with the follow-up from Knight, it was always going to be a win for JDG. So I don't know what BLG or Bin were really going for.
Definitely in a tricky position now. The gold very close, but it felt like with the early jungle start, BLG were set up to take control. A lot of that control now given away after the play on the top side. A first kill over to Knight, and while Knight doesn't initially have a lot of kill pressure here on Yagao because of the Nautilus, it's really easy for him to stack those splinters to get closer and closer to that Transcendence, to all that extra AP, which again might not result in killing the Nautilus, but the Nidalee is going to be very vulnerable.
But it's also things like a quicker lost chapter now means he gets to push the wave a lot more, right? Keep Yagao under check. He can then start to roam and work with Kanavi. So suddenly the opportunities that Shun had gained for himself to actually start to roam across and play towards these side lane, or towards potential invades, is completely gone as well. So it's a lot of missed opportunities now from BLG just off of that one mistake.
And that's kind of the tough thing when you are playing these really powerful early game champs that are so execution based. There's not a lot of room to breathe. There's not a lot of room to make mistakes.
Stepping forward, the play ready to go, but Kanavi is here on the bottom side. Missing has been isolated, but instantly there's a 20 right into their faces. They don't have the damage to burn through the passive. Starts to fall away. Maybe they can turn back, but no more setup here. Good read from Kanavi to respond to the bottom side gank.
Good play coming through from On as well. Just barely keeps his H1 away from getting another auto attack on himself for the stun. Also keeps Shun safe, but now Yagao starting to move down as well, trying to contest the vision.
Next flash into the hook. They did get the flash from Kanavi in that exchange. Looks like they want to keep the pressure up here. Elk starting to crash the wave in. A lot of members waiting, using the blast cone, trying to hide as much as they can before they go for the play, but they decide not to risk it, not to take any risks here at all.
Yeah, I think they're actually hoping to threaten Knight by drawing him down. Basically threaten the dive, say, hey, we're going to dive, you got to roam, you got to roam. And then if he runs down through the jungle, he would actually be the one to get picked off. Because I don't think there's any way you can actually pull off that 4v3 dive with Kanavi, Ruler, and Missing all pretty much full health and the heal still available. So I think it was more of attempting to bait Knight into a bad position, attempting to punish him, you know, seeing if they can get anyone into a bad spot. Bim will take that top side Scuttle, you know, and does have the early Sheen, so we'll see what he can get done here. But really, again, You know, this is kind of so reminiscent of what we saw in the LPL playoffs, where it is 369, whose job is just to mitigate, and whose job is to really show up for team fights, and it's been with so much pressure on him to really get things done. And in this case, a lot of pressure on Shun as well.
And it's kind of the story of the two top laners, right? Bin has been the strongest laning top laner that we have in the LPL, and when you look across 369, he's been absolutely absurd in these team fights. And kind of falls back to what JDG initially wanted with like Zoom all those years ago, where Zoom was supposed to be this big engage tool and play for these big team fights. 369 used to be that player, but has really stepped up massively since he left top esports and joined JDG.
Has been the case. 369 able to crash this wave on the top side, and it's a tricky thing for BLG. I think they play a strategy that not a lot of teams do right now in the current meta. It feels like at the end of the day, all strategies put their resources bot lane, whether you want to start mid lane or top lane or anywhere else, it doesn't matter, but all those resources end up in the bot lane eventually, and BLG are the one team that aren't always trying to go for that ultimately, and playing against the meta can be very powerful, but it can also, as you highlighted, put so much pressure on Bin. And in this case, with Nidalee coming through, Shun as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, so far so good. I do like the position for JDG. You know, I think that they have withstood a lot of this Nidalee pressure very, very well. You know, Shun does have some farm advantage, but hasn't really been able to get involved in any sort of gank pressure. Is going to be able to get a Herald, but this is nothing you're concerned about so far for JDG. And as long as Ruler is just kind of chilling and farming on the Zeri, I think they're going to be feeling really good about their chances come teamfight time.
Certainly will. Shun, though, happy to have an uncontested objective. We've seen so many of the games decided around these early Herald fights, but this time around JDG not going to contest, and at this point don't really have the tools to do so. Knight still getting pressured out in lane here by the Nautilus, who we can assume is probably just going to rush a quick Abyssal Mass just to neutralize a lot of what Syndra can bring to the table in terms of 1v1 threat. But across the board, only a 200 gold difference, 300 now in the favor of BLG. Where they use that Herald is going to be a big decider for the next few minutes of action.
And you can see again, Kanavi just right back towards bottom lane, just constantly hovering this matchup. He has seen that's where they're attacking.
Down big though, immediately the Thresh taken out. He cannot lantern himself. Well, he can just for a little shield. Ruler happy to grab that kill.
That one looked a little jank. That one might have been a little bit of a, all right, well, we're going to hit this one regardless, but nicely done. And again, Kanavi, the one that's coming in on top when we actually get down towards this bottom side of the map. Yes, you got the initial kill on towards the Lulu and on, but now Ruler, he's getting himself into a position where he can actually, again, step up and match this Aphelios, especially when you come towards these earlier skirmishes.
Yep, just getting him paid is so important. And Kanavi knows all he's got to do is just cover this, neutralize what the Nidalee's going to be looking for. As long as he's protecting any vulnerable lane, he's really accomplishing his job. And you called it out earlier, Dagda, the kill that Knight got him that last chapter, has made the mid lane very uninteractive, because he's just going to push waves and he's going to step back. He's not going to risk getting engaged on. So if Knight's not an option, really the only option is Ruler and Missing, and that's why we're seeing Kanavi playing around that so much.
But connecting onto Missing, Elk looking for the angle here, can find the root, can find the lockdown. Shun now going to try to follow up with the spear. It's big damage, but not quite able to follow. Shun trying to finish the kill. He's going to grab one, another marked, another root. Not quite available yet. JDG will back away, but a quick pick onto the support.
I mean, the fact you get that auto attack from Elk to get the lockdown is great. Ruler does tank the spear in the hopes maybe he can get Missing out of dodge, but it's not going to be the case. And now, all that good work being undone, as BLG will even get the charge here and give those blades to Elk.
And I think they just really weren't expecting that, because they knew that Shun was going to be over on the Dragon, but he peeled off the Dragon to actually look for the kill. So he lets the Dragon leash, he comes down, gets the kill on Missing, now going to be going back to it. That hook nearly connecting with Ruler there, but it still will be a BLG Dragon, so they get the Herald, they get the Dragon, they get a kill, stringing together at least some objectives here in the early
And I mean, when we got to see On initially coming in onto Suni, yeah, no one saw that.
Down there, fight split across. Bin now going in, going right back over the wall, denying the all-out kill pressure. Bin a bit more time to reset his cooldowns here, because he went out now at this point and stage, immediately going to ult get the extra resistances. 369 can't go over the wall. Waiting, fishing for the pullback, flashing. Now out to safety. Bin coming out on top, getting the flash advantage.
And nicely done by Bin there to actually manage to get a Knight, though, on the roam up will be spotted. So shouldn't be too many issues here, although they are trying to push this wave in. Bin might have to leave here.
Bin having to be careful here, waiting for him to walk up, scatter the weak. Can they find the angle? Bin playing very patiently here.
And Knight has done a good job just kind of covering for his side lanes, right? It's the TP down towards bot side to make sure that Ruler couldn't get dove after his support got killed, to make sure he could actually collect that farm. Then it's a roam up towards top side to make sure that his top laner with no flash can actually cover there. And these can look like small things, but they're big plays. And you can see they had vision on the Dragon, so he doesn't expect On to be here, but On is there, finds the hook, gets the lantern in on Shun.
And this is the champion that On kind of made his name for when he first joined Suning as a big playmaker, right? Having to step in to fill the shoes of Sword Art, we've gone across NA, like, it was the Thresh where he was like, okay, I can really show what I'm capable of, getting all the fancy, like, flashes back to toss a lantern, to follow up on the hook, and you're starting to see a little bit of it here. Catching and missing again here, making sure that he's able to, again, get more of this advantage for Elk, and Elk's going to be in a great spot, because when you look towards Yago, right, we already talked about the Abyss of Mask, but a lot of JDG's damage is going to be AP focused, so Elk is going to have an easier time when it comes towards these later team fights and just getting through a front line.
I mean, Zeri is a lot of mixed damage, you know, especially with that ultimate, you know, laser obviously magic damage as well. And there is going to be, you know, magic damage obviously coming through from jungle, from mid. K'Sante does some physical, but not enough to threaten any tank. So it is going to be a Gao becoming very difficult to get through. And you do have the point and click ulti, you know, from that Nautilus that's going to be thrown down on Ruler basically every single time. The question is going to be, to me, can you actually get the follow-up after that, right? You're going to hit the Nautilus ultimate. Can the hook come through from the pressure of the Nautilus? Can the Spear land? Can Bin be there, you know, to really capitalize on that afterwards? Because that is going to be, I think, really the tail of the tape here to see if they can actually knock down Ruler.
Definitely a tough task. We saw in the previous game how hard it was to take Ruler out of a fight. JDG certainly different tools this time around. No Maokai, not quite as simple to execute, but the Syndra can generate a lot of space for Ruler in the fight. Still working towards that first mythic item, however. Aphelios a bit ahead of the clock, Elk a bit ahead. We know how quickly you can take over if you can force fights around these objectives. And Kanavi again fishing for an angle. A cleanse coming out here. The Lantern not quite working out. Ruler finding the kill on Elk. Bit of a caster curse there right as we're talking about it. Ruler finds the angle.
Really nicely done by Kanavi, and now Knight in the mid lane. Shun is trying to get here.
Knock back there. Hook now coming in. Spear connects. Knight's dead in the water. Bit of damage back, but a clean response from BLG.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The second Yago manages to get that ultimate down, you can easily finish off Knight. Luden's now completed, but it won't really make a difference as Bin just going to trade effectively on this top side. 369 needs to be very careful because potential dive could be there, but JDG off of reset might be able to shut this one down.
Shun in the jungle, looking to steal away the red buff, immediately going to walk away. Does not want to risk anything on the back of that one. But BLG responding well on the map.
But again, who would you rather have the kill on? Ruler or Nidalee, right? And then that is kind of the problem here is that JDG always seem to be getting the gold where they want it. And yes, there is a gold advantage for the Nidalee. But look at the other side. It's just like I expected. It's going to be a Warmogs as the first item here for Kanavi. And he's going to be able to ignore any and all poke that you look for in these teams.
Another hook on. Not going to go over the wall. They don't want to risk it. But On definitely showing us he's at least incredibly accurate on the champion. A good point. I think the struggle now is it's just you got to make sure that you continue to leverage the Nidalee. It's the same story that we saw in the first game. Shouldn't you have a lead, you argue even have a better lead in the context of this game, but you have to leverage it. So far you've gotten one Herald, gotten one Drake, now looking for the second Herald, so at least objective control thus far.
Yeah, they are getting those objectives controlled, which is very nice. They're really getting a little bit aggressive here. But
a little bit over-aggressive. Out, going in! Looking to finish the job, can't quite do it.
And that is what I love about
another hook going forward. Elk just going to try to stack the shotguns, but they don't wholly want to go for the dive. Meanwhile, Bin already breaking up in top lane. They're grabbing Herald as well in the meantime. BLG, a massive play.
Grabbing Herald, grabbing mid, grabbing top, Dragon in 35 seconds. BLG were like, look, game 2 went a bit awry after we got a lead, but we're not going to let this game get away from us.
So what I love watching about Elk is just he is so consistent in how he plays the lanes and how he plays the fights, and he looks like this relatively safe player, and then he sees this window, and he is instantly flashing in, he's instantly gale forcing on you, and he's not hesitating at all, which is exactly what you want to see from an elite level player.
Especially when you have something like the Thresh in the back pocket as well to try and keep you safe in that regard. You can see immediately Lantern comes down as well, can go for these aggressive plays, and look how much it bought them, right? You actually get the mid tower now. You still have this Herald if you wanted to try and commit towards the, sorry, you don't have the Herald, but you can still try and commit on towards like the tier 2 because you got that charge. And the fact now as well, you can create this long lane in mid that you can push up and start to lean in towards these objectives. At the moment though, JDG quicker off the bat will get in towards this Dragon first.
JDG have the initial shot at BLG, gonna walk through the pinch here. Ultra Shock Laser not gonna connect. Thresh is actually gonna Hex Flash over the wall. Dragon getting lower and lower. BLG not interested in the objective, instead potentially interested in the fight, but it's 369 on the backside who might just look to isolate the carry. They're cutting through so quickly. Kanavi's health bar and Bin now looking to lock up 369, but Ruler still untouched. Ruler, the Chain Lightning starting to come through. He's just doing so much damage. The hook finally gonna land, but it's not gonna matter. The Wild Growth is there. The Zaring is just an inevitability. Ruler, an inevitability. How do they keep doing it? JDG, team fight monsters. Bin on the backside. Blinking health bars on Knight and missing. It is all eyes on Bin. If they ever needed Giga Bin, it is certainly now. Shun there as well. The two strong members of BLG corralling JDG, but they can't finish the fight.
It's just the same story every single time. JDG, no matter what happens in the early game, they show up for the objective, they take the 5v5, and Ruler goes crazy. You've got to question, though, Yagao using his ult on Knight instead of Ruler meant they didn't have any guaranteed lockdown for him. So the only time he was really threatened was when he stepped forward on to kill him, and he gets hooked, but he had Cleanse ready for that. He knew it was going to happen.
And it's a bizarre choice, as you say, because, I mean, the DPS is just the Zeri. As long as you can take down the Zeri, there's just not enough follow-up, especially when you've got the likes of Bin who's going to be able to come in, and you'll see it here. Knight manages to step right the way back, not really under any threat as that ultimate comes through. Whereas Ruler's now great. I can immediately walk up into the face of Yagao, take down the Nautilus. He's not able to follow up. And this hook from On cleansed as soon as it comes through. And with Knight stunning Elk and Chun as soon as that lockup was onto Ruler, there's no follow-up. And now On has to flash away.
On, running. No follow there. Ruler just going to try to finish the job here. Nice sidestep on the hook. Ruler still standing strong. On gets taken out. The TP now coming in. They want to keep the fight going. Keep your eyes on Elk. Snare, just the slow from the Aphelios, actually. Using the blue ult, not going to amount to a lot in terms of CC. Shun continuing to step forward. Bin looking for a little bit more. It's Yagao off on the side of the flank. 369 trying to make it out to safety. At least going to get the pull back onto 2. Knight over the wall, going to land some big damage. Ruler still untouched. Yagao going to land the hook, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Bin finally leaping in. They're trying to kill him, but they can't do it. Ruler, are you kidding me? JDG might just be the best damn team fighting team in the world.
He can't keep getting away with this. Ruler survives with no health. Skating backwards, finds the perfect angle again. 7-0-3. The man is gonna go godlike for the 3rd straight game.
This isn't fair. BLG are doing the things you're supposed to do. They're trying to get onto the people you're supposed to, but somehow, some way, JDG are fighting from a deficit and coming out on top. A 3,000 gold lead for them now as well. JDG game 3, they want to close out this series.
I just love the positioning here from Ruler. You know, the initial fight does look a little bit sketchy as Ruler, you know, just drifts right into the spear. He didn't see that coming out of the wall, and you're thinking maybe, just maybe, he can actually make it happen. You can see the predict there on the hook from On was off, but then Ruler kites back, and I love how he actually kites back into this area. Over by the Wolf Pit, you're gonna see him go right up in here, and watch how he actually just harasses people over the wall as they're coming up. He's just free firing on this line, getting so much chip damage down onto Shun. He goes down, getting Bin so incredibly low. So had he not done this, when Bin turns around and comes in, Ruler probably dies because Bin would have had enough health to actually get that final hit off. So it's all these little things that Ruler is doing earlier on in the fight that sets himself up for these magical moments where you just can't believe he can make it happen.
At what point are you more than just a meme? At what point are you like a force of nature?
Yeah.
At what point do we canonize you? At what point do we just have to accept that you're like, you're built differently? Like what? And he's not like a young prodigy. He's just been doing this, and he just continues to do it. Look at the damage.
That leads even more into the fact that he's a robot. You know, he's been doing it for this long.
He's a force, dude. He cannot be stopped. And for BLG and for honestly any team that has to go up against JDG, having an enemy carry that is this consistent in a meta that is about carries is a terrifying prospect.
I mean, it's very intimidating. You know, as you're an opponent, you look over during the team fight, and Ruler starts hovering on the stage. You know,
just light emission
coming out of his eyes.
Yeah. Like, well, what are you gonna do?
But it also feels like it's just such a good meta, as you say, for JDG as a whole. Ruler, monstrous. Knight loves his control mages and wants to kind of play this more. Solids like Ari and the Syndra and these kind of things that can actually work to help out someone like Ruler in your team. Even 369 being able to play these tanks, he was the first one that we really saw try and pilot the Scion.
Oh, fishing for the engage, but immediately they're going to deny it. That's Counter-Strike taken away from Bin. Ruler just stepping forward again, knowing all the CC is gone. He's just going still! Oh. Ultra-Shock Laser not going to connect. A lot of Chakram stacked up for Elk, so they will back away. But Ruler far enough ahead now that he can just continue to walk up the power of this Whimsy, this duo, a terrifying threat. We haven't seen it have the same impact post-playoffs, but in this game, taking over.
This is the nerfed version. This is a version that's
How
been
many
cut down,
times?
which is why like Jinx and Aphelios kind of started to take over, but Ruler just kind of saying, yeah, that's cool, I'm going to do this anyway. Even with the Jinx banned, they didn't go for it. They were like, hey, look, we're willing to give the Aphelios, Zeri, Lulu, we're happy with this as well.
Now fishing for the angle, though, again, Bin on the backside. Your eyes on Ruler. Ruler's the one that matters. 369, been unspotted as of yet. Will they be able to get onto him? Now they finally see the Jack. The fight's still going. The tanky front line is there. He brings him back into the waiting arms of Ruler. He's now legendary, hand delivered. The ulti from the Aphelios goes wide, but they jump into the backside and they take out the Lulu, but I don't think it matters because Ruler is still uncontested. Shun can't keep going, and Ruler stacking, looking for the angle. 369 with a pullback. He finds it immediately. Elk barely able to make it on Simpsy. It's Elk versus the world. Can he get this done? Shun with a poke damage will finally get cut down. Elk and on the bottom lane of BLG. The last two left standing. They have to try to get it done, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the power, and they certainly don't have Ruler. They're standing tall. They're going to take the dragon.
Questions were asked whether JDG were going to show up at MSI, and they have been silenced. JDG are a fighting machine, and they just won't stop.
It is truly incredible. It's an absolute masterclass here from JDG on how to team fight. Ruler is just looking like he is on an absolute other planet here. 9-0-6, 3 straight games. This man is dominating. And again, you know, Ben has this great angle, and you think maybe there's an opportunity to make something happen. But JDG collapsed immediately, bursting down Yagao so incredibly low. So even though Ben arrives, they're not really on the same page to be able to follow it up. 369 brings it back over the wall. They get that kill on Yagao. In goes Ben, but there's no one there to really follow up. There's no one there to really finish off the fight.
They engage the pip though. They're trying to go on towards the Thresh, not quite able to do so. But yeah, I mean, great follow-up here from JDG. And the fact again, like where they chose to fight makes it so difficult for Elk to get into this fight. Like, yes, he's got the Calibrum, but he's taken a couple of pop shots every so often, even his ult going wide, and made it so hard. And now JDG, they're on to Baron.
On to Baron. What feels like last chance for BLG as JDG get further and further ahead. It has been over the wall. It is Yagao in the pit. Can they make it work? 2K getting lower. A stun is going to be massive. The shutdown of the night could be the start of a perfect fight. Elk waiting over the wall. Then Italy stealing it. Elk untouched. It is time for the Aphelios to shine, but it is Giga Ben in the back line finding a way to make it work. JDG overstep, and they will be punished. BLG come alive here in the third game.
Just like that, Giga Ben finds his moment. JDG overstep into the Baron pit, and BLG are happy as they are to collapse and pick up both the Baron and the teamfight win.
Yeah, Shun and Ben connect for a huge play there. The spear early onto Knight got him very low, and then it was Ben over the wall to finish Knight off before he could get the Zhonya's out because he was chunked down from that spear. And Shun gets in, steals the Baron. A 1K shutdown goes onto Ben from Ruler. He gets solo gold on tier 2 there as well. Ben probably has about 2.5, 3K in pocket off that play. Buys pretty much a full Zhonya's.
And we talked about it, jungle and top, the players that are playing things that we're not always excited to see that are a bit different from what we see from so many other teams. The focus on Ben showed with the Nidalee that didn't work in game 1, but finds the steal. Ben finds the angle on the fight, and that is exactly what you need if you're BLG, if you want to push us to a game 4, a game 5. Breathing a sigh as they finally have an advantage in the game. It is still hard to find this win. You still have to keep winning. You have to push this advantage, but it's a damn good start.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be difficult, but without that, you know, if JDG secure the Baron, this series is over. So it was a must-win fight there for BLG.
At least now it gives the BLG an opportunity to actually push in these waves, get that last tower on bot side, and try and keep JDG in their base. Because as long as you can do that with the next dragon in 2 minutes' time, you can actually make sure that JDG can't really contest you, slow down the pace, and give time for Ben to get some of these items, even give time for Elk to get to a point where he can be that massive late game carry.
And with this huge injection of gold into Ben, 1K shutdown, 600 from the top tier 2, the Baron gold, everything really combined, gets him his third item and also gets him closer to a force of nature, which is going to be so effective against this other team. He's going to be a menace in team fights because this is not going to be a Ben that you're going to be able to burst down. When he completes a force of nature with Merc Treads, with the Zhonya's, he can jump in with the Counter-Strike, land that. If you use a cleanse, he can just go into the stasis and he comes out. He's going to have his cooldowns back up, and he's going to be very difficult to burst down while still really having a lot of threat on these carries.
Definitely a terrifying champion to play against in the late game. Elk locked up. They're going to force a quick cleanse out from him. Not going to burn anything else here. Elk still stepping forward, though. Has to be careful. He just gets pulled back and deleted. That is not a mistake you can afford to make. That kid is shocked. So are we.
What just happened? I literally blinked and Elk was gone. I didn't even catch it.
I mean, Ruler wasn't even there. It looked like he just got scooped in by 369, I think. You know, stepping forward for a little bit of tower damage, a little bit of poke, not respecting the possible engage coming through. Maybe thought he could just Gale Force it if there was something that was going to come and happen, but a pretty rare mistake of that kind from Elk.
I was about to say, like, getting the cleanse is huge. getting a death is even bigger. Like the fact you managed to finish him off. Now JDG can kind of slow down the pace at what BLG were able to attain. Like, yes, they got the Baron, but they don't get any more towers off of just the initial fight. And now you've got control over the area of the Dragon for JDG.
Exactly, you lose all your tempo, right? You're not able to keep them pinned in for the full time. Really didn't get much of anything. Here it is one more time. So Knight had already been tagged by that spear. Bin finds a perfect angle over the wall. In goes Yagao's ult, and then just the instant shutdown. 850 gold shutdown from that. A 1K shutdown from the kill onto Ruler. The 300 from the Baron. The 600. The 600 from the tier 2. Bin made like 2.5K gold in this 1 or 2 minute play.
I mean, massive play, and again, when Zeri's pinned in the pit like that, she doesn't have the room to outmaneuver, to dance around these fights, and finding that stun, instantly taking one out, getting the ult on so many people, he was just unkillable. Hook landing is big, though. The Lulu already connected on Elk, trying to find the angle on the ultimate, but it won't work.
And again.
Bin on the backside. Has to be watched. The counter-strike, can he fish for it? Shun continuing to step forward. Both teams poking, prodding, fishing for an angle. The hook gonna land on the Kanavi. Not an ideal target. We are poised. We are on the cusp of a massive 5v5, but both sides right now just fishing for the angle. 369 continuing to poke. Spheres being laid down by Knight. Ready for the angle. Big sphere onto missing. Ruler continuing to try to find it. The ult going to go in onto Ruler. Bin going to try to isolate that target, but Kanavi there to body block. Kanavi there to keep the Jax at bay. Ruler ready to fire back. 369 popping the Gargoyle Stone Plate. It's a slow, controlled fight from both sides. We're waiting for it to pop up. A massive hook on a Ruler. Now they're trying to find the angle. 369 to the backside. Ruler backing up. And again, they burned all their CC, and it means Ruler gets to run rampant. If you want to kill a god, you become a god, but they are not close. Ruler making it through the fight, tearing through again. All it took was a moment. All it took was a few cooldowns to fall away, and JDG take the fight.
The patience, the team fighting, it is incredible from JDG. They peel back, they keep Ruler safe, he finds his moment, and they are marching down mid lane. I think they're gonna look for the end. I think this one is potentially, wow, they're not gonna actually do it. There's 20-some seconds. I thought they were gonna at least try to push through, but with Bin up, they wanna guarantee the Dragon here, I guess. I thought they could have gone way more aggressive on that.
At least get an inhibitor or something out of it, you know, but want to go back towards the Dragon, and I mean, Chemtech Drake isn't exactly the strongest, so I'm surprised they don't just try to go for that instead, but look, either way, I mean, JDG, they come out trumps in that fight, and I want to keep an eye on towards the decision making here from 369 as well, because what you look is Knight gets Shun, but 369 immediately goes, no, I know the Ruler needs help. Ruler is the key here, so instead of jumping onto Shun, actually puts frontline in front of Ruler that allows him to play this, and then once this cleanse and the CC is used, as he said, Azale, it's all day Ruler.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi as well, right? Like, everything is perfectly timed from Ruler's teammates. It's easy to highlight Ruler, but when the Nautilus ultimate is thrown on Ruler, Bin's gonna get a follow-up. Nope, Kanavi interrupts Bin there. Then, when the cleanse is having to be used on the hook, in comes Bin for the counter-strike. Surely now is the time. Nope, missing actually knocks you up out of that jump with your ult, and now back to live.
Kanavi hooked up. Elk free firing for now, but it's just on the Sejuani. It's a slow extended fight. Kanavi about to get burned down here. They're looking to break through the tank line. They're going to find one. 369 needs to be careful now. Will they fish for the re-engage? Right now, a man advantage for the side of BLG, waiting on cooldowns. Waiting for another opportunity to push forward. Maybe going to threaten the Baron here. Big risk. Syndra waiting over the wall, but there's no jungler, there's no smite. Maybe they can get it done. The hook not quite going to connect. Missing getting lower and lower. These spears just continue to land. Shun making good on the commitment to Nidalee in the draft. That one going a bit wide. Ruler hooked up. Ruler able to make it out. A massive scatter. Ruler again just needs to continue free firing, but BLGC, they know that they need to back away. The ulti from Zeri is so key to the damage output, and now they see their opportunity to go in once again. The ult not going to be very effective. Ruler still untouched for now. 369 unkillable. Bin just desperate to get into the backline, but again, the knockbacks just keep coming. Ruler wants to keep dealing damage, and JDG are doing everything in their power to keep him safe.
4 seconds until Kanavi. BLG are trying to burn down the Baron because they know he's coming.
Over the wall. Again, the body block there to make sure that Ruler is untouched, but finally a hook's going to land. But no, again, the scatter. They just will not let Ruler drop. JDG so good at protecting the President. The President's about to rain hell onto the front line of BLG, but Elk ready now to fire back. Red and white, but they're still going to fight anyway. They don't give a damn. Ruler backed up by the team again, finding a way into the fight. JDG are just too damn good.
In a display of some of the best team fighting we have ever seen, JDG again will wipe BLG from the map in a 4v5. They support each other so incredibly well. Everyone peeling for the other. Whenever one of their teammates is in danger, someone is there to back them up time and time and time again. First it's the Mikhails, then it's the scatter, then it's a block from 369. It's just incredible to watch.
Man, I love casting the LPL. I miss this so much. This is absolutely insane. JDG popping off, Ruler looking insane, the peel for him, and now with that Baron in tow, you just get to put the foot down. You've only got the bot outer turret remaining. You can start to look towards this base, even as you look towards 2 minutes until that next dragon as well. That would be soul for JDG. They have so much control back in this game.
I mean, it's just so beautiful to watch how they are actually staggering cooldowns, how far forward they are playing on these plays. You know, it's just insane. The scatter there onto Bin, peeling for Ruler. Earlier, we had already seen, you know, Mikhails used to get him out of one hook. He's stepping forward. 369 peels one off. They kill that guy. Then Yagao is stuck out here. They're going to kill him off. Ruler now finds his moment as another scatter lands to go aggressive on Elk. As soon as he's down, easy sidestep on the hook. In he goes again, and now JDG have had enough. They are trying to close this one out.
My God. Look at the jungle mid duo there. Knight as well, so much damage just protecting, but now they need to keep Ruler alive. Once again, the knockup is there. The chain CC finally coming in. Maybe they've finally taken Ruler out. They found the angle! They found the shutdown! I thought it was impossible, but finally they will break through the 80 carry. Elk continuing to step forward. Can they keep the fight going? The hook now going in. Knight still standing for now. A double kill for Knight. Knight going golden. He's just too damn strong. He's a triple. He's 9-3. He's got the death cap. He does so much damage, but the Aphelios is there. It has been an Elk breaking through. JDG finding the angle, staying alive in game 3.
Every time we give it to JDG, they overstep and BLG pounce. Ruler gets caught, and just like that, we'll catch it here. The hook from Yagao sets it up. Shun is off to the side to get some of those spears down, and immediately he jumps in with Bin to finish off Ruler.
Yeah, just a massive hook there from Yagao, and you can see, watch Knight. He throws the scatter, Bin flashes past the scatter there. As Knight was just going crazy in this fight, so much damage at this point in the game. All abilities fully upgraded, has the death cap. He's a late game menace on the Syndra now. Had that scatter not been flashed, he might have been able to take it over. And there, Ruler knows he made a misstep on that one, got hooked, got chained up, and got burst down.
And now here we are. It's a 4K difference, but at this point in the game, I don't think it matters much. You can see Ruler got caught out, but Knight did his best to make up the difference.
God. Yeah, and it's so hard now to actually even catch Ruler. Ruler has Cleanse, there's a Mikhails on missing, and Ruler has a QSS. So there's 3 different ways to break CC that you're gonna have to track the timing on all of these. It's so tough to take him down once, let alone again, as they're gonna have to do here.
Bin on the backside again, looking for an angle. Knockback there from the scatter. Kanavi continuing to step forward. Ruler untouched for now, still has the ultimate proc, continuing to step. Looking to break open the dragon. They get the dragon, they get the soul. That's a big start to the fight. Ruler still untouched on the backside, leaping forward to make sure that the Aphelios ult doesn't get to anyone else is Kanavi. 369 on the backside, getting cut down by Bin. Bin doing so much damage, but the Gargoyle Storm Plate is there to keep him alive and healthy. They find one missing, taken out of the equation, but they get the soul.
They need to reset though. There's minions in the base and they're on towards the Nexus turrets. Kanavi on a run, but how far can he make it? You see on, just trying to make sure that there's no blasting cones for him to try and escape away. Will be spotted now. As another wave will go in. If they don't get onto that, they will take one of the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get out of there. They can't keep chasing him. The Empowered Blast Plant will keep him safe. But again, it is a nice hook from Yagao, pulling, missing in as he was about to Blast Plant out. They do get that, but the soul goes over to JDG. The main prize goes over to JDG. You look at mid, you look at bot. It is a combined 26 kills between Knight and Ruler. The shining stars, the big carries here for JDG.
It is starting to become an issue, though, with how big Bin is. You can see on the side of these fights, 369 was trying to mark him that whole time, make sure Bin couldn't get in, but he was slowly but surely winning these fights, and because JDG took it slow, tried to play for the Dragon, Bin eventually won out in that 1v1, and that's where the line broke for JDG, and suddenly they had to run. So you need, as JDG, to take these fights decisively and not let Bin just slowly whittle down at your front line.
Absolutely, but that just gets even harder with Chemtech Soul. I mean, it's not the best Soul, it's the worst, let's be honest, but the resistances and the increased damage are still going to help in these fights where you have this much lifesteal over on Ruler. You get him low, he's going to become more durable. You know, the Force of Nature is done. He has a Wit's End as well, so he's got a tremendous amount of magic resist. He is going to be very, very tanky and still does a lot of damage. So, you know, Bin is going to be a menace, but if the fight is not played perfectly by him, Ruler's going to kill everyone else before he can kill him.
So hard. A single misstep now from the side of BLG will end the series. For JDG, they can afford to lose a game, but they're so close to winning here. They're so close to clean sweeping. It was a 3-2 in round 4. It was a 3-1 in the finals, looking to make it a 3-0 on the MSI stage, continuing to improve in every time they've played, but BLG looking to change the script, looking to flip the narrative.
And you can see, you know, Kanavi didn't elect to go for the Warmogs that I was expecting. You know, he did just go for Mythic, but he went for a Knight's Vow even. So just really an additional supportive item here for Ruler, as the hook will land, but it is on 369, and you don't want that.
Knockback there. Knight going to be caught out and isolated. Sidestep coming through. 369 just getting cut
not
down.
with him.
Needs to flash out to safety. Small advantage to the side of BLG. Ruler just able to poke a bit.
That's massive though. Flash on top, flash on mid now for JDG is burned right as Baron is about to spawn. So, and you won't even have that up for the Elder Dragon fight either. So even though BLG do commit some resources, they actually get a huge amount out of JDG there.
Knight's flash could be crucial in the next fight. Ruler just going to grab a quick red buff. Not to full commit to him. Poke not going to do much. He just has so much lifesteal. On top of the Chemtech Soul. BLG getting mid-prio first, clean textbook stuff, but it's been again on the flank. Looks like he was spotted briefly. Don't have great vision of the watch. I'm not sure if they can see him, but it's a similar story as they can't see into the pit, trying to burn through this Baron as quickly as possible, but the fight is going to be all that matters. 4K getting lower, desperate to finish this one. Nidalee over the wall, and again, the steal coming through. BLG trying to make the impossible possible. Elk on the backside, untouched. Green and white now trying to get out to safety, but he's pulled back into the middle of the team, and the AD carry is down, so it is all eyes on Ben. Polymorph missing, taken out. Ben needs to get everybody else if they want to win this one, but already the fight falling apart. Will Ben be enough? He's trying to finish off Ruler. Ruler's standing, and at the end of the day, Ben is strong, but he cannot take out JDG.
JDG find the win once more. It was so damn close, but the door is shut, and JDG will take the base.
And JDG reminding us why they are the best team in the LPL. They proved it against BLG once, they'll prove it a second time here. They will prove it a third, and now they can prove the opportunity to be the better than the best seed from the LCK as they will face T1 in the next round.
What an incredible series here from JDG. BLG definitely made him work for it, but the team fighting is just so incredible to watch from JDG. And to take them down, they're so clearly not an easy answer. This team looks so ridiculously strong across the board. They coordinate so well. They combine so well to enable Ruler, who is just playing out of this world.
But it doesn't even look like they need to communicate. It's just immediately on the same page. Everyone knows what their job is. Everyone knows exactly what they need to do. And as a result, Ruler just looks absolutely incredible. And this now is a team that is so terrifying. I mean, look, we obviously have T1, Gen G that look incredible themselves, but I really want to see these teams face off against each other because that's going to be absolutely insane.
It's going to be so exciting. It also means that the lower bracket affair will be set. G2 will be going up against BLG. So the LEC will have a crack here at the LPL at MSI and see if they can do some damage against a team that has looked more vulnerable, I think, than some of the others, though they're still.
But, I mean, I think what's so incredible about a game like this is, and a series like this, is that Elk looked like a monster in every other series, and today is the only day we've really seen him outclassed across his entire journey in the tournament thus far. And the difference there is a terrifying prospect because Elk was monstering Western teams already. So, like, how big of a gap is there going to be? G2 obviously hopeful, but it's going to take still a tall task to take down BLG.
I think this is the first time we really got to see what BLG are capable of, though, because we've seen Ben hasn't exactly had the best performances all split, or sorry, all MSI, and this really felt like the time where we got to see, okay, BLG, when you are tested, what can you show? And I think now this is going to be a bit of a step up and see if the LEC team in G2 can go up against them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with Ben's level of performance, you know, on the 2 carry games, the Sion game was somewhat forgettable, but on the 2 carry games, I think he would have run over most teams at this tournament with that level of performance very, very easily.
Yeah, the Jax was terrifying, but as good as Ben was, 1+ player of the series, pretty easy call, I think, from this desk, from just about everywhere in the world. It's no surprise to say that it's Ruler. Of course, the entire team set him up for success, but he made it count every single time.
I mean, this is just a thing of beauty, right? Like, there is so much content that could be made around how JDG actually team fights because everyone is of one mind. It's like you said, Dex, it doesn't even feel like it needs to be communicated because everyone knows their role in the fight so incredibly well. Everyone knows who they're marking. Everyone knows what abilities they have to block, what abilities they have to dodge, how they have to handle these fights. And it was not even like, it was not even believable almost, that 145 fight that was lasting so long around the Baron, you know, how they're dancing back and forth was just amazing.
But it's the layering of it. It says, like, the fact that you end up, you know, it's almost like they know, okay, well, Lulu Polymorph is used first, then we use Scatter the Weak, and it's just this, like, beautiful musical symphony that as they just go through, they know exactly what note needs to be hit at the right moment.
I mean, it's a perfect call out. How many times do we see teams burn multiple abilities or multiple pieces of CC at the same time? It's all the time, even in professional play, and yet here, everyone knows their job. Nothing is wasted, and it means that you can never get on top of Ruler. You know, a fantastic thing to see from this team as a whole, and JDG, I think we'll see how they face up against the LCK, our first real opportunity to compare regional strength, but certainly looking like one of the favorites for the tournament.
Absolutely, they are, and I mean, the LPL, MSI has been their tournament, right? They have been dominating for so long. It's not since 2017, I believe, has the LCK actually won MSI. It was back to the T1 roster where Huni was still playing on T1, right? This is a long time ago. LCK trying to take that title back.
Yeah, we'll have to see how far the LPL and the LCK can go. For now, though, let's head over to Lore and Knight in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Dracos and Knight. Thank you so much for joining me after this very one-sided series against BLG. 3-0 for you guys today. I want to talk about the final moments of the game because you were racing to the base. BLG managed to fight back, and there was a lot of back and forth. How did you not manage to close out the game sooner?
欢迎 Knight 来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜今天京东3-0非常强势的一边倒的局势拿下了这场的比赛。首先第一个问题想问到的是，在第3局最后其实有一波你们已经上到高地了，但是那一波 BLG 也是力挽狂澜，他们好像没有阻止了你们一波的这样的一个这一波团战，所以你觉得在那一波团战发生了什么？哪一个部分可能会是做得更好一点？之后呢，又是要怎么样去解决这条比赛？
就第3盘可能具体什么我也忘了吧，但那时候有点放松了，所以就给了他们很多机会。
Actually, I not really remember clearly. Maybe I was a little bit relaxed though, or so just gave them some opportunity like that.
Well, got caught in the moment. That makes sense. But let's take a step back and talk about the mid lane meta. So far, we've seen 21 champions played on the mid lane at MSI 2023. But we usually see Ari, Lissandra, and Annie. What do you think of the diversity of the mid lane meta here at MSI?
到目前为止，2023年 MSI 的舞台上呢，我们已经看到了21个不同的中单英雄，其中最多的可能是阿离、丽香卓和安妮。你是怎么样看待当前版本的一个多样性的呢？
我觉得这版本可能安妮狐狸比较强吧，然后其他中单都能玩，就都可以用一下。
Actually, I do think that Annie and Ari are really strong in this meta. Maybe the other mid laner. Sorry, you mentioned Knight 是说其他的中单英雄还是？
其他中单英雄都差不多，都可以用。
No, the other mid laner champions are just the same.
Just the same, but we keep on seeing the same ones. You managed to play Syndra today. I know you love this champion a lot. Tell me about your love for Syndra.
今天也是看到 Knight 拿出了辛德拉这个英雄嘛，大家都知道你很喜欢玩这个英雄。今天拿出辛德拉这个英雄，感觉怎么样呢？
感觉挺爽的吧，和以前差不多。
It feels pretty good, but just like as Euro.
All right. A lot of flexibility, of course, from your side, Knight. Next in line, T1 and FLICKR on the mid lane. Of course, a matchup that fans will be expecting. Are you as excited as they are to face off against FLICKR? And tell me about the matchup.
下一场呢，你们将要和 T1 对决，同时呢，也有很多粉丝和观众朋友们都期待着你和 FLICKR 选手的交手。你自己也和大家一样期待这一场对决吗？
我自己也挺期待的吧，因为 FLICKR 是名传奇中单，我就想BO5击败他。
Actually, I'm really excited about it because FLICKR is a legendary mid laner. I really want to beat him in best of 5.
It's gonna be an insane matchup, of course. Last question for you. So many fans here cheering for you today, Knight. Is there anything you want to tell them?
最后一个问题，今天现场来了非常多的粉丝和观众朋友们支持你，Knight 选手有没有什么想对大家说的？
谢谢大家支持吧，我们下场会赢下 T1 的。
Thank you so much for your support. We will beat T1 in next matchup.
And thank you so much for the interview, Knight. Christina, thank you so much for your help and congrats on your very first time on the international stage. That's all for us here at MSI. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for the North American fight C9 versus Golden Guardian. Stay tuned.
This matchup is seen, that's where they're attacking.
Down big though, immediately the Thresh taken out. He cannot lantern himself. Well, he can't, just for a little shield. Ruler happy to grab that kill. Force fights around these objectives. And Kanavi again, fishing for an angle. A cleanse coming out here. The lands are not quite working out. Ruler.
In the mid lane, Shonen's trying to get here.
Knockback there. Hook now coming in. Spear connects. Knight's dead in the water. Ruler still untouched. How gonna land the hook, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Bin finally leaping in. They're trying to kill him, but they can't do it. Ruler, are you kidding me? JDG might just be the best damn team fighting team in the world. JDG reminding us why they are the best team in the LPL. They proved it against BLG once, they'll prove it a second time here. They will prove it a third.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Thank you so much, Quickshot. I'm backstage with Huhi right now to talk about his general sentiment around the tournament so far. What did you think about MSI so far, the way things played out and the really difficult draw that has been given to the West?
I mean, I think it's just difficult for all of us, but especially after playing versus JDG, kind of gave me more hope because like as much as we respect them, I think we had a fair chance to beat them as well. Like you can tell, like by like other games, G2 take out a game, Mad Lions almost won a game, C9 as well, like had some early game leads, and us too. So yeah, I mean it's just a shame that we have to all like play each other, like our regions. But yeah, hopefully whoever makes it to the next stage can make a revenge.
Yeah, at least we'll have some Western teams making it to the next round, but focusing a bit more about how things played out so far for you guys. How did you prep against JDG? What is the approach and the learnings from playing a team like this?
I mean, I think prepping versus JDG, like especially like one of the strongest team in the world, is definitely hard because it just feel like even in draft phase, if you give them this champion and we trade another champion, it just doesn't look fair when we look at their names. But I think at the end of the day, you just have to be confident of yourself and about like trading the matchup that you want to be and just playing your own playstyle.
Yeah, and it's the kind of stuff that can help you in the next round facing C9. Again, an opponent that you know really well. How do you think it's going to go this time around with the experience you gained from playing JDG before?
I think this time I feel like we have the edge on it just because from this play-ins and this group stage, I think we learned a lot as a team and improved a lot as a player. So versus C9, compared to before, I am way more confident, and I'm pretty confident that we're going to beat them.
Any last words on what you thought of C9 so far, maybe?
C9 looks pretty much the same. I think I don't think Sven is that good, and Berserker I think is really good. So I think in bot lane, I think Trevor has stepped up a lot. Like Stixxay has been playing pretty well, and I feel like we're just gonna win bot lane versus them.
Well, wishing you the best of luck in the next round. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And Trevor, back to you.
Thank you so much, Law. Hello, London. And then you went in for the Verizon Game Day interview. Welcome back to our second best of 5 of the day in an LCS Finals rematch between Cloud9 and the Golden Guardians. I will be your host on the analyst desk for the second half of today. I am Quickshot, joined by Augs and Jack.
You had to bring me over for the NA game.
Had to bring you over for the NA game.
You didn't want me for anything else, just this. I'm leaving after this.
Watching that pre-show and the hours of content that you did and talking about the players, I wanted to give you one more shot. C9 GG finals recap. I mean, I have to come to you first, Jack. These players, these teams, not only have they faced each other recently, a number of the individuals, they also have a lot of history here at MSI stage. It's something that we've been part of the journey for as well.
Yeah, and I do hope that they can both find almost a comfort level in playing against each other so they can take that confidence through the next round no matter who wins, because they did just match up in the regional finals, just like the last 3 matchups we've seen. But I would say in this series in particular, Cloud9 came in as big favorites. Golden Guardians really surprised Cloud9 with how aggressive they could be in the early game. Jumped out to a big lead game, 1 loss, jumped out to a big lead game, 2-1, and then I think Cloud9 adapted with a lot stronger early game champions and plans to close out the series in the result that people expected, just not in the manner in which they expected.
I feel like Golden Guardians have continued to surprise, though. I feel like a lot of people coming off this finals thought Cloud9 clearly the stronger team, but going into this series today, it feels like it's hard to judge. Golden Guardians have had a really strong performance in the tournament so far, some big step-ups from the players, and we've also seen them even take a game off BLG, which obviously Cloud9 weren't able to do.
And of course, it's the fact that I picked up that game against BLG that gives me hope for G2 when they face him tomorrow. Now, next couple days later. What I do want to say, though, is one of the rare opportunities I have as being one of the oldest people on the desk is I'm flanked by another one of the Golden Oldies, somebody who predates even me on these shows. So, Jat, let's take a dive into memory lane, go down history, talk about who he talked about Stixxay, because I think a lot of fans forget that it was CLG, it was their run to finals that actually made one of the first big, like, real dents in an international tournament. They don't get talked about as often, and I think they deserve some alignment.
Yeah, 7 years ago, they know what international success feels like. They went 7-3 in the group stage. They won the semifinal. They made it all the way to the MSI final. They've now been reunited on Golden Guardians to make it here. So they're very used to being doubted, and they don't get uncomfortable when they're surpassing those doubts. They were actually, in North America, power ranked by many people as the 8th best team before the split started. They made it all the way to the finals, and now I think because they're so used to playing with that underdog mantra, they don't let it affect them, and I think that actually has unlocked them to play more freely so far at MSI.
I want to move us along, and Augs, can you talk to me a little bit about Blabber as well? Because I want to turn the attention to one of the other junglers who's very hungry for international success. I think Blabber in particular is going to be looking for redemption. I think a lot of people are going to remember a dramatic start to his international match.
Something about crabs?
Something scuttle or whatever. But I mean, Augs, what do you make of Blabber, and what do you think of his performance from what you've seen so far?
I think that sticks in a lot of people's memories, and I know domestically Blabber has been absolutely fantastic, but hasn't been able to replicate that same success internationally. I think so far in this tournament, though, in that series against BLG, he was a big driving force as to why those 3 games felt winnable. They obviously weren't able to translate to the end, but if there's a tournament where he's going to be able to show up and finally get that international recognition, it could be here.
Yeah, and I would say he did play pretty well, even though they weren't able to win a game. Something was weird to me about the way C9 was playing here. They were playing fast when they needed to play slow, and they were playing hesitant when they needed to play fast.
Yeah.
It felt to me like they were nervous, and I think part of it is because they were actually the underdogs. In North America, they truly believe they are the best team.
Yeah.
So against Golden Guardians, I don't expect them to necessarily play.
Jet, I've got a bold statement, and you'll know this from working for a long time, so please bounce this off and validate for me.
Okay.
Is Blabber the greatest North American jungler that has played?
You're going to find some people that disagree with this, but I would say yes. He doesn't have as many titles as a player like Xmithy, but he's a 2-time MVP. He's now a back-to-back champion. He knows everything about the LCS. He's actually had quite a long run when you think about it, but the big thing lacking in his resume is the international success. He hasn't made a deep run like several other players of the past, former C9 players even, when they've made it to a world semifinal at one point.
And I think in particular, when you look at the players like Blabber, like Huhi, like Stixay, some of these players that have history that a lot of fans and viewers are going to know, this is going to be the moment to maybe make a stance or make a stand and see whether or not you can advance a face-off against the LCK representatives. Now, Augs, I want to come to you and give me some predictions. I want to let you know that for our Moscow fan predictions, this is the closest fan prediction of the entire tournament. With 49.5% of the votes going to Golden Guardians, 50.5% going to Cloud9. To the 100 people that went, ooh, thank you, London. That was what I wanted. I'll also let you know, JDG BLG was the most lopsided. It was like 93-7.
Yeah.
Augs, what is your prediction? Who will win and why, or how will they do it?
Yeah, so I understand why this is so close, but I give the edge to Cloud9 because it looked like in their series...
By 1% or more?
By 1% or more?
Yeah.
Probably a bit more than that.
Okay.
I'd probably say it's more like 60-40. I feel like Cloud9 had some good starts in the games against BLG, but it felt like they recognized the threat of being in the top lane. They started to get nervous about the game falling out of control, and they made some really aggressive plays that were unnecessary. They were unforced errors that lost them control of those games, and I feel like against an opponent who they're more used to, who they've already beaten before in Golden Guardians.
Can I get a quick prediction from Jat? I hear the players are just about ready for draft.
Yeah, I do think that if Golden Guardians can continue to play aggressively in the early game and Cloud9 continues to play jittery, it would be a Golden Guardians win. But I feel like Cloud9 will find a level of comfort knowing they have beaten them before in the finals. They're not going to get run over in the early game, and I think they'll win 3-1.
So there we go, 2 Cloud9s. I think Golden Guardians are going to do it. I believe in Huhi and Stixay. I think in particular Huhi's the player I'm going to watch. We can head over to our new TriCast, Golden Guardians taking on Cloud9.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, the rematch of the LCS Spring Finals in 2023. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Vedius, our honorary third NA caster of the day, here for this showdown.
Thank you, my friend. It is an absolute pleasure to be here for the LCS Finals. It's a dream come true to be alongside Captain Flowers and Kobe for an LCS Finals. You joined us for the EU Finals. That was an event. That was something.
It was an event.
Can you promise me an event today?
I'm hoping we see something as cool as the Cassiopeia blind tops from Broken Blade here. And honestly, top is a big story in this rematch. You know, for finals for LCS, it was a landslide for Cloud9. Everybody thought Cloud9 was going to dominate them. They did actually end up taking it, but so many moments of growth for Golden Guardians have come up, especially at MSI. You know, FLICKR especially. This guy in the top lane, solo killing both 369 and Bin. He's been playing with full confidence. So let's see how it changes the matchup.
All right, so starting off, we've got the LeBlanc, the Nidalee, the Sion banned out by Golden Guardians. That Sion for Fudge, LeBlanc for M&S, very important there. Kennen, Annie, and Vi all banned away by C9. That Vi ban, very important against Golden Guardians in the finals. Maokai, the first lock here for the Guardians.
No Rengar. Surprised, Kobe?
Oh, no.
Actually, okay, I won't get into it. I don't want to spoil some things, but yeah, we have more Rengar players
Nice,
in the LCS, and some of them are better than what we saw. So there are more chances of Rengar play. The Maokai though has been focused so heavily as a jungler. You know, even though they nerfed the AP style Maokai, tank Maokai pretty much unnerfed, and so everybody wants that security for these team fights because the whole game now is about playing around, setting up these AD carries. Aphelios and Jinx. Guess what? We get another Aphelios and Jinx if one is not banned.
I mean, it's no surprise these days. Those two champs are the main characters of bot lane. We'll see if these guys can pilot it as effectively as we saw Ruler doing in the previous series, it's certainly a high bar to try to measure up to. K'Sante locked in on the side of C9. They love flexing this pick back and forth between the solo lanes, gives a lot of flexibility to that draft, and we'll see what Golden Guardians wants to close out this top half with. Jinx generally likes to have one of those supportive Enchanter-style champions next to her in the bottom lane. Is that what they want to go for here? Huhi has also been absolutely fantastic on the engagers, the playmakers. Instead, they'll lock in the Jace here for Golden Guardians.
So the flexibility means that Golden Guardians have a lot of safety here by being able to put the Jace both mid and top. Cloud9, though, have this window where they can respond with the support for themselves. They could have chosen to go for the Thresh. Looks like right now they're thinking about the Lulu, but either way, because they can then remove some of the counter options that can come through from the side of Golden Guardians. I think this makes a lot of sense, especially when you don't know quite yet where this Jace is going to go.
Yeah, and the Lulu has been the most highly prized for setting up those carries for scaling for later. I do want to point out that Golden Guardians in the finals of LCS, they banned Jace every single game versus Cloud9. So they have a very high priority on denying this from Cloud9. So the Jace pickup, not only is it possible flex, but it is also a big denial in their eyes, especially from Cloud9.
Yeah, I think one of the big evolutions we've seen at this MSI is the value of K'Sante. I know especially in the West, his priority dropped dramatically after he did receive a number of nerfs, but the LCK teams have demonstrated to the world how powerful this pick is in both mid and top, as Cloud9 looking to remove some of those extra supports.
Yeah, we've got the Blitzcrank taken off the table, the extra playmaking, the extra just scariness of that champion that very few others can replicate in the same way. Syndra banned out by Golden Guardians. You're looking at M&S in the mid lane there with that ban. Remember that for a while, he was doing really well on Assassin champions specifically. Syndra was the first control mage he would pull out after that Assassin streak and show that he's not just an Assassin player, he can play the control mages as well. Thresh banned out by Cloud9, just going with both of those hook-based champions off the table versus Huhi.
Now, Blabber has a lot of freedom here. Typically, you'd see that jungle pool continue to be decreased, right? Invest more bans, limit the options of the enemy jungler, because it feels like that when Vi and Maokai, along with Nidalee, are taken off the table, you then start looking at the Kha'Zix potentially. But we know Blabber is a very versatile jungler that has a lot of options. I wonder if he's going to go meta here with something like the Sejuani, or if he's feeling a little creative today.
And I think there's a very, very high likelihood for Cloud9 to put the K'Sante mid. So they're not too worried about M&S champion pool here for Golden Guardians. They don't drop any extra bans into it. And there we go. We do get the extra melee, the extra front line here with the Sejuani.
Already having K'Sante to rely on in a solo lane for stacking up that passive for the stun. Easy stuff. We'll see what they want to finish this draft out with, but Golden Guardians have to pick first still. The Fiora could get thrown down. We know that this is a good answer into K'Sante generally, so they're not afraid to lock it in, knowing that they can just try to move it against that.
Yeah, I love it. This has been the biggest change for Golden Guardians from the regular season. This confidence into FLICKR, and they throw him down with the Fiora here. Nautilus being picked up. You can't get all of the hook champions off the board with only 2 bans, and they do pick that one up for Huhi. Huhi has been instrumental in Golden Guardians engages in all of their games.
Sylas, I mean, it does make sense for M&S, but I guess into the Maokai, it also makes even more sense. You then have even more engaged tools. Whatever you throw into the Fiora is not really going to be a fun matchup, but the evolution of FLICKR as a player, obviously Golden Guardians have always had that faith in him. Here at MSI, he has really stepped up as a player, really been the shining star of Golden Guardians. To get to see him rematch against Fudge, kind of the top dog of North America. Yeah. We'll see how much this growth has been able to impact his domestic competition.
So gentlemen, we see all 10 champions now. Who are you going to give the edge in this one to, just going out of the draft before we hit the rift?
I actually really like the late Sylas pick. He's not picking for a lane at all here. He's picking to steal away the Nautilus and the Maokai ultimates. Big engage counter here. So it is going to be a big, beefy front line. 3 members melee there for Cloud9, diving in to create space for Berserker. And we've seen what Korea and Aphelios can do so far at this tournament.
Yes, we have.
Berserker counts too.
I think the Golden Guardians comp is just harder to execute, right? By running Jace, Fiora, you have 2 side laners that you have to ideally get resources into, make sure that they have a healthy laning phase, and then you can actually play the map around them. You don't have the same front-to-back strength that someone like the C9 composition does have. So as we get later into the game, I think the C9's comp is going to be easier to execute, so the burden of responsibility falls on Golden Guardians to show us that early game dominance.
But FLICKR has been solo killing all the top laners that he's faced so far. FLICKR, and he's on the Fiora. I love the faith that, you know, Golden Guardians have put in this player, and we'll see if he can do it again.
And specifically, Licorice against Cloud9. Remember that Licorice's heights of his career before this recent just streak of greatness with Golden Guardians were on Cloud9. For a while after that, it just felt like he wasn't able to find that same luster for a long time. He's been chasing those shadows ever since, trying to regain that same level. And now here he is. He got a shot at taking the title from Cloud9, fell short with Golden Guardians there. Now they get another chance right here, right now, to potentially knock his old team out of MSI and prove that he is better here and now. What a story that would be for him and for Golden Guardians to be able to do that.
And on the other side is Cloud9 looking to maintain that international representation for North America, the organization that always finds a way to make it through. And the winner of this best of 5 will go up against Gen G.
Let's rock and roll. We're on to the Rift for game number 1 in the North American showdown between number 1 Cloud9 and number 2 Golden Guardians. Loser goes home. Winner goes on to play Gen G.
Definitely a big task in front of them, but got to focus game by game. I think one of the biggest things that hurt Cloud9 in their first series here at MSI was a lot of lack of coordination, getting a bit over anxious in a lot of the skirmishes as well as the team fights. Meanwhile, Golden Guardians have seemed pretty smooth even when they are losing. They're always looking for those objective setups and ways back into the game.
So speaking of setups, one thing I do want to point out, River is going for the Red Smite first strike build here on the Maokai. Setting up those saplings is going to mean a lot of hurt for whoever face checks into the brushes if Golden Guardians have control and make it to objectives first.
Yeah, the AP build for Maokai definitely was nerfed, but he is solo AP on this team. With so much other AD sources here for Golden Guardians, River knows he's going to have an opportunity here to definitely do a lot of softening up of enemy champions with saplings in the brush with that extra damage.
So far in this early game, looks like nothing too crazy is going to happen. There was an early ward invested into that Tribush from C9. If Golden Guardians had information on that, they could look to try and punish it in the early game, as River looks to be doing a full clear bot side, could look for an early gank, which perhaps C9 have anticipated already. A bit of trading, though, in the 2v2.
Yep, Huhi just immediately engaging on Sven there. Worth pointing out here in this bottom lane as well, difference in summoner spells on the AD carries. Berserker with the Ghost, Stixxay with the Cleanse. Very important considering there is some powerful CC on the side of Golden Guardians that would be able to lock Berserker down. He will not have that extra escape mechanism, but once more, it's Sven getting hit with the Dredge line as Cloud9 loses out on some health in these early trades.
That fight for level 2. Mid lane has already secured it, but in the bot lane as well, it will be Golden Guardians that secure it. Hook connects.
Oh, forcing the flash out of the Lulu. Huhi is dialing these in time and time again, playing the emote game at the same time, having a little fun with it.
Yeah, Golden Guardians bottom lane, once again, getting some early advantages out of the C9 bottom lane here. Sven is the target. Blabber over the back of this Baron wall, though, slipping around to try and contain Licorice.
Be spotted on vision, that hero. Blabber being pinged out gives information to River and the bot lane. This means that Stixxay and Huhi can continue their aggression. The mid lane push that Gory has means that he can collapse first, but Blabber senses that something is amiss and will choose to disengage.
And that sense comes from watching mid lane there. Gory starts hovering up towards top side with his lane push. As a jungler, you see that, him coming towards you, you got to get out of there. Maokai could be in the brush, so good adaptation there from Blabber. Not to follow through, not to get surprised by the Maokai in the brush.
Blabber learning from the mistakes of times long gone, not getting baited into problems in the river, but down here in bottom side, it's Huhi going in. They look for some damage, they find a little on Berserker, but it's not enough. Huhi below 200 HP now. Berserker and Sven looking to keep this chase alive, but the summoner spells have already all been spent. Stixxay still with his flash. The only thing left that he gets away from now. But M&S is coming around from above. He goes in. He looks for them both. First blood over onto Stixxay and Huhi both. A double kill, and it's M&S getting paid.
Oh, M&S drops mid minions in mid lane, but it does not matter. He gets the double kill on bot. River knows bottom side has already been overloaded, so he's looking at Fudge.
Fudge trying to get away here. River goes forward with Twisted Advance. Nice job by Fudge, just pushing him back into the turret. Golden Guardians will not get anything in return except for the flash of the Cassante, and it's Cloud9 feeling good with a 1,000 gold lead.
I was so impressed with how Golden Guardians were playing these first few levels. They were getting so many advantages in the bot lane 2v2, and then they overstep, something that we have seen from them this tournament. They overcommit to that play, and the execution falls short, and that was all Cloud9 needed to punish and find themselves 2 kills.
Yeah, one thing they misstepped on there, slightly misplaced the Flame Chompers. Stixxay had the Flame Chompers behind where he had rooted Berserker, so Berserker did not get stopped with those, and he had Purple Gun. So the Purple Gun slow autos there, keeping them a little bit in range, allowing Sven for the chase down on Lulu, Glitter Lances to really soften them. And yeah, we'll get another look here. So he gets him, he roots him in, but the Flame Chompers are behind Berserker, so he gets to walk forward with Purple Gun, gets the roots, get a bunch of extra damage as well. And then Sven going to force the flash out of Stixxay. So once M&S gets here, it's served up on a platter. Oh my goodness, he's salivating in that brush, seeing these low health members walk away from their tower, flashes to make sure he can get both kills. Nautilus first, even with the hook, and then boom, hit him with the Q.
Nicely placed from M&S, 700 gold into his pocket, and the bot lane faltering in the early game for Golden Guardians means that M&S puts himself in a great position, which M&S did have a challenging best of 5 to start off the bracket stage to set him up for success in the early game, especially on a champion that can be bullied by the Jace. Definitely a great start for C9.
Yeah, and especially with the ring start there. 4 stacks on the Dark Seal is absolutely massive for a Sylas, as Blabber is just chasing River down.
Yeah, River forced to flash away there in the 1v1 of the River. Blabber went in knowing he had the advantage, and the fact that M&S was in battle there in the mid lane meant that there was no help coming in for River from his own mid laner in Gory. Nicely done there, getting a free flash from the enemy jungle.
Yeah, having M&S have such a massive lead in mid lane here with the extra 2 kills is really going to change the face of the game here and how Golden Guardians can actually play around it. This Maokai is very squishy. He went over, he's going with the red smite plus the first strike build here. So definitely going to have to worry quite a lot about those rotations. Cloud9 will use that mid lane and bottom lane pressure to have an uncontested first pickup of the Hex Drake.
What I'll say is this mid lane matchup, while Gory is getting a lot of great trades onto M&S, M&S is just finding better windows to move. Even in that little skirmish in the river, the main reason why River had to flash was because M&S forced his way into that river so that he could actually fight the 2 versus 2, and seeing that Gory couldn't assist meant that there was no way that they could turn that around, especially with the health disadvantage the River found himself. So huge props to M&S really getting involved in the map, and now that C9 kind of have firm control over this bot lane 2 versus 2, Golden Guardians, in terms of getting early leads, need to start funneling resources into the top side of the map.
And honestly, I would say for Cloud9, keep focusing on bottom side.
Oh, yeah.
Have Blabber clear from top down towards bottom side of the map and keep that pressure up.
That pressure has led to a 900 gold lead, not much more than what it was earlier already, so things haven't gone any worse than they were earlier for the Golden Guardians, and that's kind of where they need to be. Make sure you don't bleed out from some of these early mistakes. Get yourselves to the point where you can do some of that team fighting that we've seen them excel at, that we've seen them shine with, that got them to the point where they're here competing at MSI in the first place. You mentioned it earlier, Vedius. The draft is going to demand a lot of team cohesion later on in this game from Golden Guardians, and they got to be in a spot where they're able to play that.
All right, Blabber's got his level 6. So Sejuani turns Sylas into a very, very, very effective skirmisher here with Sejuani ult plus the quick way that you can stack up the passive stun as well, and a stolen Nautilus ultimate as well. There's massive amounts of crowd control there in that duo, but they're actually going to rotate it towards bottom like we talked about for Cloud9, whereas Golden Guardians will just pick up the Rift Herald in exchange for a pretty big sacrifice here. Let's see if Stixxay has the confidence to even get in there. He's trying to at least hover for experience range.
Right, but it's so difficult to approach much further, especially with Blabber coming down here over the wall, just farming up the Krugs. River on the other end of the map will finally secure that Rift Herald, heads back to base with it. Golden Guardian's gonna walk up, see the enemy jungler there, stealing away those Krugs. They go in after him, but Blabber should just be able to disengage over the wall if he wants to. He's wasting a little bit more of their time. Decides to use the Arctic Assault, retreats back over the way he came. Sven and Berserker not close enough to
M&S
turn that
coming.
into a 3v2 immediately, but M&S is pathing down towards this tier 1 turret yet again. Berserker and Sven lasting a little bit longer, just not enough damage to get that third plate.
Still raw, Cloud9 punishing the big mistake that we saw from Golden Guardians in the early laning phase. The fact that level 1, 2, 3, he was consistently landing hooks, it gave them priority and ability to actually gain control in this bot lane 2 versus 2. The second that they lost those summoner spells, this bot lane became a very easy way for C9 to gain advantages in early game. This is what we've been seeing every single moment of M&S's time. Clear a wave, move into bot river. Clear a wave, move into bot river. Clear a wave. And it doesn't even matter whether he's actually looking for a roam or not. It's just by moving into the fog of war, he creates this threat that Golden Guardians always has to respect.
And from the Golden Guardian side, I actually think they got away with a steal getting that Rift Herald for themselves. Because Cloud9 even has much threat.
Oh, M&S! He's just immediately shut down. What in the hell was he doing? Gory just walks in, takes him out of the 1v1. It will be brought back there by Blabber, but a breakdown in communication on Cloud9 lines makes it a 1-for-1, but we ain't done yet. Fudge now could be in some trouble as he goes in and drops the ulti down onto Sven. Here comes the Maokai ult from behind. It's gonna be blocked up by Blabber, and he's the one soaking the damage now. Sejuani's tanky, but it's him for dinner, and Stixay's eating good. Golden Guardians end up coming out on top in the play.
This is huge for Golden Guardians. That was a shutdown already with the early 2 kills onto M&S. He drops a bunch of the stacks off of his Dark Seal, and they get the extra kill after their rotation from bottom lane coming up here. Even though Cloud9 had a massive early game, Golden Guardians fighting right back.
It feels like coordination, exactly as you guys were saying, was just off there for Cloud9. The idea, I guess, was M&S, oh, Blabber's here, we can just fight this 2 versus 2, but Blabber either was too far away, we'll get to look when we get the replay up, but they were not in sync. It just made it very easy for Gory to get that isolated 1v1. With the early damage, it was more than enough. And let's have a look here. So the back is coming through, a bit of a skirmish. So I think initially Blabber was like, oh, you actually want to fight this? And it just felt like that the communication there was clearly off between the mid-jungle.
I mean, also M&S had flash, so doesn't try and like flash away from the Jace. In the end, they do get the 1-for-1, but Golden Guardians get an extra kill here with the rotation of bottom lane up. You have a Nautilus ult into a Maokai ult. So River comes to sacrifice, or Blabber comes to sacrifice himself for his support here, but it's still going to be a kill nonetheless over to Stixay, and that's right onto the Jinx.
Whenever you have to run away in a single direction from that Maokai ult, remember those buffs to the ult that made it so much faster, that brought him back into the meta, makes it so difficult for everybody to get away. They thought Blabber would have the best chance of sticking around and surviving it, but even he is not tanky enough just yet. It is still a Cloud9 gold advantage. They also still have the 1 Drake compared to none of Golden Guardians so far. That second Drake of the game is available now. Blabber goes in, Gory with a nice sidestep to get away from that Glacial Prison, but he won't get away from the kill, and it's Blabber getting the money.
And there you see the difference of M&S did save his flash and went down in the early skirmish, whereas Gory did use it to try and get away from Blabber in the counter. And so in the end, it does come full circle, and they get him back and get the extra one.
Yeah, coordination definitely much more on point there with the C9 mid jungle. They still hold onto the gold lead for now, but you can feel like that the game is, its momentum has suddenly shifted. C9 had a very clear control over the early game with how they were playing through their bot side of the map, funneling plates onto Berserker, and by sacrificing the Herald, they were still getting gold where they needed it to. But after that skirmish, the fact that Stixay secured himself a kill, the fact that he's getting another plate in top side, Golden Guardians are picking up a lot of gold onto their carry, and Stixay even has more gold than Berserker now, even after all of the early shenanigans.
Second Drake of the game over to Cloud9, and we will get ourselves a Mountain Rift, Mountain Soul possibility they can keep stacking towards. Cloud9 will be happy to see that one come up. Still with that 1,000 gold lead, just about 1 minute left until the plates fall, so not a lot of time to pick up any extra economic advantages from those. Gory's gonna try to shove this wave up. M&S, slight health advantage, but not a lot of mana to work with.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 are still very confident here. They continue to have a very quick dragon stack. They still have their gold lead for themselves, and critically, they have a pretty strong 5-on-5 setup. If they just get Berserker with the rest of the team behind the 3 frontliners there, they should have a nice advantage. FLICKR on the Fiora did just get to Divine Sunderer though, so now you at least get to start having some fun as the Fiora and start really scaling.
Mythic items up and running on both those top laners. 80 carries and mids as well with them complete. Obviously, support's not quite at that point. Demonic Embrace finished for Rivers Maokai, so the extra poke, the extra control over the brushes that he's able to establish those in could mean a lot as we continue going forward in the game. 14 minutes just now, hitting that clock means we're firmly out of the early game, ready to go. I'm expecting larger fights now, expecting to see more rotations coming around. FLICKR and Fudge in the bottom half of the map, while everyone else playing topside. Gory trying to keep this tier 1 turret alive in mid lane.
Yeah, interesting lane allocations too from Golden Guardians, where they keep Stixay on the Jinx up on top side, took up those minions, and had Gory still standing in mid with the jungle support roam coming through to get their vision.
Right now, Berserker holding on to this mid push means that they will have a way into the river, but Golden Guardians have forced their way in, cleared out this vision, started to herald off.
Blabber face checking the pixel brush. Sejuani's not going to take a lot of damage just thanks to the passive. Very easy to ignore a lot of that upfront burst. But Cloud9 still have not made their way into the river. Golden Guardians with control over the pit, control over the Herald, taking that one out. 1v1 here in the bottom lane. Fudge goes in. Licorice in a lot of trouble. He issues the grand challenge. But how does it go from here? Fudge still moving forward, thinking about fighting this longer. Licorice with another lunge away, disengages the fight, doesn't want anything more to do with the all-out Cassante.
So Golden Guardians walk away with the Herald as Fudge found a pretty good opportunity in bot lane, but after committing the flash, Licorice said, you know what, the health disparity is too big, I don't want to take that gamble, I'm just going to disengage for now. A lot of farm will be lost, but in the grand scheme of things, Licorice continues to scale up in the sideline.
Yeah, and Golden Guardians get their turret on the top side for Stixay. He dropped a few minions because M&S pushed it into the tower while they went for the Rift Herald, but they exchanged that top tower for their mid tower here. And that's the difference in AD carry lane allocation. Blabber hovering behind Berserker to ensure that he can collect.
Cloud9 getting one back in mid, making that turret count even once more at 1-1. Gold is only 100 apart, just 16 minutes into the game. Both teams have had a couple of mistakes. Both teams have had a couple of good plays here as well. So Cloud9 and Golden Guardians seemingly very evenly matched here in this first game. What do you guys want to see happen next, particularly from the viewpoint of the Golden Guardians, since they have the more complex composition for win conditions as the game goes forward?
Yeah, so this is the tricky part now for Golden Guardians because they have to navigate the upcoming Dragon in a minute and a half, right? With C9 getting that early investment, they're more than happy to have Golden Guardians come and fight them. The question is, how do you then incorporate this Fiora into these fights? Do you look for a flank, maybe threaten the backline? Do you instead try and keep Fudge isolated so that you have a 4v4 and Fudge can't really get into the fights? Like, leveraging this Fiora pick is going to be the hardest part of Golden Guardians navigating these mid-game fights.
Yeah, I think they could just keep him splitting over there. Maokai ult though.
M&S goes in after Gory, but Rivers coming down to defend him as well. Gory can disengage back underneath the tier 1 turret. Both mid laners going to walk away sub half HP. Cloud9 sending multiple men to reinforce this situation while it's still just Gory and River defending now in a 2v4. Blabber comes over the wall. Glacial Prison again, sidestepped by Gory, doing a good job recognizing these ultis. Does still have to flash away to avoid the follow-up from the Moonlight Vigil as well as Blabber's W. And that means the Golden Guardians get their guys out, but they are going to lose the tier 1 in the bottom lane. Stixay and Huhi, not enough damage to get one back in mid.
I think Golden Guardians commit to your split push, keep that Fiora up in the side lane. There's no teleport, but they're going to get attacked in mid.
Stixay getting caught out by the stolen Nautilus ultimate as he has to flash away, and Blabber stays on top of him, and Berserker cashes in. He's going to be caught out in the middle of 3, and he makes it a double back over to Berserker. Cloud9 get exactly what they came for.
The collapse from Cloud9 is clean. M&S and Blabber working together once again to find the shutdown onto Stixay and gain control over mid. Looks like they're not going to convert this into the Dragon. They want to get that reset off, but knowing them, they'll come back out onto the map, catch that side wave, and immediately start that objective.
Yep, they've got time to reset. C9, they push out bottom side, they push Gory all the way to the second tower, get his flash, then M&S starts it out as the rest of the C9 team roam up through the river. Beautiful start here from M&S onto Stixay. By the time Blabber gets there, he has nothing left. And so Berserker's right in on top of him. They wipe Golden Guardians out of that mid lane.
It's just an overstep from the bot lane of Golden Guardians. In mid, they try to go for a skirmish. Licorice is dead.
There, yeah, Cloud9 are roaming around the map, killing every Golden Guardian member they see while they get the objectives. It's Golden Guardians not really respecting the early pushes Cloud9 are get. First of all, Cloud9, get priority on bottom side, rotate mid. Yeah. Then rotate up to the top side too, collect the split pusher as well. Now not only are they on soul point, but they're gonna get another pick.
Gory being caught out by Blabber and Berserker. Berserker with the crescendum having plenty of damage here with Blabber leading the way. He's 3-0-1 on this Aphelios now, and C9 is loving this game state. They're on sole point 19 minutes in.
And this is very reminiscent of the finals where we saw Golden Guardians, after they lose a fight, they then start to misalign where they should be on the map, and Cloud9 are just so quick to catch you out of position, pick after pick after pick. They're snowballing this game out of control.
And Golden Guardians, as a team, they win fast or they lose fast. This is not a team that digs in and holds on if they fall behind. They play really fast, they play really risky, and so when they start to slide, they slide hard.
Yeah, this is so much more what it looks like regionally. I know on the international stage, so many people started to get hope for Golden Guardians with how well they've been playing, how much heart they've been playing with. But regionally, Cloud9 really had a headlock on the entire region there, and they're showing it again here. This is why people were also surprised at some of the errors Cloud9 were making in their first series of MSI. But they certainly look like they feel so much more comfortable in this matchup here versus Golden Guardians, who they know.
And right now, they know they are in control of this game. Baron has spawned, and just 8 seconds thereafter, Cloud9 starting it up. They dare Golden Guardians to come answer them. This is the power of that comp, the ability to make your opponents come to you because you're the better team fighters, because you're ahead. Baron's at half HP. M&S has stolen away the Maokai ultimate. River using the original Nature's Grasp, fires that one off, doesn't get a whole lot of value. M&S using the stolen one, and that one's gonna take down the enemy jungler. River's in the middle of 4, his body hits the floor. Double kill back over to Berserker as Cloud9 ain't done yet. M&S stays on the front line, and now the rest of the team falls back to finish what they started. They never even dropped the Baron aggro. It's already down to 2,000. River's dead in the dirt, and Cloud9 has the Baron.
Now that is a clean Baron. They avoid the Golden Guardians engage with the Maokai ult, steal it, use it against them to annihilate the possibility of a steal. River goes down first. Cloud9 completely push them off. And they are just dominating game number 1. Here's another look at it.
Flowers, you highlighted M&S in the fight, and look at how impactful this Maokai ultimate is. From this angle, completely splits up Golden Guardians. River is left isolated. The Fiora really can't get involved in the fight. The Jinx locked off on the side as M&S throws out the stopwatch to buy time. The durability provided with the Lulu as well. C9 fighting on 2 fronts while also aggroing the Barrow. The Baron very cleanly executed from C9.
And guess what? Berserker's got 5 kills now. This Aphelios is super fed. He's getting towers with the Baron buff as well. Now it's just a landslide of the last couple minutes.
We'll see how far they can build this lead with the Baron now. They've still got it for 2 more minutes. Golden Guardians recognizing they are in full panic mode now, and it's Licorice who's got to panic first. He's dead before I can even finish the sentence, and it's Fudge issuing the death warrant as Gory has to retreat back, but there's going to be no such salvation for River as Berserker is dominating. Stick save falls next. Who he goes with them, and the Golden Guardians burn to dust. Cloud9 is looking to make game 1 end swiftly.
It's an absolute stomp in the top lane. Zero hesitation from Cloud9. They demonstrate their domestic dominance once more and look to end this game sub 25 minutes.
5 men marching onto the Nexus turrets and only a Jace to stop them. Huhi and Licorice are going to be back in about 5 seconds, but C9 is not stopping yet. They've still got the wave. They still got plenty of resources. Gory tries to fire off a shock blast, but he doesn't get enough value. Golden Guardians coming back to life, but the Nexus is the only health bar that matters, and it just went pop. C9 takes game 1.
It's back to business for Cloud9.
An absolute stomp from Cloud9. We saw some promising moments from Golden Guardians, but we also talked about how with this composition it's just a lot harder to execute, and with the deficit that they found themselves in, especially around that Baron, that was just a perfect example of how easily C9 could force these fights and just tear apart Golden Guardians.
And I think you said it really well at the start of the game, Vedius. M&S was finding better moments to move. He was finding better roams. He affected bot lane very, very early, started that Cloud9 war machine chugging along, and Golden Guardians, try as they might, even though there were a couple of blips there that looked like it might have been a chance, C9 was able to work together better and keep it snowballing forward.
Yeah, now we got to look at Golden Guardians for bouncing back here. They cannot let this slide back into old habits of LCS playstyle here. They've shown so many more things here on the international stage, and they're getting right back into review, right back to work for them as well.
I mean, a lot of my criticism goes towards FLICKR. The execution on the bot lane 2 versus 2, the overstep in the mid lane where they ended up getting caught out and losing a lot of control. He needs to be a lot more considerate of his positioning because C9, like Blabber and M&S were just locked in this game one. The moment they saw that misposition, they forced the fight. And you can see how M&S is feeling a lot more confident coming into today's best of 5.
And C9, they finished so quickly after getting that Baron as well. The Baron was started not 10 seconds after it spawned. The game was ended with Baron still there. Quick and easy for C9 in game number 1. And to explain how it all went down, let's toss it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Flowers, and welcome to the analyst desk. I cannot wait to get to the last segment of this one. Before we do, though, North America's #1 seed gets the job done in commanding fashion in game number 1. To start off this post-match, Jat and Orgs, they said, let's do something a bit different, have something a little bit fun. Let's make sure we're all stocked up on the supplies that we need. So we need to go shopping, and that means we need to visit Silas and go visit M&S.
Well, for people that don't know, I'm American. M&S is a player for Cloud9. M&S is also a store here. It's everywhere.
I mean, you love M&S. It's your favorite shop, isn't it, Orgs?
I wouldn't go that far, you know. It's a decent shop, you know, Pasty Pigs are pretty good. You can get from there.
Jack noticed that it was here, and interestingly enough, they lost all of their games so far. But except for this one, and it's because Silas was picked for M&S, and he was able to go shopping. So you understand what we're doing here.
What was he shopping for? Because I don't understand
well, that's
yet.
the question. So
Explain
Silas,
it to me.
This ultimate on Silas can turn into any number of ultimates as if you're going to the store. And I think what we wanted to talk about was like which ultimate is what.
Yeah,
okay, so like, what is bread and milk?
So bread and milk, you know, pretty standard. You want to pick up as much as possible. I think that's like the Maokai ultimate, right? Especially when you have
So
the
you only go to the store when you need milk. I can't write, man.
Yeah, I don't know why we're letting you do this. Your handwriting's awful.
All right, keep it going.
So what's bread?
So I guess the Nautilus ult, right? That's another good one, right? The knock-up high AP ratio. Pretty solid one. You go to the store.
Keep getting writing tasks. It's bad. Yeah, but I asked Trevor what he gets when he goes to the store. It's like, oh, Dr. Pepper. So you're the guy who sees like Jinx and is like, I need Silence.
Yes, that's what I need. That's exactly what I need.
Soda.
Soda. There we go. Yes, that's it.
All right, we're done with this. Anyway, he had good ultimates for the store.
And you know what? He used those ultimates, or at least he could have, because he was really fit. I mean, Orgs, let's move on to the first replay here. It was M&S roaming to the bottom lane. It's the only real game-defining moment because, frankly, once Cloud9 got rolling, they just steamrolled it.
Yeah, I mean, he has fantastic ults, as we just talked about, but I feel like once they found those early 2 kills, and the play was kind of instigated by Golden Guardians, right? They went for the aggressive 2v2 in the bot lane. They flashed in, tried to make the play happen, and it backfired massively because they were able to get that mid-prior. So we see the replay, and this is super aggro, right? The flash in to try and get on the Aphelios. The traps don't quite land, but it's a follow-up that's big for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think once the auto didn't land, who he needed to back away, C9 had the ability to turn this, and they just got them low enough. And interestingly enough, M&S didn't move to top river previously, which gave him the window to make this move, and he just executes this basically perfectly. Not only does he get the flash, but he's also able to get the very easy double kill with the E and the Q onto the Jinx right there. So he got very fed off of this, and C9 was able to play very smartly good League of Legends throughout the rest of it.
And you take a look at this post-game breakdown powered by AWS. I mean, pretty even up until 15-ish minutes. Ultimately, Cloud9 were in control for the most part. Chat, summarize the game before we now talk about how much we enjoyed this.
Okay, so no one was that happy with the bracket draw because it meant we were getting 4 sequels.
And sequels are not always great.
Sequels can be hit or miss, which got us thinking, now that this is the 4th sequel we've been seeing, how does it compare to other great and bad sequels from
Okay, hold on now. Orgs, what is the best sequel of all time?
Shrek 2.
Shrek 2. Okay, so we have a card here that says Shrek 2. what is the worst sequel of all time?
Well, one of the worst, Speed 2 Cruise Control.
Okay, so
where,
if you take
the original Speed's on the bus, right, and this one they run it, but it just doesn't work.
So what you're looking at now is on a scale of Shrek 2 being the best sequel ever to Speed 2 being the worst sequel ever, I challenge both of you two to determine where do these four series rank.
So G2 versus Mad was, I'd say, like around here.
Yeah, it was a stomp.
It's like definitely lower down.
It's really fun to see Europe get 3-0'd, but it's also not fun to see them 3-0.
Does London agree with us in terms of sequel ranking? G2 versus Mad was worse here than locally? Do we have a cheer at all? No? Okay, so I think they're going to be agreeing, right? Okay, we'll see. They might not understand the game.
Yeah, what we saw wasn't exciting.
Oh, right, okay. So what was exciting
The
then?
best
So
one,
I think
T1 versus Gen.
T1 Gen G. T1 Gen G's...
Way better.
Yeah.
Why was it better?
I mean, we went to 5 games,
Okay.
right?
That's what I want. Thank you,
That series
Copper
kind of
Box.
slapped,
Yeah.
okay? JDG, BLG, there was some good moments.
Ruler was pretty good. I put that right in the middle.
Right in the middle, dead middle. You know, it was still 3-0. And then, I mean, we have Cloud9 Gold Guardians.
We haven't ranked this one yet. What I don't want is I don't want this to be Speed 3.
Okay.
Like I definitely.
How do we avoid that?
We avoid that by Golden Guardians
getting more games.
Actually playing a little calmer.
Okay, so if we
like that bottom lane play, and then we can move up towards Shrek.
Orcs, what do we have
This is the hopium. This is the hopium.
Yeah. What do we have to do for Cloud9 Golden Guardians to like jump T1 Gen G and be like Shrek 2 tier?
Well, the one thing I'll say about T1 Gen G was Game 5 was a bit one-sided. So if we get 5 good games, that's where you can see it happen.
Okay, so Copper Box, I need your attention because I want to do one more crowd interaction here before we turn to the next game. Who thinks that Cloud9 GG is going to be closer to Speed 2? Okay, right? No, I don't think it was Now, who wants Cloud9 GG to be better than Shrek 2?
Yes, why not?
That is what
Obviously.
I wanted. Okay, so for the next game, Golden Guardians have chosen the red side. How do they get themselves closer to Shrek in order to turn the series around, Orcs? Give me some ideas.
Yeah, I think, honestly, look at the draft. I think the fact that they had that super strong mid-jungle 2v2 with the Sylas, with the Sejuani, the fact they had the Aphelios Lulu as well, it felt like the composition for Cloud9 all fit together really well. So I think maybe going on the red side means they can get some better matchups, and hopefully that'll help them out.
I think they pick red so they can do flex picks. So early Cassante, if they really want to get greedy, they get a Tristan as well because they can flex that 2 places.
And that's how we get to Shrek. That's how we get to Shrek after an absolute stomp. Full Cloud9 in game 1. Let's see if Golden Guardians can get those flex picks, can use that red side to their advantage. London will be right back with game number 2. Yes. Okay, that worked.
But M&S is coming around from above. He goes in, he looks for a bow. First blood over onto Stixay, and who he both. A double kill, and it's M&S getting paid.
Guys, look, 3, 4, let's go. Look at 80. I'm tipping. 80, yeah. Look, Nihilus. Look at Nihilus. No, kill Nihilus. Go ahead. Guys, just head to Nexus. I'm typing GG for confidence. Hit Nexus, man. Hit Nexus. Good job.
C9 takes game 1.
It's back to business for Cloud9.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 and the battle between Cloud9 and Golden Guardians. Game number one saw Cloud9 getting ahead early and then just never letting go. They got a Baron at about 20 minutes and ended the game before the buff expired. Golden Guardians got to change something up here in game number two.
We haven't used this word in a while, but cyberbullying feels appropriate. Okay. You know, like I felt like
they're here too, looking at each other.
You can't just walk away from the computer.
They're cyberbullying while staring at you on stage.
It was a very one-sided affair. We'll have to hope that Cloud9, well, I say Golden Guardians rather, changed things up. I think that I wasn't a massive fan of the draft, but I'm not going to sit there and say the draft was the reason why they lost. It did feel like that Blabber and M&S were just so much more present on the map in how they were finding the fights, the way that they were impacting the early game, and I think Gory and River are going to have to find a way to match that or shut it down if they want to stand a chance in the early game.
Yeah, I think the thing I was most surprised at was the lack of the map awareness from Golden Guardians. Really seemed like they weren't tracking Cloud9 members for the majority of the game, so need to definitely work on that. Draft, I think it can be both things though, because I agree with you. I think they did go in with a little bit of a disadvantage, and we have some switches here.
Okay, so Cloud9 on the blue, Golden Guardians on the red. Ari, Sion, and Vi banned out by C9. Golden Guardians taking out the Maokai, the Nidalee, and the Cassante. The Maokai and Cassante both making an appearance in the previous game, not this time around. C9 with that first pick. Remember that Annie was banned in the previous game in that first half of the draft, but this time it's locked in first for C9.
Ooh, and M&S has looked quite good on champions that have lots of dashes and mobility. And he does have the speed up with the shield, but could be something that people could take advantage of.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it in support either, right? The flexibility and beauty of the champion. Immediate response with the Aphelios Nautilus. I wonder if they will consider putting that Nautilus in mid lane, or if they would prefer it to be down in the bot side to make sure that he does have something he can be proactive on in the early game.
I like your point about the potential flexibility of the Annie there, Vedius. In spring, M&S did not have any Annie plays, but Sven did play it twice. This time around,
what about now, guys?
Yeah. All right, you weren't saying anything. You can't act like just because we're wrong, you're right. Because we do have Cybercon locked in. Yeah, I'm calling you out. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Hello, Kobe, you're getting called out.
Started the conversation.
No, doesn't matter. Not accepting that. What I am accepting is Cybercon. We got Cybercon here for Berserker and Sven. We got Annie, maybe Annie's going top. Who knows? Maybe it's time for Clutch to deploy that. We got Lulu Aphelios on the other side. Nautilus being locked in. We're expecting that to be mid for Gory.
Kobe, have you ever seen Gory's Nautilus versus M&S's Annie mids?
No, this is going to be a first
My
time
expectations
for me,
with these two mid laners would not be this matchup, but bot lane's locked in, mid laner's locked in. Junglers now becomes a big priority. The beauty of Golden Guardians' position right now is that they can remove junglers and then first pick one. So they can really narrow down that pool and make sure that River can get something that he can have a lot of agency on in this game.
Well, the Wukong is banned away, even though it has received nerfs since its heyday at the very peak of spring. Remember that this is a champion that has been played plenty of times by both Blabber and River. Tied for second most played for Blabber there in spring, who did have a very wide champion pool. They want to keep that one away from him here. Poppy going to be banned out here by the side of Cloud9, so lots of jungle focus here in the second half of the bans.
Yeah, honestly, Poppy with the ultimate ejecting people for objectives has been so big here at MSI. Like that ban as well. And the jungle war will continue as we whittle down on the pool.
I mean, Viego is still up and available. We haven't really seen him have that much presence at the tournament so far, but when you look at how narrow the options are, wouldn't surprise me. Things
it's not going to be a Rengar ban. I'll tell you that.
Probably not.
I agree. I very much agree with that. Sejuani could be something that C9 consider banning away, but the Olaf actually going to be taken away. And the Sejuani, of course, does make a lot of sense, but we'll see what they lock in. The Rumble.
Oh, okay.
We saw the Rumble jungle, I believe it was from Gen G that brought it out against T1.
This one is definitely, this is super duper flexible right now. They could have all three positions still rotating. Meanwhile, it looks like Cloud9 are going to have to reveal anyways, so the flexibility of their Annie and Gragas will be lost after this next pick. I do like it though on the top side.
You know, this C9 draft, I know it's weird, very Mad Lions draft. The Gragas flexibility, the Zyrakan agency that you have in the early game, the safe scaling mid in the Annie. Now you're just looking for a jungler that can be very proactive on the map.
And with both of those solo laners looking to be AP, I would like to see an AD jungler, and there it is, the purple bug. Not my favorite one, but still a pretty good purple bug shows up, and so we'll get to see what Blabber can do on this. Blabber, a player that's not afraid to play these carry junglers, to be aggressive, to take over the game himself instead of just being a facilitator, so I'm excited to see him on that. And Golden Guardians, what is the last pick going to look like here? Where are these flex picks ultimately going to go? The Viego was mentioned earlier. It has already been played 3 times in spring by River, and it looks like they're going to lock it in again here in Game 2 against C9.
I actually think this is quite a nice Kha'Zix angle for Blabber too. Having the engage of the Annie plus the Rakan plus the Gragas on your team, you've got setup literally all over the map for an assassin jungler. This is exactly what you want. All these different lanes that you can go to try and get fed, to try and get that snowball going. And we'll track whether Blabber goes with the lethality build or he goes with the Conqueror tanky build like Argorn style, because either one would work pretty well in this game.
When I look at Golden Guardians comp, I think that they have a lot of threat onto Berserker to force him to use his ultimate very early on in the fight. The problem that you mentioned with M&S having a tendency to prefer champions with mobility in the mid lane. You look at things like Rumble ultimate, Nautilus ultimate in particular. These are two ults that can just force you to either back away, disengage, or maybe even force something from your toolkit to be used very early on in a fight. The thing is, once those are gone, the follow-up from C9 is just so strong. Their ability to disengage with things like Rakan and the Gragas are so prevalent that, again, I don't think these fights are going to be the easiest for GG. It very much depends on if Stixxay can have the impact on this Aphelios.
And FLICKR, I talked to him after in North America when he first picked the Rumble, and he said he was inspired by Shanji from LPL. So throw it down now. Let's see some massive Rumble top carry gameplay here. Try and get those Golden Guardians back on track.
Exactly. They look to punch back here in game number 2. It's not that same kind of split pushing requirement that we saw from their composition in game number 1. Rumble and Nautilus and Aphelios, Viego looking for those resets in the big fights, but they got to be careful because C9 outplayed them. They were more coordinated. They were ahead of Golden Guardians' moves in game number 1, so GG needs to make sure they're trying to read what C9's doing here.
This early game. We could see C9 looking for a bit of a delayed invade, if nothing else to get a bit of information as to where River is starting. Ward will be dropped by Fudge, and that will be pinged. So 5 gold goes to whoever pinged that, who I believe was River.
That's actually my favorite addition to the game.
Great mini game.
Just money for clicking the board.
I spam that sucker before anyone else can get it.
It's just a great incentive. You know, originally, Riot was like, guys, they're not pinging out where the wards are. What if we gave them money every time they did it? Okay, now everyone's pinging the wards.
We just need a way now to pay players gold when they look at their mini-map. Yeah. And we will have all of the good habits taught through proper incentives here in League of Legends. But with M&S on the Annie versus Gory on the Nautilus, Vedius, you said it in draft, this is probably not the matchup people were expecting to see between these two laners on these two teams. But hey, they both got plenty of playmaking potential here in this game too.
Yeah, and it is very meta for the international play that we have been seeing. So River going to start on top side. His Raptors are warded, but will be a regular red quadrant cleared down towards the bottom side for him. And similarly for Blabber on the Kazakhs, clearing down towards that bottom side of the map with the volatility of both mid lane and bottom lane. Ooh.
What? He's been having to flash back away now. The grand entrance, Stixxay flashing away from it himself. So a trade in those summoner spells between the C9 support and the Golden Guardians AD carry. Golden Guardians, though, has to have it fresh in their minds what happened early on in the previous game and make sure they're not putting themselves in a spot where they can be punished by a Cloud9 roam.
I really don't think he needed to flash that. I felt like that he was already in a good, like, the way that he was walking, he could have sidestepped to the left. I appreciate that he was worried about the Xayah, but Xayah level 1, without the pullback of the feathers, if it was level 2, I would understand, but perhaps feeling the pressure a little bit. Regardless, he does walk away with his life. Overall, they do have a health advantage in the 2 versus 2, and the Viego is pathing towards bot along with Blabber. The heal gets used there by Huhi.
Ooh, nice little bit of damage coming out. Finds Berserker, takes him down to 200 HP. Still has some potions, so should be able to regen most of that. Both junglers on their second buffs here on the bottom half of the Rift.
Yeah, very health positive trade there for Huhi. They get the heal, plus they use the movement speed for an extended trade, and they've got Cloud9 completely dry now under their own tower with both junglers headed to the bottom side of the map, so it makes it very easy for River to come mirror here, and Cloud9 won't be getting any reprieve soon as junglers just match.
Alrighty.
On mid laners as well. I thought that M&S would look for a bit of a roam because he did have that early push, decided against it. Jungler will be spotted out, River on that ward.
Whoa, hang on. Fudge getting dove. FLICKR going in for the solo kill. The first blood for the Golden Guardians top laner. Yes, he will end up giving one back because of the turret, but the wave is crashed, so a little extra going Lickorish's way.
That's the Lickorish we've come to know and love. Another solo kill under his belt. gets it done under the tower, and it's so worth it, even though he dies with the turret shot at the end. The minion wave at the tower. Fudge does teleport right back to the tower, but FLICKR still up and returns to the bouncing wave.
You can see C9 wanting to set up here for the gank from Blabber. They knew that 6A had already flashed earlier, but Berserker is down to 100 HP. One more auto attack would take him out. Berserker has to retreat now, so Sven and Blabber need to do the same. Golden Guardians doing a very nice job here, fighting off the 2 versus 3 and winning the exchange.
Massive advantages here for the Golden Guardians bottom lane. They're drawing so much pressure, getting vision of Blabber, stopping his recall there, allowing what you see on your minimap. River taking the counter jungling into his own hands, pulls away the Gromp here. This is a very rare sight for North American fans to see Blabber down in CS, and it's because Golden Guardians bottom lane drawing so much pressure.
I mean, you look across the board, advantages being gained in top lane. Fudge lost a lot of farm off of getting solo killed underneath this tower. In the mid lane, relatively even, a back and forth as you would expect. But the bot lane advantage is being gained for 6A and Huhi, massive, especially without any jungle intervention. We talked about how we needed to see this bot lane in particular step up with their positioning mistakes from game 1. So far in the 2v2, they are looking flawless, and this is not how you want your Zyrakan lane to go.
Yeah, the bottom lane for sure for Golden Guardians. Massive step up, even full standing jump there. FLICKR, meanwhile, under the tower, follows through with the flash, gets the kill. Beautiful stuff from him.
That is my favorite death animation in the game. Every time it happens, it's just so silly.
The observers agree.
It reminds me of, like, you know, in some games when you die, you just go into like that weird floppy state. You know,
the ragdoll?
The ragdoll, that's the word. Yeah.
Well, Rumble might have given us a good physics simulator there, but it was Fudge who was on the receiving end of that dive, and Licorice is loving this. Looking better already than the Fiora that we saw in game number 1. You can see on the left side of your screen here, it's Gory leading the way in terms of EXP and level overall, but all 4 of our solo laners do have the ultimates currently available. River and Blabber making their way towards it, but Blabber being behind in that farm, like you pointed out, Kobe, means that he's also behind River in terms of EXP, and River is now hit level 6 first. We'll see if Golden Guardians can get anything from that, as M&S finds Gory with the Tibbers here, just immediately dropping that on him, forcing the Nautilus to retreat.
Ooh, Alcove Gaming. Blabber has put himself in a pretty good position, but River is here to cover, and he is level 6. Will throw out the Shroud to make his presence known. And the base will come through from Blabber, so I don't expect any skirmishing to happen. Berserker and Sven just going to disengage. Yep. And both junglers just kind of making sure that both bot lanes are covered. This does give a window, though, for River to start off the Dragon if he wants to. They know that they have a big wave pushing in bot. Gory also able to gain access into the river. Means they have the numbers advantage, and there should be an easy objective secure for Golden Guardians.
And that's the advantage of having the level 6 on the jungler first. That harrowing path is truly harrowing when you see it, and you know that he has the Heartbreaker, and you don't have the ultimate to be able to fight back just yet. So Golden Guardians, they rotate the bottom lane duo up just to get this started, help River out a little bit, and then they know that he's going to be safe, so they walk back down into bottom. He takes a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. And so the first Drake of the game, Infernal Drake, claims 17 minutes in for the Golden Guardians.
So much control on bottom side with Golden Guardians playing off their control ward through the river, and then even having the half roam down from Nautilus, Huhi harassing them on the way out. This is such a massive, massive bottom difference here. Stopping the recalls, Huhi being as annoying as possible, and this is during red-white guns for Stixxay.
So good.
He's just mining gold off these turrets.
They're so worried about the threat, and I will say, red side's ability to attack bot lane has just been so prevalent throughout this entire tournament. And in game 1, we were talking so much about how, I think Stixxay's fine here, we were talking so much about how M&S gained that window to move into the bot river. Gory's been doing the exact same thing this time around. The second he's able to clear out a wave, he moves into Fog of War, and Berserker and Sven have to respect it. They are 20 CS down. They are 700 gold behind. Golden Guardians, just through laning, have built up, what is that, a nearly 2K gold lead? This is something that I think coming into this series I was definitely not expecting.
And it's so surprising to see that red side advantage around pressuring bottom like you're talking about, because historically, whenever there's been one big advantage for one side of the map, it's almost always been blue side, right? You look at win rates and things like that, and the blue advantage has been very real, very prevalent throughout the history of League of Legends. But with the current state of AD carry meta and just how effective it is to get your guy rolling and set theirs behind, red side having that extra ability to dive and pressure early on can go a long way. The Golden Guardians also securing the first Rift Herald here, just not even a minute after it spawns, 2 for 2 on the early neutral objective.
So I'd love to see River now path to his bot side camps, clear those out. We know that for Golden Guardians, that wave is going to start slow stacking, and on that big stack, I want to see them threaten the dive, use the Herald to at the very least secure the tower, and they can then set themselves up for the next Drake. They need to keep this momentum going with the Herald that they've gotten themselves.
And first step in that is trying to get those wards replenished.
Ooh, Blabber. Blabber taking a chunk out of Huhi there. Remember the Lulu, no wild growth available just yet, still only level 5.
That's pretty big though. Kha'Zix's no ultimate now. For Blabber, so he doesn't have that extra safety for the following skirmishing. Gory is on the way, blast cone ready. Takes it right back to mid lane after they see them back off.
I mean, Golden Guardians are accelerating the play a little bit. They don't have a massive stacked wave, but they do have 2. And they're saying, you know what, that's more than enough. They forced their way in a bit. Look at this, they brought FLICKR down into mid wave to make sure that that lane is still under control. And this gives them the window to drag Gory down as well. Stixxay secures the tower, now they go for the fight.
Gory jumps in, finds Sven. Remember that Berserker is still only level 5. There is no ultimate on the Xayah just yet. Berserker should be close to getting that level up, but Golden Guardians are taking the opportunity to push this even further forward. They're going to get the second charge on the Herald here into the tier 2 turret. Won't get a whole lot more just yet. Berserker is level 6. Moonlight Vigil from Stixxay tags him, gets him down to half HP. Golden Guardians, having lost the Herald now, will retreat, but they do 3/4 of the health bar on that tier 2.
And the only cost is 1 turret plate on top side to the Gragas, to Fudge, who gets up there with the extra minion wave. Now, all you have to do, rotate this Rumble, back up to the top side, collect the minion wave that he left there.
And now, Golden Guardians have the freedom to do what they like with the lane assignments. If they want to, they can bring their AD carry up towards the top side of the map. They can also keep them into the mid lane if they want to maintain that pressure, so they can then start to look to attack these side lanes, or maybe maintain control of a mid so they can contest the next dragon. But I don't think it's a bad idea from Golden Guardians to just sack the next Drake, give it over to Cloud9 and say, you know what, these plates in this early game are way more valuable. So instead, let's just make sure that while the Drake is being started by C9, we're funneling even more gold into Stixxay.
Because they're getting to the point where the gold threshold could start to become a very serious issue. 2,500 at this point in the game is already a very nice lead. But if you can add another 1,000 to that, another 1.5K, all of a sudden C9 no longer wants any fights in neutral territory. You're in total control of the map, and Golden Guardians can start some of that chaotic, snowbally team fighting that they can really build this lead even further with.
Now this plate won't be secured by Stixxay. He's a little paranoid because he doesn't have any assistance on the map, and that vision in the river will spot out C9 committing multiple members. And this is the thing, by C9 matching the lanes, this makes it very easy for Golden Guardians to set up for the next objective, but Gory in danger.
It'll be all right. The Tibbers is dropped, but he can just walk it off. Blabber and Fudge not close enough nearby to interfere with this and put any sort of real threat on the life of the Nautilus, who just walks right on back up. He is completely fearless with this, wasting as much time from M&S as he can. All right, doesn't look like we're going to get a whole lot more from that.
So the bot lane continues to be pushed in by FLICKR. The wave clear is still very strong. This does give him some access to the river, but Golden Guardians doing what I think they should do, committing to the top side. Right now they're threatening a dive. They do ideally need Gory to be unlocked on the map a little bit more, threaten the 4 versus 2 in the top side, so they can secure even more plates for Stixxay.
Stixxay and Huhi pushed up to the turret now as Sven wants to go in here with a quickness. Beautiful wild growth from Huhi to deny Sven mid-dash. Make sure that he can't connect with the charm of the quickness or the knock-up of the grand entrance. That was perfectly timed.
Yeah, it gives him a little taunt afterwards with the trumpet and the spam for himself. Denies the play. They also have matching junglers, so they chase Blabber right off. The Kha'Zix's a bit behind in this one still. Licorice lands the slow, lands the ult.
FLICKR going in after Fudge yet again. Fudge for the longest time just running the show in the top lane in North America just as a region, but Licorice stepping up here in this game. That solo kill early on, now forcing him back from the wave here in bottom side. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of this guy.
And honestly, I've liked what I've seen Gory doing here with his Spectre's Cowl. He just keeps taking a little bit of damage from Annie, taking these combos to proc the regeneration, and just that plus his Corrupting Potion, soaking up so much of, you know, what MS could even throw. We haven't seen this Annie, you know, make a big, you know, flash stun play or anything just yet. And it's going to be another objective for Golden Guardians. They run the Rift. based off the bottom lane laning prowess.
This will make 3 for 3 on neutral objectives for the Guardians. Just a little over 60 seconds till the second Herald of the game spawns, and I would have to bet that they're going to be prioritizing that as well. They don't want to allow Cloud9 any tools to try to come back into the game after building this 2,500 gold lead. Gory's going to be sent up top to defend the tier 1 turret, try to stop C9 from taking this second plate here with 5 seconds to go. Berserker does secure the last little bit of damage that he needs.
I will say Golden Guardians looking a little lost on the map right now, though. I feel like that they need to take advantage of the fact that FLICKR can just push in bot and move. They can very easily create this numbers advantage as the engage from MNS, forcing the cleanse out from Stixxay. He's going to lose a lot of HP, a 3-level difference between the two. Along with the Proto Belt, we saw this tech coming out from FLICKR. It makes it so much easier to access, or like, even if you don't have your flash, you can still close that gap surprisingly quickly. But yeah, right now the game is dramatically slowed down, which is not the worst case scenario for Golden Guardians, but I do think that they could be using their lead more proactively by just getting FLICKR more involved on the rest of the map because of that bot lane tower not being there.
And Stixxay clears out the wave, just keeping the pressure around in mid. Fudge will sit bottom, just constantly trying to take care of this tier 1 turret down here, but FLICKR, once again, ready to answer, equalizes that wave out, clears it away.
And the reason he does that, even though we can see every champion on the minimap here, he knows his team is currently on Herald. They're getting it, so he was weak side.
Okay.
No Rumble ult for this.
Golden Guardians grouped up here in the river. They know that the teleport's coming in. Golden Guardians is going to reinforce, so C9 doesn't go in to collapse on them. They were still a little bit split up.
They know that MNS doesn't have ult. I thought that they would choose to fight that. Choosing not to, instead they'll just drop the Herald.
And you get the answer mid from Cloud9. They see this move. They have to give up this territory. So they push on mid. Berserker whacks away at that turret, but Golden Guardians with the Herald, it has to be answered. It's going to get its second charge off here. The secondary turret's really, really valuable, and Golden Guardians just keep up the push.
Golden Guardians escorting for the second Herald charge on a tier 2 turret this game. They get that one in. Another tier 2 turret barely hanging on to life here, but neither one of them claimed in top or bottom. Means that the gold is close, but still not yet in their pockets. Red turret destroyed. Meanwhile, in mid lane, thanks to Berserker shoving up while Golden Guardians was shoving up in the top side. And now Gory and FLICKR are going to have to rotate over to handle that. The gold lead has stayed exactly the same for about the past 6 or 7 minutes of the game. Golden Guardians have not been able to build themselves further advantages over Cloud9.
But they do keep sacking their dragons and moving up a little bit more territory here, so still keeping up on that pace.
My concern for Golden Guardians is we have seen them in the mid game have this tendency to get picked apart. Even in the last game, when they started to fall behind, they were kind of repeatedly getting caught out of position. And so their objective setup is the most important thing that they have to be very cautious of. How they manage their waves, how they're setting up their wards, and ideally making sure that they are first on the objective, because the last thing you want to be doing is face checking the Annie. And like, you only really have Gory to face check with on this composition because of how squishy so many members of the Golden Guardians are.
And for Golden Guardians, they've been able to build very good early leads, like pre-8 minutes throughout spring in the LCS, but usually around the time that plates fall is where we start to see them really struggle to get ahead, to build more, or to translate what they've already built into something meaningful and usable. So that's one of the biggest areas for this team to shore up, and we'll see if they can make that happen here in mid. They try to use the Spectral Maw and Equalizer to take out Berserker, but they aren't going to get him instead. The counterattack from C9 looking for River gets them nothing but a death. Sven is already down, and they follow up on Berserker. Golden Guardians get 2 and punish Cloud9 for going back in.
Yeah, you don't want these hands, Cloud9. Golden Guardians have all 5 members there. You're not making a pick in front of the team. They blast him. 2 members immediately down. Berserker ults, and then they immediately follow it up as Cloud9 tried to lay down the Tibbers. 5-finger
death punch there from Golden Guardians as C9 with an ambitious re-engage. Does open up.
You can say that.
Yeah, thought I'd be kind. The dragon spawns in 40 seconds, and with these waves pushed in, a quick reset will come out from Golden Guardians. FLICKR ideally wants to get back. Knows he doesn't have the TP, which means that C9 have a window here where they could create a numbers advantage, but the problem is, with Blabber on the top side of the map and no ultimates available for C9, I think they're just going to likely concede this objective and look for a cross map.
That seems to be the play, but Huhi is coming to reinforce Licorice. They're also going to bring in a teleport here, and with the Lulu coming in to try to save him, they cannot secure the kill onto the Rumble. C9 have failed to get the kill they came for, as Gory's TP means the reinforcements are coming. River's already in the river, and Blabber's not going to be there for long. That man's going into the dirt, and Stixay's got the shovel. Golden Guardians come out on top again, and Cloud9 is falling to pieces.
Oh, where are you going, Cloud9? That is Golden Guardians territory. They've got the extra members rotating up first. So even though they get a couple of big chunks onto Licorice, force the flash, Huhi gets chunked out by the Cosmics as well, they got to run for their lives. Golden Guardians chase them down. Now it's about the rotation back to the bottom side for this Dragon. Teleport used here to try and get this tower for sure, preemptively for Cloud9.
I'm pretty sure the logic there was, hey, I've just interrupted Licorice's base. He doesn't have TP. They're going to go to Dragon. Let's get a kill and a tower, right? They were not expecting Golden Guardians saying, we're sending 5 members top. We have to protect our top laner. And I think it caught Cloud9 completely unawares. While they will secure themselves a tower, this third Dragon of the game going to Golden Guardians, I feel like the Golden Guardians this game reading C9 very well.
And I think it's a very good, yeah, exactly, a very good call from Golden Guardians to send Huhi, say, hey, we don't have to give anything right now. We control this whole map. We should not be trading. As Gory walks by the death rush.
Uh-oh. Sven and M&S. Blabber coming in to reinforce with a 3-man play. Gory is surely dead here. Won't take a whole lot more time to kill him off. They just got to decide where they want the gold to go, and they want to put it on to Kha'Zix. So Blabber getting the second kill of the game here for Cloud9. Fudge will escape the counterplay in the top side, but it is sole point for Golden Guardians now. Cloud9 will be tasked with answering every Drake hereafter, but the gold gap has closed down to just 1,000.
And these are the picks that we were talking about. You know, I'll give Gory that one. To his credit, when you kind of look at the minimap, you'll notice that there is a lot of vision still invested on their side of the map, and it's reasonable for him to believe that, you know what, if they would have come into this brush, I would have spotted them out. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to, which means that C9 securing that pick back will at least get a little bit of gold into their back pocket, along with securing the top tower. Only a 1.5k is the gold difference, but still, you look at Stixay, you look at his itemization, this Aphelios continues to get stronger, and unless C9 can remove him from the fight, it's going to be an uphill battle for C9.
Yeah, I mean, the whole story so far for Golden Guardians has been one of bottom lane dominance, which is why they're on such an early timer for this Dragon Soul.
The Dragon Soul is still 3.5 minutes away, as Berserker loses half HP to the equalizer. But we've got Stixay now potentially in some trouble. Has to flash over the wall to get away from Blabber, as C9 has invaded the topside jungle of the Golden Guardians and forced out a critical summoner spell from Stixay.
Yeah, almost instantly cursed there. He does flash to the other side of the Gragas ultimate. River actually poking around. And remember, Stixay's in base.
Stixay's in base, and there is no Rumble ulti. Gory's just walked up all alone. The Nautilus picked off for free, and this is the Golden Guardians struggling to hold on to their lead as Cloud9 starts to fight their way back.
They can just force the Baron here if they want to. They know they have the numbers advantage. 25 seconds left on Gory. Golden Guardians, that pick may have done more damage than you thought.
Yes.
M&S looking for a chance to try to jump the wall and get these guys. He has the flash available here on the Annie. Stixay coming in last. They want to go after the Aphelios. M&S drops the ulti, and Sven goes over the wall with a knock-up onto 2 as River tries to disengage with a Heartbreaker, and Berserker goes forward and the feathers fly. Golden Guardians are in full retreat as the Baron is down to 2,000 HP. Golden Guardians have thrown, and Cloud9's in the driver's seat.
It starts with a pick on the Aphelios in the red quadrant of their own jungle. Cloud9 blow a summoner spell, and they turn it into a Baron. Golden Guardian sticking around way too long, and Cloud9 back at it.
This mid-game positioning, this awareness, C9, just as we were saying, Golden Guardians have done a great job of reading C9. C9 know their domestic brothers extremely well. The way in which they set up that topside vision, just waiting for that single misstep, and the fact that they were able to balloon it into a pick, into a Baron. Great execution from C9, and now all of a sudden, this game is a lot closer.
And top jungle is a dangerous part of town, okay?
Oh, yeah.
You better walk in groups from now on.
Well, Golden Guardians are going to have to group up and stabilize after the past couple of minutes of gameplay here. They try to go after Fudge, who uses the ulti to disengage, flashes past them so he can use the body slam to further get some distance, but it's not far enough. Stixxay goes on a killing spree, and the Golden Guardians have 5v4 for the next 40 seconds. However, the Drake is still over a minute away from spawning.
Yeah, they are going to continue pushing the side lanes, though. They're buying time for Berserker. The Xayah, they want to funnel some extra money into him with the Baron buff. He's working away on the tower. Solo tower gold for the Xayah.
What was great from Fudge there was the fact that he could still clear out the wave. There was no way for Golden Guardians to trade that mid tier 2 for the bot tier 2. So C9 made the smart choice. They committed to securing that bot tower, and they continue to get gold into Berserker.
This is the problem with those kind of brute force plays where you're focusing all of your numbers into one lane, because even though you do get a pick off your opponents, especially with the Baron buff, they're pushing the other two side lanes. And so top and bottom pushed from Cloud9 there.
Oh, look at this collapse from Cloud9.
It's two teleports, both coming in. C9 trying to pinch Golden Guardians all into the same spot, who he's going to be targeted, but it's also a lot of damage down onto Stixxay. He's killed off first as Fudge takes it. They're going to find 2. They're going to find 3. It's a double kill over to the big man from top lane. Cloud9 just killed Golden Guardians before the Dragon Soul, before their very eyes.
A massive collapse from Cloud9 from every single angle, funnels Golden Guardians into the pit of death. They take 3 kills, they'll take the dragon, they'll take the tower. Cloud9 are taking everything from the Guardians.
Golden Guardians can do nothing but give at this point in the game. Cloud9, the pick in the jungle and the Aphelios flash into the Baron, into the collapse in mid lane. This is the coordination that sets them apart from the other teams in the LCS that Golden Guardians seemingly cannot match. Remember that in the LCS finals in game number 1, Golden Guardians had a 4,000 gold lead at one point, and it was thrown. Cloud9 showing them they still have not managed to slay those demons.
This is exactly why. We were talking to some of the Cloud9 members at Makeup this morning, and they were still so confident versus this team, even getting down 3 dragons. They don't care about the early dragons. They care about the team fight. Blabber tries to set it up here. He lands the slow onto Stixxay and Huhi. The teleport from the top side from Gragas. MNS from the left here finds the stun. Then he's got the Zhonyas as well to deny River, trying to execute him. They take down Stixxay, and we're back to live.
Right back into the fights. Gory chasing after Berserker. He uses the ulti to disengage. Xayah so good against Nautilus for that reason. And now C9 wants to turn it back around. River gets the wild growth to escape off to the side as they're still looking for more kills, and they get 2 immediately. Blabber's on a rampage, and C9's on a war path. Blabber wants more as who he's separated from his carries, and Licorice and Stixxay try to walk it off. Fudge trying to catch up to these guys. Probably doesn't have the distance, probably doesn't have an angle. Stixxay still getting further away, and C9 have a 5v3.
And even without Baron buff, they could just push down the extra outer turret up on top side while diving mid!
Oh, MNS just got a KO on Stixxay. He goes in 100-0, blows him up. There's the Annie gameplay we were looking for. Tier 3 turret down in mid lane.
MNS doesn't need a dash when he's got a flash, Flowers. The execution from MNS in the mid lane will be lethal. The walls of the base have been destroyed.
I mean, Stixxay had a flash too. He tried to cleanse and then he's just dead. MNS blows him up. Wow, I was trying to set up. The Xayah, again, was getting another solo tower on top side.
Split push Xayah, as you do.
That funded his Bloodthirster. So as strong of an early game for the Golden Guardians bot line, we kept talking about how there's a big difference in this game. Guess what? Xayah has 3 items now before the Aphelios.
Gentlemen, Mad Lions versus G2. Game 2 throw, 3-0. When we look at the game earlier today, BLG versus JDG. Game 2 throw, 3-0. Now, in game 2 of C9 versus Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians have executed a game 2 throw, and it's looking like it's all over, but the Nexus, C9, is on the road to winning this series very swiftly, and Golden Guardians have completely lost all momentum. I would say the wheels fell off the car, but the damn thing exploded.
I would have to say, too, one thing from Golden Guardians that made a lot of international fans fall in love with them this tournament was when they're behind like this, they still kept on forcing plays to try and look for ways to get back in. So for their hope. There's a lot of bounties on the Cloud9 members, and they need to start creating their own luck here. You can't wait for it to come to you.
Fudge has forced the top lane wave into the tier 3 turret. Remember, no inhibitors are down yet inside the base of the Golden Guardians. Baron is also up right now. Golden Guardians are trying to get some room back into their own jungle to try to fight, reclaim some of this territory. You can see M&S drop the Tibbers, but it missed. No target there, unfortunately, for C9, but it doesn't really matter. All he was doing was buying time. The Baron is taken, secured no contest, and now C9 are ready to push once more. They'll grab that wave in mid. They won't allow it to push up any further, and they're back into moving this game straight into the Golden Guardians base.
I honestly feel like this relationship is like a younger brother, older brother relationship, you know? Cloud9 realize, you know what? It's just the Golden Guardians. They slap him down. Stixxay, he cleanses. He tries to Gale Force to get out of range, but M&S finishes him off.
Oh I never realized
that is
how
terrifying.
big that Tibbers' arms are.
Yeah.
Like that.
He's jacked,
Yeah,
man.
that is, wow.
Very kind face, very angry arms.
Yeah. That are on fire as well.
Pretty tough stuff. But C9 are pushing down mid lane right now. Golden Guardians are in the river. They're saying, hey guys, we got control over the river. We're going to take the Drake Soul. C9 are just marching down mid, forcing the Guardians to come answer them. And now Fudge leads the charge. Blabber's here on the flank. Fudge going over the wall, finds River. Sven with the knock-up, but it's buffered through. The Heartbreaker used by River there to disengage, get back to the safety of his team. Golden Guardians still grouped up. Stixxay is in the Wraith Pit. You've got to make sure you don't lose him.
Somehow Golden Guardians have gotten the wave pushed in mid. They'll secure the tier 2. Can they get out with their lives?
That is the question, because M&S is coming around and he's already found the enemy support, who he's down, and now they're going to follow up with more. Stixxay is dead, and Cloud9's looking to add more to the body count. Double kill to M&S, and Fudge picks up a double himself. FLICKR is the last man standing, and Blabber's just going to annoy the hell out of him as C9 marches down mid. FLICKR returns to try to fight the Kazakhs. He gets himself a shutdown, but at what cost? Now Sven knows his job is to just interfere with this rumble. Don't let him back. Gleaming Quill, just enough to keep him annoyed as the remaining players of Cloud9 march under the Nexus turrets. It's only a Lulu trying to defend, and that Lulu ain't gonna do a thing. Berserker goes forward, the Nexus goes low, and Cloud9 goes to match point. They'll take down the Golden Guardians back to back.
They brush him off like they were winning the whole time.
The early game looked so good for the Golden Guardians, but it was these positioning mistakes. Cloud9, they were just waiting for that window. And like you mentioned it earlier, Kobe, but we have to reiterate, getting the flash out of the Aphelios, forcing him back to base, Gory with an overstep into the kill, into the Baron, was all Cloud9 needed. They were just waiting for that one moment. And it felt like when you entered that mid-game with the early game that Golden Guardians had, they just didn't keep the game accelerated. They just let it slow down. They kept, even with that lead that they had, as you mentioned, Flowers, the difference just felt neutral. Like that gold gap was not growing. Yeah. And that was the perfect position for Cloud9 to just lie in wait for their prey to walk into line of sight.
Yeah, nice dragons. It's not a soul yet, so they didn't care too much. And man, Golden Guardians dropping a lot more uncharacteristic things now. People become accustomed to seeing a lot better play, honestly, out of them.
Yep. And I mean, for Golden Guardians, now you have to ask yourself that really tough question of, if this wasn't it, how much more do we have to do? They had a really big advantage early on. They were sitting on that 2,500 gold lead as early as 8 minutes. They were stacking the Drakes, but C9 proved to be too much yet again. And to break down the second game, let's toss it back to the analyst desk.
Well, we might be jumping on a boat and getting closer to speed 2. If you missed our last post-match, that'll make no sense to you. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Cloud9 are off to a commanding lead this series. The game started in favor of Golden Guardians. They had a great start. They had a lead. They had the Herald. You'll see the gold graph in a second on AWS PGP, but I mean, it didn't maintain. It just completely went backwards.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they had such momentum in this game. They slowly accrued the Dragon lead and was thinking if they could convert into a soul, it'll be fantastic. But I have to praise M&S here for being so good on this Annie. I mean, he did a ton of damage, but it was mostly how hard he made it for them to play the game.
What are you seeing there, Jats?
I'm seeing they just won with Berserker doing 8,000 damage. in a 30-minute game.
Any diff. And I feel like as
Berserker
well...
did like 300 DPM.
That's all you need, but I feel like the thing was the Aphelios, who got ahead early, wasn't able to play the game, and so many great flank angles from M&S just really shut him down.
I mean, listen, that game ended so quickly that we haven't even got the replay roll ready yet. It'll come up in a moment.
Yeah.
The thing I do want to focus on is, I don't think that the Berserker or Cloud9 were really able to have any fights at all until that Baron and then end game. I mean, like, he was pushed, he was running away from tower, he was like zoned away from the Rift Herald. I think Golden Guardians did a great job of shutting down their bot lane from Cloud9 and zoning them away the whole time.
They did. They did a lot of things that would have made a lot of teams completely roll over. So in that way, if I'm thinking big picture, what's best for North America, Trev? I think it's C9 doing this and then stomping game 3. Yes. Because you want a team to build confidence in themselves. And for me, that's what Cloud9 was actually lacking in their series against BLG. And I think they're kind of finding themselves again in this series. They picked what looked very much like a C9 comp in game 1, and here in game 2 had a nice comeback victory. So the fact that they've done that on this stage now hopefully gives them some good muscle memory, unless we see a reverse sweep. Like, a lot can still happen, but I mean, it's looking like a sweep.
Listen, you started that question. It's like, what's good for LCS? This is a question I've never been asked before, nor have I tried to answer. What is good for LCS is M&S in that mid lane. Let's talk about the Annie in particular, because I know you were extremely excited about his play. While I do have some of the stats, 21 KTA, 667, 35% damage share on an Annie. Yeah. That blows my mind.
Yeah, he's been an absolute monster before he even joined the team, when we saw him playing in the ERLs. Yeah, and since he's joined, he's been such a huge force for Cloud9. But in this game in particular, it felt like the approach he had, there was multiple times where he's coming from behind the rest of the team. There was that one at Baron where he flashed over the wall. And as an Aphelios, if you're playing into an Annie, it's so difficult, because if you get in range, that Tibbers gets slammed down like this, you take so much damage, and then even though he actually survives the initial damage, doesn't get to carry out the team fight.
Yeah, he had another one-shot on him over wall. He one-shot the Lulu later on in the game. This is the one we're going to see right here, where he's just going around the backside. He has a stun charge. He's manipulated his way through Fog of War, and he doesn't let one player play the game every fight.
And I think these creative approaches is something they really struggled with against BLG, where often there was like vision being shut down, so they couldn't get the teleport flank from the cannon from Fudge. And I love to see that M&S is leading the charge on this to find these creative angles.
Let's talk a little bit about Golden Guardians, the fact that they dropped that game, they lost control of it. Their now backs are against the wall, the pressure's on them. I know we're expecting Cloud9 to finish out, but you can see how some of these mistakes or decisions end up being punished. I mean, Jet, is Cloud9 just going to sweep this? What do Golden Guardians have to do to bring it back?
They got to do what's best for North America, Trev.
There we go. So you're saying roll over and die. That's it.
Actually, what they need to do is continue to build on what they've done in this early game. It's a very similar, actually, to game 1 of their series against Cloud9 back in finals, where they had a big early game lead and couldn't close. They need to just continue hammering their heads against that wall, and they can actually break through it. So I would just say Gory got a little loose with the side lane play. This was a team competition where they actually needed to overgroup. Nautilus is not someone who should be in side lanes that often anyway, so they need to play a little bit more towards their composition in that sense, and I think they still have a chance of winning some games.
Yeah, I think for me, it's about the AD carries, right? We've seen so many of the teams performing at the top level in this tournament. Like, we have Ruler, we have Gumiusi, who are doing so much work, but the team are so good at facilitating them, playing around them. There were times here where, like, Stixxay was walking into the red side jungle alone. Yeah. Kha'Zix jumps on him, chunks him out, and burns that flash. I feel like when you have, like, a Lulu with a Fed Aphelios, you need to play for him and, as you said, group more and play around that.
Didn't end up happening, didn't end up winning, and that means that Golden Guardians on the verge being eliminated from MSI 2023. Golden Guardians have selected red side for what could be their final match of the tournament, and I want to remind you of what is at stake here. Once we talk about the implications of the side selection and the champions, let's take a look at where Cloud9 and Golden Guardians rank on the bracket and where they're heading into. The winner of this series will face off against GNG Orgs. I'm going to come to you right now because it's looking more and more like it will be Cloud9. The weight of that on their shoulders. Talk to me about Game 3. Talk to me about the next series, which I think will be on Wednesday or Thursday this week.
Yeah, I think they're looking good coming out of this game to go for a 3-0 and go into that series against GNG, but that is going to be such an uphill battle. I feel like on the other side of the bracket, BLG have looked like the weakest second seed from the LCK LPL, so I feel like a big confidence boost would come for them closing this game, this series out swiftly, and they're going to need that for that next matchup.
Yeah, the, quote, reward of playing Gen G, but it does go to speak every single year how difficult MSI is. So even in previous years, it was only the #1 seed from any region. That's what Cloud9 will be faced with if they can just eliminate the #2 seed from North America. Then they have to go up against the #1 seed from Korea. So it's definitely a challenge for them, but that's the new MSI format that we're living in.
It is, of course. And of course, that does mean Cloud9, they're looking to pick up that win. We will then break this down in cooldown after game 3. Hopefully we get more games. That's absolutely what I want. The London Arena has been great. Jack, let's quickly talk champions. Let's talk additional changes to this one because we do have a moment before we head to break. Let's focus on Golden Guardians. I think they had a great start. They had a good draft, but they just ended up not executing in their mid game in my mind.
Yeah, and I think even though I love Nautilus mid as a pick, I'm looking at Gory on the screen right now. Definitely knows he got caught out in several occasions. I think he, in a lot of ways, was Golden Guardian's best player. So I'd like, if you could put him on a playmaker like Annie in that sense, where he can actually do a large percentage of the team's damage, because he's one of the best laners that they have and is a big way that they can win.
Yeah, I think as well, when I'm looking at playmakers, I'm looking at Huhi, who I think has been so good on these aggressive supports, bringing out things like the set. It's not that his Lulu was bad, right? There was that fantastic disengage on the top side when Sven went in with his ultimate that he countered, but I would rather see him on something where he can make the plays, he can face check, and then maybe it means that his AD carry can play a little bit more safely when he doesn't have to be the one, you know, moving up and being in an uncomfortable position.
Right, I'm going to steal something that I saw on Twitter saying that all we do is keep saying, let them cook, let them cook. So somebody let M&S cook, and you got all the ingredients from the shopping center. That's all the time we've got before we head for the break on the other side of this Kank G9. Close out the series while Golden Guardians start putting the pieces together for the reverse sweep. Please, please, please bring us closer to Shrek 2 and away from Speed 2. That's what we're looking for. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Wait.
Jungler will be spotted out River on that ward.
Whoa, hang on. Fudge getting dove. Licorice going in for the solo kill, the first blood.
Yeah, it's 1-for-1.
Huhi pushed up to the turret now as Sven wants to go in here with the quickest beautiful wild growth from Huhi.
That's it. Raka. Yeah. Can you look there? Yeah. Nice. Back. Look at AD. Don't this. Look here, guys. Go. But just kill. Pego. Okay, Pego's dead.
Push down the extra outer turret up on top side while diving mid.
Oh, M&S just got a KO on Stixxay. Get it.
I'm not here to hurt you. I'm you. From the future. I don't know what happens in the future, but it's not up to you to fix the world all by yourself.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the power of the sword. Get it.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 and what is now match point for Cloud9 in their battle against the Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians looked a lot better in game number 2 for a while, and then all of a sudden Cloud9 find one flash on the enemy AD carry that just turns the whole game around.
Oh yeah, brother.
All right, we get American Betty.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
What you have for lunch?
I had a mighty fine time. That's what I had, Kobe. Your guys are supposed to be doing the London accent. That's what you got to do, innit, bruv?
Well, oi, bruv, you being a bit cheeky.
Oh, I like that, bruv.
This might be a 3-0, innit?
Yeah.
You didn't even try. You just put in it on the end of the
trick
sentence.
is, mate, you got to say water without the T. You know, it's water, kettle. You know?
Water.
That nice.
Kettle.
I like that, mate.
Okay, all right, I'll have to keep working on that. But right now, the Golden Guardians got to work on something more. Because, I mean, game 2 looked a lot better than game 1, but it still wasn't enough to take down Cloud9. What do you guys want to see from the Guardians to make this keep going past a game 3?
Well, not throwing would be a good start. I fundamentally don't have issue with their drafts. Like, I think last game, like, they played well up until the point with which they didn't. And so I don't think they need to change anything dramatic. I think being on the red side is good. The fact that it's Cloud9 banning away the Cassante, the Ahri is up and available, and the Vibe priority. Now C9 is saying, we want to have way more agency in the early game. Ahri seems to be the primary pick, and with the Lissandra ban, Golden Guardians have to find an answer, if not picking the Ahri away themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you when you're looking at it from Golden Guardians' perspective. I don't even care about the draft. You have to really start thinking about the map. It seems like so many times they're not giving any respect to where Cloud9 not only could be, but should be. You know, when they're getting their carries back in base, no flash, they're still walking up and stuff like that. So let's see if they can construct a team comp that they can operate to get back into this game. And Annie is actually a really good place to start. M&S had a lot of good stuns and initiations on them in the last team.
Well, that is the first pick for the side of Golden Guardians. Also locking in the Zeri. This is by far Stixay's most played champion in spring. 13 plays on that. Second most was Lucian at 8. And there's the Ahri that you were talking about with that Vibe, Eddie, as they're immediately going to pick that one up for C9, as well as going for the Jinx in the marksman position.
The Zeri is actually where the Golden Guardians run all began, back in LCS playoffs, when they got their first upset over 100 Thieves. And it was Stixay who jumped forward on the Zeri, got the kill on the double lift, got them their reverse sweep in that playoff series, and then they started their climb. I don't think it's going to be the lock-in, so I'm not falling for the hovers.
I was really excited for the Yasuo Gragas run back. Something that we saw against BLG. A part of me was like, if you had just locked in the Gragas here, you could have had that flexibility, and maybe C9 don't see it coming so that you can then get the Yasuo in the second rotation. If they had locked in the Yasuo, I was wondering if they would then had alternative jungle options. The fact that they've gone for the Kha'Zix here, I'm not as much of a fan of. Of course, this Annie's still a very flexible pick, so it seems like that GG wanted to make sure that they had a jungle matchup that they were confident in, and the ability to also keep some of their cards hidden.
The Nautilus will be the first ban of the second half here for Golden Guardians. Olaf banned out by C9.
Yeah, I expect another support ban here from Golden Guardians. Try to continue to whittle down on the support list. Cloud9, Pool, Force, Ven.
I think Thresh, Tom Kench, both most common. Because I think right now what they're thinking of is Annie support seems to be the direction that they're going. Of course, Annie mid, I think, is still great into the Ahri. The Lulu also makes a lot of sense, but right now this is very much looking like a Thresh game for Sven. But of course, this then does give the option for Golden Guardians to flex the Annie into the mid lane, and then they can potentially answer with a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I like the Lulu ban because not only do you not have to deal with the super sped up Jinx later on, but also the polymorph is very difficult for Kha'Zix to navigate team fights with. It's already kind of hard for Kha'Zix when you have to go into a Vi team. You're assuming the Vi is going to use the ultimate onto the Zeri, but they can use it to squish the Bug as well if he builds Assassin.
Well, the Blitzcrank, Olaf, Lulu, Nautilus, all taken off the table. What is going to be our next pick for the Golden Guardians here before they get to see the entirety of the C9 draft? I hope nobody gets baited by Rammus. They already have Kha'Zix. It's not happening. It's not happening. Talia locked in for the mid lane instead.
All right, hovered previously, but we actually get the lock in here. So it is going to be Gory Talia. Has been very, very good with it. There is a lot of damage with that plus the Kha'Zix, but there's not really anything to set up the Talia seismic shove from jungle. So probably looking at these stuns from Hui, from Annie to be the main initiator. And on the side for Cloud9, rounded out with a little bit more beef.
I just think that when you look at Cloud9's draft, it is about the most meta you can get. If they round out with a Thresh, like, they could also go for Leona if they want a little bit more engage, a little bit more follow-up. It looks like they're going in the direction of Peel, offering a little bit more utility. The Tahm Kench was something we talked about earlier. But like, C9 have come into this tournament, you know, they had their ideas about how to play the game, and after scrimming, after practicing, they said, this is what we think is the strongest. And this is like one of the strongest drafts you can get for yourself. And I feel like that Golden Guardians have kind of constructed a draft together where they've got elements of comfort, but in terms of C9's agency in the early game, their scaling, the ability to play through their bot side of the map, the amount of peel that they have, the mid-jungle, it's just, I feel like C9 have so many tools in the early game to just dismantle Golden Guardians.
Well, the final pick for Golden Guardians was the Poppy there for the top lane for FLICKR. He will be able to stop dashes from the Vi, from the Gragas, from the Ahri. So that entire top side, which is, you know, usually what you're dealing with during the early game, during the laning phase as a top laner, he'll have the ability to try to outplay all of those. Of course, it's not going to do a whole lot versus Jinx. Getting excited, just running straight at you, steadfast presence won't do a whole lot there. But I'm looking at FLICKR particularly as one of the guys who's been stepping up for Golden Guardians in this incredible run that they've had in the best split the organization has ever had since joining the LCS, to be one of the X factors if they want to last more than 3 games here.
And if you're looking at, before team fights even get started, mid-jungle duos, Cloud9 have Vi Ahri. That is actually just a death sentence at level 6, ultimate into charm, and it is going to be very, very difficult for Golden Guardians.
Pressure is on the Golden Guardians. It is the rematch of the LCS finals where they fell short. But in this series, it feels like that Cloud9 have leveled themselves up. So much of the focus has been on Golden Guardians' evolution, about how they've been able to challenge teams in the play-ins, how they look competitive against JDG, the things that they've been able to display. But Cloud9 quietly in the background have been evolving themselves. And now 2-0 up are looking to cement their dominance as the best LCS representative in MSI.
All right, let's get it started. Could be the last game of the series if it goes Cloud9's way, but Golden Guardians want to stop that streak here. Huhi starting off here in the side brush on mid lane, seeing if maybe MNS just gets a little cheeky walking up here. Huhi will move towards him. Yeah, scare him with the shield. All right, that's about all we get. Never mind, maybe not. Sven lick, gives him a lick.
2 licks.
Takes 3.
It does.
Tootsie Pop rules here in League of Legends.
I don't know what a
wow,
Tootsie
that's the
Pop
answer?
is.
To get to the center, it's literally only 3. Okay. If it's Tahm Kench, I guess.
Yeah.
If it's Tahm Kench doing the licking, yeah, it only takes 3 to
Don't
get
worry,
to the
Chad,
center.
I don't understand this reference either. This is...
It's old NA meme.
Welcome to America.
I thought you were American now.
American. Hell yeah, brother.
All right. Well, let's see how things are starting off here in the jungle. We do have both of our junglers starting off at their respective blue buffs. River on the Kha'Zix, Blabber on the Vi. Remember, the Vi has been banned first phase in both of the previous games. So this is going to be the first time we get to see it here in this series.
And because Golden Guardians bottom lane leash for the Kha'Zix, it is going to allow Berserker and Sven early brush control, early control of the minion wave here. Did allow Sven to get the 1Q off, trying to get some harassment going here.
Keeping my eyes on the matchups right now, seeing where that priority does exist. Looks like Talia getting a bit of an early shove. As to be expected against Ahri, who starts with the W, doesn't quite have the same wave clear. Also, a lot of damage being taken there by MNS. FLICKR doing the same thing in the top lane. Kind of the shining star, I feel, for Golden Guardians overall. His performance this MSI has been immaculate. FLICKR stonks on the rise. And we'll see if he can have an impactful performance this game. His ultimate, I think, is probably the biggest swing factor that we have seen, that we can see in these upcoming fights. I forget exactly which game it was, but like that 3-man Poppy ultimate that came through to swing the Baron. Blabber now hovering around mid lane. Our observers are highlighting it for us. Level 3 trying to come through for M&S. There it is.
And nope, Charm doesn't hit, so Blabber can't follow it up with the Vault Breaker. Gory, nice job avoiding the pressure. Immediately, Seismic shoves M&S back and forces him to flash away. Gory wants the kill, but he just barely doesn't get it. Even with the Corrupting Potion burn, it's M&S surviving with 14 HP.
So, props to Gory. Really nice trading in the, what is effectively a 2v1 with the early presence from Blabber. River has been doing a full clear from bot to top, so he's going to build that advantage as we see trading in the bot lane.
Bottom side, Sven jumps in, finds Huhi. Eats a lot of damage from Stixay on the way back out. Berserker tries to trade some of those auto attacks back and forth. All 4 players sitting around the half HP point here.
And because they saw Blabber cross through mid going for that gank that ultimately resulted in an almost kill for Gory, it allows Kha'Zix to securely get topside Scuttle Crab, get the deep ward by Blue and Gromp as well, to be able to give Licorice a lot more confidence and safety.
Now Blabber down here towards the bottom side of the map, but the wave is shoved so far up, he's just hovering around, making sure these guys can get that wave into the turret. Stixay down to 150 HP, but Berserker is ignited, and he has to back away now as well. Huhi keeps on chasing him. Little bit of CC there on Sven, but C9 can back it off.
C9 with really good bot side vision once again. They secured the early Scuttle Crab. Wards on the entrances as well. Means that they know they can go for these trades, given that River is nowhere to be seen on the bot side of the map. He is hovering around mid right now, knowing M&S doesn't have flash. Pre-6 Ahri is very susceptible to ganks. Look at how he's navigating his way through the darkness. Our observers highlighting for us how C9 right now don't have information. The ward will come through.
And that's going to spot out the jungler. So Berserker and Sven know it's time to get out of town. River seeing if he can go through, find the opportunity. Nope, he finds a W, and that's about it.
Yeah, they've still got all sums here for the Cloud9 bottom lane, so exhaust ready for the Kha'Zix. They just back off, give respect, and then slip back in for the minion wave.
And they should be able to pick up this wave pretty easily here, considering River has already retreated back into his own jungle. There's no threat of a dive. Cloud9 should farm up all of these minions A-OK. Farm between those 2 hyper carries in the bottom lane, very easy. Honestly, farm across the board, practically tied. Mid lane, the largest exception, and it's only about a wave difference, favoring M&S's Ahri.
Props to Golden Guardians once again. Their laning continues to be strong. Game 1 was a little bit debatable in the bot side of the map, given that early skirmish didn't go their way, but 2 and 3, they've been finding advantages in the 2v2. CS, though, still pretty favorable for C9 for the time being. TP's invested top side of the map. We're considering an early dragon as we get closer to the 6-minute mark as Gory hits level 6. Nice knockback.
Oh, M&S in some trouble here. Remember, he already used the flash earlier, so he's bug food. It's River getting first blood here for Golden Guardians.
Once again, Gory finds M&S. They get the kill before the reinforcements from Cloud9 can even get there.
Look at how close M&S is to level 6. You see that little pink bar underneath the icon? That is, like, he is so close. He's 100%, and he's not even level 6 yet. That was the window that Golden Guardians had, and they were able to find it.
Oof, Gory is styling on them right now. Not only mid-dipping, but also soaking so much pressure, getting bottom lane summoners blown as Sven tried to go in on him. I mean, I was worried in Champ Select. I was like, oh man, this Taliyah not as cool when you have a Kha'Zix jungle and there's no setup for the seismic shove, but turns out Gory doesn't need the setup. He's been able to land it thus far. On the reset though, Cloud9 are able to get the dragon since they stuck around and tried to get that extra force.
Very early first Drake here for C9. Not even 7 minutes into the game, they will pick that one up. Considering we're still over 60 seconds away from the Herald spawning, we may also see them be able to set up for that here in a little bit. But Blabber collects that. The Scuttle Crab then spawns right after, so very obvious thing for him to do next, as they also have bottom lane priority with Berserker and Sven shoving that wave into the turret. Stixay and Huhi will just have to try to farm this up. And Blabber grabbing the crab, still not quite level 6 just yet.
Yeah, he's really close though, and then that's where the true power of the Ahri buy gets unlocked. So when Blabber gets one more camp, as we have a bottom lane trade here, maybe then he can go get his ultimate.
Stixay gets rooted by the Chompers there, loses a lot of HP. Only 300 left there on the Zeri as Golden Guardians bottom lane has to back up under the turret, continue that farming. Sven and Berserker not afraid to trade aggressively with these guys, even this far pushed up in the lane.
Yeah, a lot of volatility here on the bottom side. So with junglers off of these two camps, Kha'Zix gets his level 6. Off of Krugs, Blabber should get his. There it is. There's going to be blood in the water down here pretty soon.
Stixxay level 6 on the Zeri. Very critical difference between the marksmen right now. Is MNS level 7 on the Ahri, hovering down here in the river, seeing if there's an opportunity to move. But with Gory and River both there, they're going to stop him from moving any further forwards. They're also going to clear out the control wards in the pixel brush, in the side brush there of mid lane. Sven and Berserker still pushed up here in bottom side. Berserker level 6 now. Sven only at half HP though on the TK. And once again, Gory, these seismic shoves just do not miss. He lines himself up so that he can throw the rocks at MNS. But MNS dashes away to barely keep himself alive. They stun up Sven, and it's River getting a second kill.
Golden Guardians once again coming out, slamming here in the early game. Mid lane, it's an absolute slugfest. Gory keeps forcing things out of MNS.
Look at the Vi on her way mid.
Ultimate.
Blabber goes in for it, finds the ulti. MNS cannot close the distance to get the charm. So Gory just walks it off, throws him a FlyQuest emblem, and walks away.
Oh my goodness. Gory is getting so many cooldowns out of Cloud9. MNS doesn't want to fully commit to that because if he does, he gets in range, he's going to get blown up in the trade, even with Vi there. And so now you lose your first Vi ultimate as Cloud9, as well as the Ahri ultimate.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Gory. You saw the Q, we both thought the same thing. We're like, oh, he just needs to point that the right way, and that's going to force a flash out from the Ahri. But unfortunately, wasn't quite able to connect it. And that means that MNS will just be forced back, but this does give a window for River to secure the first Herald. FLICKR could be in a bit of danger.
Ooh, nice flash there from FLICKR, making sure he doesn't get knocked backwards by the ultimate from Fudge.
Yep, good disengage. FLICKR has been a shining light for the Golden Guardians so far this tournament, throughout their playoffs runs as well. I think in this game, though, I'm looking at River. Kha'Zix got the early kills there, so you cashed in with a bunch of vision control. This is a big snowballing item here, the Umbral Glaive, and now he's looking top with it.
Nice use of the steadfast presence there. Licorice was waiting on him. He makes sure he's got it, and River is set up for the third kill of the game.
Yeah, this Kha'Zix is quite fed. Rift Herald and 3 kills. He is the game right now.
Wow. You talked about, coming into this game, Kobe, the mid-jungle is who we need to track. But we both agreed that it was MNS Blabber that you needed to track with the Ahri Vi, but it's Gory and River that are coming alive right now. Licorice will secure himself another plate. River with this Herald can really start to funnel more gold into whether it be Gory or the bot side of the map. Uses the E to get into the brush as quickly as possible. Fudge realizes something is wrong. The dash gets interrupted by the steadfast presence. Licorice then stuns him against the wall. The flash comes through from Fudge, but it's not enough to get away. He only makes himself isolated, and River picks up another kill.
I want Licorice as my top laner. He avoids the enemy play even as they're setting it up. Then he sets up a perfect kill for the jungler. River, though.
Sven looking for an engage there, but can't land on anybody. So River can just easily keep himself out of harm's way. Cloud9 has 4 men in this bot side River. Fudge is still up top. He has no teleport to be able to join the rest of the C9 squad. Golden Guardians also sending 4 men down to this bottom side as Berserker loses half HP and Stixxay's ready to go in on that very scary Zeri. The Kench hits the bench and Berserker tries to get away. Stixxay puts some bullets in his face and Golden Guardians are up 5-0.
Golden Guardians find fight after fight and they found another one.
Gory now looking to potentially be picked as MNS gets one back. Working with Blabber, finally the Vi-Ahri combination showing up, but it's not enough because it's still just an even trade with Golden Guardians now using the Herald in the bottom lane to get even more.
Yeah, honestly, the Cloud9 kill is just a footnote here at the paragraph that is Golden Guardians' dominance. Herald into the tower as well. Stixxay splits on those. That was a huge flank there from Stixxay, waiting in the brush, pops the Zeri ultimate, gets a huge chunk onto Berserker as they're walking down. Cloud9 think they've got an easy road ahead of them, but look at that, that's 400 damage, 500, boom. That is your ultimate already down. They follow the flash. put him in the dirt, and then we finally do see, yes, the rebuttal of the Ahri Vi, the fearsome combo. They get Gory, the man that has caused them so many issues so far this game, drawn so many cooldowns, but it's just that one drop in the bucket of one kill.
Flowers, at the beginning of the game, you mentioned that this was Stixxay's most played champion. And you have to wonder, when your backs are against the wall, it's very common for many Western teams to default to comfort when you feel under pressure. You know, just if you're going to go out, you may as well go out knowing that you did your very best on a champion that you feel so confident on. And the confidence level that we're seeing from Stixxay, the individual agency that he has in the champion, it feels like night and day.
All right, all that's left now for Golden Guardians, you need to transition this through the mid-game by tracking Cloud9 and containing their movements.
And I mentioned it last game, it's traditionally around the time that plates fall down where Golden Guardians struggle to maintain that forward momentum. We got about 45 seconds left until we hit that 14-minute mark, and we're just about where we were in the previous game in terms of the gold lead, about 2,500. So this is Golden Guardians' chance to redeem themselves and do in game 3 what they could not do in game number 2. FLICKR using the Poppy ultimate there to disengage the dive that Cloud9 was setting up on the Poppy.
Yeah, these small plays from FLICKR, flashing on the Gragas ultimate to be able to get himself out last time. Just uses his own ult here, combo breaker on the 4-person roam from Cloud9, stopping that play before it even gets started. Doesn't look like a lot, but those are the timers I'm talking about, those movements from Cloud9. Here we go, though.
Gory getting hit by the Everfrost. M&S having that extra little bit of CC to guarantee his charm. Works out well, waits till the rocks disappear to start using his dashes there in his ulti. Flashes away from the seismic shove. Gory is taken low. Berserker wins the fight, and M&S barely lives.
AD carries, can they chase down the other one? Yeah, in the fight of mid laners, it is Berserker who gets paid. Honestly, Cloud9 are quite happy with that one. Who he's on the chase here, though. Any lazy recalls? No, sir.
Almost. Oh, but now, Huhi's the one who is overextended. Unfortunately for the Golden Guardians, that is just a gift-wrapped kill back over to C9. And that 1v1 ends up turning into 2 kills for the 2 carries of Cloud9.
That's actually an assisted kill plus a Tibbers kill there. So quite a nice little
Is that happening again?
delivery.
Gentlemen, is it happening again? Golden Guardians, this is how it started last game. Oh, Gory dies bot lane. You know, it's whatever. It's fine. You can forgive him that. But it was the pick after that that then blew the game wide open. And these picks, this mid-game from Golden Guardians is where they need to be so careful. The 1v1 was incredibly close. It could have swung either way. M&S and Berserker end up getting the better of that trade there. But the goal lead's still in favor of Golden Guardians. They need to stay calm, think about their position on the map, and not allow C9 to regain control of game 3.
Nice little bit of patience from Sven there, not backing up into the seismic shove that was placed by Gory. Huhi flashing over the wall as Blabber arrives with the Vault Breaker to deal some serious damage. M&S again, it's the Everfrost making the difference over and over again, but Sven dies in trade, but they're gonna get another one back, and this time it's Huhi and Gory. Dead on the ground for the Golden Guardians. C9 get a 2-for-1.
It starts with one pick and it ends in another. Pick after pick, Cloud9 have quickly closed the kill gap, but the goal gap remains. Golden Guardians not going to lose too much off the back of this initially. C9 still have the ultimate from Blabber, and that's what he's threatening right now. They'll move over to the Herald, though, and claim their prize for finding 2 kills.
Yeah, I really like the timing here from Cloud9 on forcing that, because remember, it all starts with Blabber being willing to trade his flash for Huhi's flash. The Annie flash, very oh, never mind, we're actually going to contest this. FLICKR from the top side.
Yeah, FLICKR thinking about it, but the Herald has already been claimed by the side of Cloud9, and now FLICKR can only knock away Fudge. He ends up giving over another free kill. It's looking a lot like deja vu, gentlemen. The Golden Guardians' small mistakes keep adding up.
Did you just speak that into existence, Thaddeus?
Oh, Golden Guardians looking for a 4-man play, a dive under the Tier 1 turret. They're going to get Fudge at least. Tier 1 plus Fudge, that's some money back to stop this game from swinging the other direction. But the problem is, the Herald was summoned up immediately in the top side, and now Berserker and Blabber are ready to use it to knock down the Tier 2. Those are worth a lot of money, my friends. There it goes. Tier 2 is down, but the Golden Guardians are on their way. Sven's trying to walk it off. He's got Berserker right next to him. River wants in. He just hit level 11. He's got the Evolve W now for the extra slow and the extra AoE. Sven gobbles up Berserker, wants to get him out. They're trying to use Steadfast Presence to stop it. Licorice with a flash forward. Berserker is shut down, and Gory gets the kill. Nicely done from the Golden Guardians to get something else off the back.
So while the picks are good for Golden Guardians, they're not trying to concede too much on the map. The problem is it's C9 that are still claiming objectives on the map. You highlighted it, Flowers. The fact that they got the Tier 2 tower in the top lane as well, and Berserker just continues to get gold. Look at that. BF Pickaxe picked up on his last back. He's basically got the Infinity Edge. He only needs a little bit more gold. Like, Golden Guardians are finding picks. They're still contesting Cloud9, but it's Cloud9 that are very quickly regaining control of the map once more.
At least that last pick for Golden Guardians, where Licorice expends his teleport and his flash W to get the kill onto Berserker, means Berserker is now walking from base over to the Dragon. So that last pick might secure them the Dragon unless Fudge gets some miracle of a steal, and there's a very big mishap with Smite.
Well, that's not going to happen. So Golden Guardians will get their second Drake of the game. Not yet on Soul Point because C9 did get that Cloud Drake earlier, but it's a 2,000 gold lead. Not even that, honestly, a little bit south of that value here for the Golden Guardians. What do they need to do? What do you guys want to see this team do next? It has to be something prioritizing this Kha'Zix that's got 5 kills.
Well, you kind of want to keep things simple. So you want to play for the outer towers. You know that the Dragon isn't available anymore. Baron is spawning in about a minute's time. So ideally you want to keep your Poppy on the bot side of the map. Maybe you even send Gory there if you're concerned about TP influence. But ideally you keep this bot side pushed in. You then rotate your Poppy up from bot into mid. And then you threaten with 4 up towards the top side. You play a traditional 4-1. Leverage your numbers to threaten that top tower and secure another objective. And you expect then Cloud9 to cross map. But the problem for Cloud9 is they don't want to concede this vision around the Baron. So you'll see right now, Blabber and M&S still hovering around the top side river, making sure that there's no risk of a potential steal, especially when Fudge doesn't have TP and neither does M&S.
And when you're trying to get the map into that state, the big thing you have to avoid for Golden Guardians is avoid those picks. Avoid M&S and Blabber hiding in the shadows here with the Ahri Vi. Those two have been the beginning of the punishment.
So I think initially this is quite promising from Golden Guardians, leveraging their numbers to move into mid, and then they rotate through the river so they can clear out the top side river vision and then start threatening this tower. M&S is hovering with Blabber. Maybe this is where they find that pick.
Blabber jumps over the wall. River and Huhi retreating from this top side river as M&S clears out that wave in the top side. Just about to hit 20 minutes. The Baron spawning. Golden Guardians still a little bit ahead, but the battle for the vision in the top side river remains. You can see there the Shirelli is used by Huhi, but it doesn't result in a whole lot.
But look at the bot wave now, because the problem for C9 is Fudge doesn't have his teleport available. This bot wave is pushed in, and this is the window where you want to start like threatening C9 into an uncomfortable situation, but Golden Guardians are choosing to back. So Fudge has all the time in the world to clear out this bot wave. He should now have the teleport back available, and that risk of trying to cross-map anything, putting C9 under pressure, Golden Guardians have missed that window.
Golden Guardians still in control, still in a pretty even game state. But the past 2 games, fresh in their minds, they know that they can't afford to give away some of these small errors that have been costing them so much previously. Medjai's Soulstealer currently on 6 stacks for M&S. He has the stopwatch in his inventory. Big purchase available there. Also, Gory having a stopwatch. Remember, this is one of the huge things against Vi. Once she ults, yes, you can't get away from her, but she's also not getting away from your location. A stopwatch can be a great tool to turn around those plays that would otherwise go the other direction. So Blabber and the rest of Cloud9 are going to have to be careful about overcommitting onto a target like that.
Okay, so once again, Golden Guardians, they've got the bottom lane pushed, make a hard shove into the top side to try and put pressure on that exposed outer tower, but they're just catching here. Nobody's moving in aggressively to try and set up the play themselves. And these Chemtech Scryer's plants are so detrimental to your vision game. Pop that thing and you just move in, sweep it all out.
Okay, Golden Guardians have found their moment. They want to go in right now. MNS isolated from the rest of the team, but because he's Ahri, he's got the multiple dashes. He can get over the blue wall, get over the Weaver's wall, and get back to his teammates. So Golden Guardians will not get any pick here.
They're trying to force the TP out from Fudge. They know that FLICKR is already here. He's going to secure that objective. The ultimate is gone from MNS.
Well, the Baron's dropping pretty rapidly. 3,000 HP left. They eject Blabber. Beautifully done from the Golden Guardians to claim the Baron at 22 minutes.
That is a really important play from Golden Guardians. C9 were playing the map very well, but they finally secured an objective. Now they can't. Don't over-push this, Golden Guardians. Reset, get control your waves. Then move back to mid.
That snipe from FLICKR, though. Poppy ultimate here towards these Baron pit. Like, that is not guaranteed. He's able to land it. They get the Baron, they burn it down. Yeah, they gave up one dragon, but it's huge.
Oh, MNS at only 40% HP. Remember, the Ahri has no ulti. MNS having to flash away as River takes damage from Blabber, and MNS retreats back into the red buff on his own side. Now Blabber's going to take so much damage, and he finally dies with Stickstay finding the auto attacks. FLICKR here trying to lead the charge, slamming him back into the wall. Gory grabs the kill, and MNS goes down. Golden Guardians shine bright, and they get a 2 for nothing.
They're not done yet. Now they've got control of the entire map with their Rift. With their Baron buff here, immediately taking Cloud9 for everything.
Huge props to FLICKR in that fight, because when River tries to come in from the flank, C9 immediately turn their attention to him. But FLICKR, really quick thinking, flashes onto the back line and just creates chaos. Focuses MNS, forces Sven to immediately backpedal and try to peel, and that splits the fights up onto two fronts, giving Golden Guardians the space to play that front to back and come out ahead.
Much better focus from the Golden Guardians this time around. Now you see their map movements once again. They send the split pusher up to the top side, exposed tower there for the Poppy, while the rest of the team gets over here to the objective on Dragon. They get 2 for 1. Cloud9 trying to come back from their base during this, so should be tower and Dragon. Snap for Golden Guardians here. A lot of defense for Cloud9 goes up towards FLICKR, but he knows not to overextend. He has had so many small, smart plays.
And now they have a 4,000 gold lead. They have Soul Point, and they have Baron for just under 1 more minute. Golden Guardians, best game state they've had so far in the series, I would say. Cloud9, finally the ones trying to find their way back into this one and weather the storm that the Guardians are unleashing upon them here, taking control over the red side jungle of C9, placing down that vision, choking them out, making the rift very small for the Cloud9 players.
Golden Guardians continue to push, set up the 1-4. The TP comes in from MNS from top into mid. Golden Guardians should be fine sacrificing that top wave. They don't need it. Keep the pressure up. Leverage as much of the Baron as you can. 20 seconds left. River, though, isolated.
River found out by Blabber. They want the damage from MNS, and they got it. The shutdown back over to C9 as MNS looks for a little bit more. Gory's going to be the target, but FLICKR slams the enemy mid laner back into the wall. MNS taken very low, but the stopwatch keeps him alive as now another kill comes through, and Gory is down too. FLICKR staying and fighting here in the Raptor pit as Huhi and Stickstay show up, and Stickstay, rat-a-tat-tat, fire the gat! Berserker fights back, and it's a rocket to the face! Cloud9's AD carry will not go quietly into the night. FLICKR and Fudge in a 1v1 off to the side as Fudge is trying to get away and build some distance. He throws the cast back as Berserker beautifully spaces out Huhi and shows why he's the best AD carry in North America. FLICKR will finally finish him off, but it's a bloodbath in the bot side.
Look at Berserker's reaction there. He's having fun on stage. Oh my, it takes a FLICKR to make him sit down. Here we go though. 5 plus Ahri is a kill. Kha'Zix is down. Then they're trapped inside here though. FLICKR pins the Ahri, gets the W interrupt into the wall. Gory has his own Zhonya's, but so does MNS to buy more time for the rest of the team to get there. Then you think Stickstay is gonna pop off. He's got this one in the bag. He flashes forward. He's chasing down kills. True Zeri fashion. Pops his shield bow.
Autos are just out of range. Berserker.
He dodges the W on this side and the other Q just outside of range.
Oh my word.
Pixel perfect range here from Berserker on those rockets, and then he follows it up with only 100 HP, doing the same thing to Huhi just out of range.
Berserker channeling the spirit of Uzi with this auto spacing, just making his opponents look silly as he dances around them, 5,733 damage, but Stixxay dealing 7,420. A tale of 280 carries in that team fight damage chart.
Don't get it twisted. You know, the fact that Golden Guardians were able to turn that around, that was a very good pick initially from C9. And then Golden Guardians fought their way back. FLICKR continues to impress me. He's very confident and comfortable on the Poppy, and he makes his presence known. But C9 immediately back out onto the map. They take the mid tower, the bot lane secured for Golden Guardians, and we reset. The Dragon spawns in a minute and a half, the Baron in a minute's time. Golden Guardians in a very good position, but C9 once again showcasing their resilience and how you cannot afford to make a single misstep against the powerhouse that is Cloud9.
And this situation becomes very nerve-wracking from Cloud9's position because of the fact that you have that Baron spawning and the Drake spawning too. No, it's not an Elder Drake yet, but it's a very valuable objective for Golden Guardians to take because it gives you soul. For Cloud9, not so much. It means Golden Guardians have a natural advantage in terms of pulling their opponents back and forth between these two objectives. And I'm very curious to see how it plays out. The Baron only 10 seconds away right now. As you can see, M&S currently using the recall, getting back to base. He buys the Zhonya's Hourglass. That is a critical purchase before the upcoming fights.
I think with the danger that we just saw with the amount of firepower Berserker has, it's a little risky for Golden Guardians to do Baron. You have a much safer objective in the Dragon Soul coming up in only 40 seconds. But they don't care. Safety be damned. We're going for this Baron.
Golden Guardians is not a team to worry about safety as Blabber has to get away. Rivers at half HP, Blabber at about 2/3. Both junglers took a bit of a hit.
Just saying, the Dragon is way safer and a lot more value for Golden Guardians than for Cloud9. That thing's coming up. But for Cloud9's side,
FLICKR.
Uh-oh, FLICKR getting hit there by the Jinx. They force the flash out. The Fudge's body slam and the chompers from the Jinx.
They're gonna do it.
C9 is starting this. There's a good flank ward though to the left of the Baron pit that FLICKR can TP into.
They want to make sure they don't get this stolen away. Cloud9 committing to the Baron for now. Still, the Rivers over the wall. Where's the Poppy at? The Baron's going to be stolen away by the Golden Guardians. They've already found a kill on Blabber, and now they're going to find Fudge as well. Stixxay gets them both, and C9, 3v5. Golden Guardians have the Baron. Golden Guardians are going to the Soul, and Golden Guardians do not want to get swept out of MSI.
C9 take the gamble, but it is the hammer of FLICKR that cements their grasp over the Baron. This will be a soul for Golden Guardians. This should be a game-winning position for the Golden Guardians. With the Baron buff and the soul, they will make their way towards the nexus of C9.
FLICKR sets him up. River knocks it down with the Baron steal. Here they come.
Golden Guardians retreating now. They do not want to overstay and lose what they built here against Cloud9. Nice charm there coming out from M&S. Finds some damage on the Stixxay, but now they got to be careful because Berserker's going to get excited. Needs one more auto, but he won't find it. However, the Golden Guardians are ready to turn it around with M&S forced into the stopwatch now. The damage back on the Stixxay and the shutdown over to Blabber. Cloud9 have found the kill on the enemy AD carry, but health bars are low on both sides. Fudge in the front line. He has no protection. He barely gets himself out. FLICKR is on the hunt. He needs to throw the shield one more time. M&S with the charm back over the wall to try to stop the Poppy as FLICKR cannot secure the kill.
Never say it's over if Berserker is still breathing. He's full health on Jinx, looking for a little bit extra here. That peel to keep FLICKR off of Fudge, allow the escape for the big man there to the top side. Cloud9, they're still fighting.
So when we look at this, the flank coming in from FLICKR was massive. The bot lane is taken out of the equation. River dives in, is able to secure the smite steal. And it was a 2 versus 5. They were trapped in the pit with all 4 members, and Golden Guardians walk away with the Baron. And at this point, after securing the soul, you think, okay, maybe you just look to reset, but they wanted to keep the pressure up. They wanted to keep the push going, and that is where they made a fatal overstep that Cloud9 was quick to punish.
Yeah, that was some desperation, but back out to live.
No, this is the last
still
fight.
replay.
This is still the
This is still replay, buddy. Still replay.
Let me see live. They started it off, as you can see, with the pick on the Stixxay. But my goodness, if they had gotten that one extra rocket onto Huhi to get excited a little earlier, Fudge came in with the flank though, he knocked in the Zeri, that's what started the Cloud9 comeback.
And now we're back to live, Kobe. Now we're ready to go and see how it plays out. Golden Guardians with a soul and with a 7,000 gold lead. Cloud9 with Berserker. That is what both teams are counting on right now. How this one's gonna go depends so much on the 80 carries and FLICKR too, with this Poppy being such a playmaker. Betty, as you said it, this guy has been impressing here this game.
Golden Guardians stack this 5, continue the push in bot. The ultimate, well, both ultimates being threatened. One used from Gordon. You need to hit this tower, and they just can't quite get in range.
Not yet, Blabber. Okay, the Vault Breakers towards River, who can then get himself out of danger. 3.5 minutes till the Elder Drake, 2:45 until the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, those two ultimates are what Golden Guardian used to set themselves up for a guaranteed win on the team fight. You eject 2 people and then you trap the other ones inside the pit with your Taliyah ultimate, but at the base, a lot more difficult to do. Cloud9 defending on all sides here, and Berserker is approaching full build on the Jinx, just has to upgrade his last Whisper.
Yep. Super, super close to that late game 6-item nightmare. But on the other side, Stixxay is doing the same. You can see the broken stopwatch in his inventory once he has the money to turn that into a Guardian Angel. The Zeri will also be at 6 items. The 80 carries putting in so much work, both of them here in this game. Jungler sitting on 3 items, 4 items actually for River on the Kha'Zix. And in that top lane, the 2 movement speed tank items completed for FLICKR. Just everything he can possibly get to give him the angles, make sure he can catch up to people, block him with the steadfast presence. This game is coming down to the wire. 33 minutes in, Golden Guardians and Cloud9. It's gonna come down to one big fight, I feel like.
It's a situation where conventionally I'd be talking about what Cloud9 need to think about moving in the next game. It's a situation where traditionally I'd be thinking about how Golden Guardians have this game in the bag, but C9 continue to find ways to fight back in this game. And the man on your screen right now, Berserker, as you rightly said, Kobe, as long as he breathes, Cloud9 will always have a chance of winning. Full build now completed for the 80 carry of Cloud9. And look at the damage already, the positioning is good. And this is the biggest hurdle the Golden Guardians will have to overcome. FLICKR on the flank.
FLICKR looking for that angle. Throws a
Has he
ward down to
found
the
it?
push. Oh, Berserker! He's been caught! FLICKR with the flash of the engage and the shutdown, and Stixxay with the damage! Cloud9 has already lost the fight. There's no way in hell you win it without Jinx! FLICKR just won this game for the Golden Guardians! Blabber tries to escape, but River's ready to go right after him. Stixxay's on a killing spree. FLICKR just found the angle.
FLICKR continues to impress at MSI. What a phenomenal pick. He found the most crucial carry on C9 and he sends him to the grave.
Their backs are against the wall. They picked the comfort champions. They trusted in FLICKR, and against his old team, he stands tall in Game 3. Golden Guardians will not be swept out of MSI. They are not done playing just yet, and they are going to take out Cloud9 and get their first win here in the series.
Woo! Cloud9, Berserker, full build, starts his recall. Fog of War on the bottom side, and guess who's there? Walking up, nice little window shopping prize for Golden Guardians. They end the game off of that one. It was a hard-fought game for them, too. Being able to get the soul, being able to get that Baron fight, they needed that one last little piece to actually end it, and they find it here. Could this be the momentum they need to get right back on track?
Yeah, I mean, the individual step-ups right now is really what we're seeing from Golden Guardians. There are definitely a few missteps here and there. There are picks that C9 continue to find, but this time round, FLICKR a single death, River a single death, that top jungle really coming alive in this Game 3.
Having Stixxay back on that #1 played champion in the Zeri, something with some more mobility than Aphelios or Jinx has, looked a lot better from him. Having FLICKR on something like Poppy that has playmaking. Fiora has no playmaking. Rumble has the ability to support and enable team fights, but he's not gonna find that one clutch wallbang that just ends the game. Putting FLICKR on playmakers, putting Stixxay on Zeri, it felt like this is what Golden Guardians needed. This is the secret ingredient inside the sauce.
And they continue to have a lot of very big plays early on in the game. You know, Gory soaking up a lot of pressures, getting a lot of cooldowns out of
Laners are
enemy
playing
team.
very well in just their isolated matchups right now. And that, like, starting off like that, they just need to make sure that they clean up that mid game, and like they can definitely make the reverse sweep happen.
Gory too on that Talia, finding the shoves, setting things up constantly time after time, the whole team coming together. And now we'll get to see what does Cloud9 look like after a loss. How does Cloud9 respond to what Golden Guardians brought to the table? I was worried after game 2 for Golden Guardians, thinking, hey, how are you going to bounce back after getting ahead and then throwing? But now they've shown us they can do it. So let's head over to the analyst desk to break down how it happened.
Get the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the power. Get it. Get the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the power. Get it.
We can fight now. Coming. That's good. Yeah. Let's go. I go. Has flash. I go.
Let's go. Talking about it, but the Herald has already been claimed by the side of Cloud9, and now FLICKR can only knock away Fudge. It's looking a lot like deja vu. Works out well. Waits till the rocks disappear to start using his dashes there in his ulti. Flashes away from the seismic shove. Gory is taken low. Berserker wins the fight. Close a ward down to the rush. Oh, Berserker, he's been caught. FLICKR with the flash at the engage with the shutdown and sticks there with the damage. Cloud9 has already lost the fight. There's no way in hell you win it without Jinx. FLICKR just won this game for the Golden Guardians.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 from the Copper Box Arena here in London. Golden Guardians strike back, keeping their tournament hopes alive. And I think they can thank Vedi for one of the biggest caster curses I have ever seen in my life. Before the clip I'm about to show you, I heard the following words. As long as Berserker stays alive, Cloud9 have a chance. Berserker's at full build. Berserker's doing so much damage. Those words left his mouth, and bring this up on screen. Chat, break down for me exactly what went wrong in this final fight.
It was a Gigaflank. So essentially what happened is MNS had just been right here, and he took this path to this moment, and FLICKR came all the way from bot lane after clearing the wave. So you understand why Berserker would think this is a safe recall, because he considers this whole zone lit up and checked, because MNS literally just walked there. But if we roll the clip, you can see how none of that ends up being true. He also walked through with the sweeper, so there's nothing that tells Berserker there should be a man there, other than maybe FLICKR cleared the bottom wave 20 seconds ago. Flash stun, no possible way of reacting, no QSS, no cleanse, dead, over.
I still blame Vedius. I think he set it up. I think he was the one that put bad juju into the into the universe. Orgs, okay, the final fight will play out. Golden Guardians ended up winning it. I think to be fair, Golden Guardians had control for most of the game. Still quite scrappy, still quite close, but it was Golden Guardians favored. If we take it back, we'll take a quick look at the draft. But talk me through the early game. Talk me through how they started the game.
Yeah, I think honestly they had a really strong performance from River coming out from the start. A lot of skirmishes around the mid lane where this Kha'Zix really popped off. I think something I do want to mention about the draft also is I said in the previous game one of the problems was they weren't able to set up Stixxay well. But on the Zeri, you're so much more independent compared to the Jinx. And we saw, you know, a moment like that at the end. If you're playing Zeri, obviously you can slide over a wall before you recall. It's much harder to get caught out in these situations. And yeah, I think the pick worked well for them when it came down to those team fights.
Yeah, and I think another thing that worked well this game was River. He's had a pretty good game in both games 2 and 3. Game 2, I would say he was a lot more passive but farmy. In this game, he just got a lot more involved. I'd say they have setup in every lane. They have the Annie support, they have the Poppy who can flash, stun somebody, and then they have the Talia who can also set things
Also,
up.
is that Xin Zhao's face?
Oh, it changed.
Yeah, it was.
It changed.
I was looking at it. The screen is really far away, and I'm like, I'm sure that's Xin Zhao's face. Supposed to be Kha'Zix. Look, we spoke a lot about the Kha'Zix. We talked a lot about River. Let's bring the replay up, and Orcs, talk me through the early games. I think in particular, I also want to ask you, did you like the Kha'Zix this time around? Because you had a little bit of a rant earlier that maybe the pick is not something you love seeing.
Yeah, I haven't been a super fan of the Kha'Zix, especially when we saw some of the games like between Gen G and T1 where it was structured so much around those group team fights. But I feel like there's been so many opportunities where the River has made it happen in the early game, where they caught people out who are mispositioned, out in side lanes. And this is what you have to do if you want to make the Kha'Zix work because he has so much damage on these isolated targets. That was something that was buffed before MSI, and if you do catch someone out like this, you can just shred through them, and it was definitely a much more impactful game than the previous two.
Yeah, 5 kills and assists by 14 minutes, involved in all of them for the team, and a 1,500 gold lead over Blabber, a historically dominant North American early game jungler.
And of course, let me rephrase this. Blabber, is he the best jungler in North America? Yeah. Do what's right for the LCS. Yeah. Cloud9 3-0. That's what we said before. I will concede your prediction was 3-1 Cloud9 at the beginning of the day.
It was.
So you did lean that direction. But I think in terms of how the games have played out, do you have to readjust your expectations? Because from my eyes, Golden Guardians have made Cloud9 work. Golden Guardians have had leads in multiple games that they've also conceded. So this looks a lot more competitive than I was anticipating.
I mean, maybe you didn't have the right expectations. Because this is exactly like the NA Finals, just slightly out of order. Because Golden Guardians consistently push Cloud9, right? They consistently were actually getting early game advantages. In the Finals, it was games 1 and 2. Here, it's games 2 and 3. And I would say it has been some superior team fighting by Cloud9, because I think in general they have better hands and are better team fighters. But Golden Guardians are just so proactive and so confident when they go to make moves.
Yeah, I mean, particularly the FLICKR play that we saw before was one you had to have supreme confidence to go for that angle. And I feel like as well, the Baron setup we saw them have was so good. Yeah, I mean, Berserker still phenomenal, but this is that Baron setup, and I just think the coordination here that Golden Guardians show is really good.
Great hammer to close it out, and of course that was the deal, the game being sealed in favor of Golden Guardians. Once they were able to secure that Baron, that was when you really knew it was going to play out. And you can see the post-game breakdown graphic there, that big Baron jump at the end, but still predominantly Golden Guardians favored.
Poppy, by the way.
I mean,
same damage as Talia.
Such a great performance. I love seeing Poppy. Okay, so Cloud9 has selected blue side, and I'm going to ask London, Copper Box, will we see a game 5? I want to be frank. that's not the most convincing cheer. Because I have heard them a lot louder, and frankly, I think they sucked on that one a little. But what that tells me
as well,
is they are probably linked towards Cloud9 winning Game 4 and going 3-1. Orgs, with C9 being on blue side, we've seen Golden Guardians selecting red side both previous games, so maybe they're not going to be too disappointed in that. What do you think Cloud9 now have to do if they're going to bounce back from the defeat?
Yeah, I think, honestly, the draft wasn't necessarily the problem in that situation. Yes. I mean, these games are so close, so down the wire, that it really comes down to the execution. So I feel like you can follow a familiar trend, but maybe push some of the members of Golden Guardian off their comfort, you know? Especially the Poppy in the top lane seemed really good for FLICKR.
I mean...
anything's look good in FLICKR's hands, to be fair.
Yeah, and Trevor, North America's going through the next round.
Yeah.
Right? Like, no matter what, something good is happening today for North America. But in all seriousness, I think I'm very interested in Cloud9 actually picking blue side again. It makes me think they're actually pretty happy with the way the drafts have been going, because I feel like this tournament, bot lane is more easily attackable by the red side team because of the bot lane tri-brush. There's more access down there. And also Golden Guardians is really successful with flex picks. So I'm actually a little surprised that Golden Guardians is on the red side, which then gives me a higher belief that this could go 5.
NA wins. All right. If it goes to 5, what was you saying beforehand? There's 2-1 at the moment. Something about NA wins?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's guaranteed, honestly, right? LPL only won 3 games today, and North America, they're guaranteed to win at least 4.
So North America's going to win more games today in London than China, than the LPL.
Yeah.
That's there's one person cheering above me. Thank you
it's
for
more
that
games
one.
than Europe yesterday, too. I know you don't like talking about that.
More wins in best of 5s. It's going to pad these stats out. All right, I'm hearing we are about a minute away from picks and bans. Just before we jump over to the casters, give me those specific champions you want to see. I heard you say maybe you want to get rid of the Poppy. What else should be the priority picks? I mean, we've seen the Ahri, the Sion, the Vi being predominantly focused on blue side from Cloud9.
I mean, I still think picks like the Vi, the Annie are really effective. Like, the main focal point of a lot of these team fights is around these AD carries, and we saw some critical moments, you know, Berserker getting caught out. When Berserker actually managed to turn it around into Stixxay, I think dealing with these marksmen is so big.
Well, I do know that Craft is just about ready, so that does it from us at the analyst desk. We're going to head over to our TriCast, take us into Game 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2023 and a series that is now alive and well between Cloud9 and the Golden Guardians, who were up against a match-pointed opponent and managed to strike back in game number 3.
And Golden Guardians actually did this a bunch to Cloud9 in our finals as well, where it kind of shocked people how much of an advantage they could get on Cloud9 in a lot of these early games. See if they can repeat it here and actually run it to a series success, because they were unable to get enough of those in finals.
I mean, the reality of the situation is that Golden Guardians are struggling to convert those what are largely dominant early games into clean executions of what should be wins for them. And I think a lot of that comes down to C9 doing a great job of slowing the game down. They set up very good vision. They play towards their strong sides of the map. And I think that they continuously find these picks onto Golden Guardians. And so if that is the case, I wonder if the approach from Golden Guardians should be to draft as much team fighting as possible. Don't allow these picks to even be a thing. Always look to play around your Dragons or your Barons and just force these 5v5s. Because if the pick never becomes an opportunity and you just get to skill check your opponent, that is where I feel like we're seeing the best of Golden Guardians.
Golden Guardians also, I said it at the end of last game, having Licorice on something that can make plays with the big Poppy ult denies, with the wall bangs to get things started. It just seems so much more effective than having him on something that needs setup from the rest of the team. Also putting River on the Kha'Zix, getting him out to a nice early lead where he was able to get them to the point where they could then have everybody else take over the game, felt really nice. So let's see what changes in the draft here. Cloud9, again, going to be playing from the blue side. Sion and Lissandra banned away. Golden Guardians taking out the LeBlanc and the Lulu.
I think the Lulu is a good ban here for Golden Guardians to take away on anything that buffs up Berserker. You don't want any extra power going into this player for Cloud9. Deny him, even if he does still go with either the Jinx or the Aphelios.
I wonder what this first pick will be. With the Vi banned away, we will not see a return of the Vi Ahri. So the K'Sante, of course, that is what replaced it. No reason not to. A flex pick for C9. They can play both in mid and top. It's been, I think, one of the most successful picks we've seen at the tournament, just in terms of its flexibility, its power, its durability. K'Sante, very, very strong. This, of course, does give Golden Guardians the opportunity to lock in their bot lane. And I was about to say, Zeri Maokai make a lot of sense. Don't bother with the Jinx, the Aphelios. You've proven that this champion, not only are you very comfortable on it, but it's just as 200 years as every other AD carry in the meta.
Absolutely. The Zeri for Stixxay looked so much better in Game 3 than the choices in the first 2 games.
And it's just what you wanted with teamfight here. Comfort for Stixxay, late game carry teamfight, Maokai, perfect setup and control for these teamfights.
Now in the previous series, gentlemen, we were all behind the scenes in the Caster Green Room watching BLG versus JDG, and I will tell all of you watching from home right now the amount of audible groans when Nidalee was locked in after seeing an enemy Zeri. It was quite a symphony. But now here again, Cloud9 are the ones saying, all right, let's use the Nidalee. How do we feel about this locked in together with the Jace?
So they don't have this Nidalee with one of the traditional pairings of a CC to guarantee that you can hit your spears, but they just have extra poke here with Nidalee spears plus Jace Shock Blast here for alternate damage type poke composition for Cloud9.
I mean, I'll just be blunt. I think that Nidalee is a champion that is very difficult to execute, and Cloud9 have not demonstrated to me yet this tournament that they have the ability to execute a Nidalee. If they do, I will be impressed. Okay. But if you're Golden Guardians and this is what you're playing into the Nidalee, I'd be a very happy Golden Guardians fan.
Yeah, the Poppy has done so much for these objectives, ejecting people, getting them out of there. Nidalee and Jace, you're going to have to get a lot of value out of that poke. Stopping them up before these team fights, get to the objectives first. But we got to look at the response here. You assume Jinx and Aphelios probably banned away from Berserker?
Yeah, considering they've already got the Zeri locked in, no AD carry pick in the first half of the draft, and Jinx and Aphelios have just been the meta over and over and over and over and over again in so many of these games. So if you can knock Berserker a little bit lower on that tier list, considering he is the plan for Cloud9 in a lot of these games, that might be the secret sauce here.
I actually think Golden Guardians should consider something like a Braum ban, and then they first pick the Rakan. Okay, they're going to ban away 8 carries. Because Xayah Rakan becomes the next big pot lane pick for C9. I think that the Tristana ban is really good. Your expectations are that when you have the Maokai, teams are so willing to pick an AD mid lane champion to complement it that Tristana does make a lot of sense. We know that Gore is no stranger to Yone as well. I do wonder if they will consider that. I don't think it would have the easiest time in lane, but if they just want to remove some of those champions, instead they're just going to prioritize the Ahri. So I do love a Rakan here. Just gives you more engaged tools. It would also just deny the Xayah Rakan pairing, but at the same time, you could argue that because we have the Poppy, we don't mind you getting the Rakan for yourself.
I think it's exactly what you need, because the best counter to these poke comps is hard engage. You need more and more hard engage, and Cloud9 are going to triple down on their poke, it looks like, with a Varus pick as well if they lock this in. That is going to be super heavy poke, super heavy pressure. They throw the Heimerdinger on top of it. It's massive poke damage here versus can Golden Guardians get the engages?
Massive poke damage and massive lane power in that bottom side that has been such a focus so far in this series. That's Cloud9's game plan, but if they get engaged on, they're in trouble. And you know what a great answer to long-range projectiles is, my friends? The ability to stop them all in their tracks. It's a Yasuo lock-in for Gory and the Golden Guardians.
And Golden Guardians have a lot of displacements to be able to set up this Yasuo. So many things to be able to trigger the ultimate. And that is guaranteed engage. You just need somebody to get there, somebody to get to the back line, hit a knock-up, and you're in.
So the beauty of this Yasuo as well is, earlier I talked about how I think Golden Guardian should just prioritize focusing, playing around the objectives, going for these 5v5s, playing for team fights, especially if you're able to find these advantages in the early game. Not only can they do that, they have people that can match inside as well. They can play 1-3-1 with a Yasuo and a Poppy, which means the Golden Guardians really have all their bases covered. It's just about C9 have said, we want way more agency in early game, and they have a lot of power to do so.
Yeah, you need to snowball with these poke comps. You need to pressure lanes. You have to get an advantage early and get some turret plate money and keep up that extra damage.
Well, here we go. The Cloud9 poke machine versus the massive amount of knockups, displacement, team fighting, and the Yasuo to complement it from the Golden Guardians. Back in the finals of LCS, Cloud9 won the series 3-1. Golden Guardians would love nothing more than to stop a repeat of that here in this fourth game, win these back-to-back, and take us to a game number 5. C9 fighting out of the blue, Golden Guardians fighting out of the red. It's game number 4 in an elimination match. Let's see how Cloud9 want to play it with this early game comp.
So a massive stack on the bot side of the map. Getting that lane control is incredibly important. Everyone around the world likely should have seen this before, where you stack, sweep. Basically just look to make sure you control these bushes for the early levels. Golden Guardians, though, don't really have any information of this. I feel like ideally they would have loved to understand what is happening so they can look to try and get that ward on the enemy jungle so they can keep track of what Blabber is up to.
Wow, and Berserker here going with the refillable potion start. Thank you, observers. Refillable potion longsword start. Funny timing there. Does mean you're looking to try and push the wave very quickly to get your recall off. Often referred to like a cheater recall here for Cloud9. You want to push super heavily, use your refillable potion charges, but then get your recall off early so you can go back and get your purchase.
Nice little bit of damage there early on to Berserker, thanks to the grand entrance over the wall from Huhi. And the goal is survival here in the early stages of the bottom lane for the Golden Guardians. Varus and Heimerdinger have so much push, so much damage, so much range, so much control in the 2v2 against the vast majority of matchups.
All right, gentlemen, the thing you really have to keep your eyes on is Blabber doing red. He could, if he wanted to, immediately move over to blue and start contesting enemy jungle buffs. He has the push in bot lane to be able to support him in that exchange as well. And you'll notice this ward in the river actually spots out for that potential play. They initially warded the entrance to the red on the top side and the entrance to the dragon pit so they can keep track of that as a really good trade comes out from Gory in mid.
Yeah, Gory doing a great job here, just immediately unafraid to go in against the Cassante of M&S.
Is this the counter? Is this the unknown counter? Like, I've never gotten to see this matchup, but Gory already at level 1, well, level 2 rather, getting ahead of M&S in the 1v1.
And speaking of those wards, he's going to come over and lock off the other entrance point here by Raptor Ramp. But Blabber's going to go over the back of the dragon while that other ward has already expired. You see that red dot there? That was the defensive ward for Golden Guardians. Blabber gets around Gory's fresh one. M&S, Q3, Q3.
Looking for it, goes in, finds the stun into the knockback. Blabber marks him with the spear. Gory waits for the jump and then flashes away back to safety.
Well played there by the mid jungle of Cloud9. I believe that Gory didn't quite have the window to get his wind wall up to block the spear. He needs to get control over this wave right now. Ideally, he wants to push it underneath the tower. Nice trade there. But yeah, he's a little hesitant right now as Nidalee stealing away those top camps.
Yeah, and Nidalee here up to the top side off of Krugs with a pushed-in Licorice at tower. Fudge trying to land a bunch of poke under here, soften him up as well. Blabber leaving behind the extra vision. M&S pushes it back out.
Yeah, M&S feeling a lot better in this lane after that gank from Blabber that forced the flash away from Gory, found a good chunk of damage in there too. Now it's M&S with total control here in the matchup, shoving Gory back underneath the turret, getting that wave forced up. River is waiting so that he knows Blabber's coming in here, but Blabber can easily defeat Maokai in a 1v1 jungle battle. Gory's trying to clear out the wave, but he's gonna be cleared out instead. It's first blood over to M&S.
And that ward, they saw him coming, but they can't do anything about it. You mentioned Maokai in the brush. Great, he gets pushed off bottom lane.
Who he's burning away, but he barely survives. Golden Guardians are seriously under pressure in this early game.
This is exactly the pressure that Cloud9 need to exert in the early game to make this comp work. They get the kill, the dive onto mid lane, bottom lane pushes in as well.
And Cloud9, they're stomping top, they're stomping mid, they're stomping bot. In terms of advantages, obviously a little bit of help from the jungle in the mid lane. Fudge, though, already he'd overextended a little bit, but he's fine, keeps the wave pushed in, and you can see that CS discrepancy continuing to build. Cloud9 knew what Golden Guardians wanted to do in the draft. We were skeptical about whether or not they'd be able to find these early leads, and so far, they've already built a 2K gold difference.
Exactly, 2,000 gold off of 1 kill. Even First Blood with assist money is only 600 gold's worth of value, so that other 1.5K is just Cloud9 building up these leads through the farm, through the matchups, through the advantages they have in all these lanes.
Yeah, and even the efficiency of the items. We mentioned the refillable potion start for Berserker. He goes back and refills it. Meanwhile, Stixxay, while being down CS, also had spent extra money on those consumables, so it's even further in the hole than the scoreboard shows.
Golden Guardians are going to have to dig in and make sure this lead doesn't bleed out into something much greater. They have tools to fight Cloud9 later on in the game, but all the tools in the world aren't going to help you if it's 20 minutes into the game and you're down 7,000 gold. They've got to make sure that they can stop this C9 advantage from growing much larger. Blabber still farming through the jungle very effectively. You can see 39 versus 24 just in the jungle CS. Nidalee pacing is top tier.
Certainly is. But as we get later into the game, C9 are going to be very reliant on their poke as MNS underneath the tower.
All out, just looking for the dive on Gory. He doesn't have the turret aggro. He only damaged him outside of the range, so he was able to continue chasing after this here. Gory has the Q3, throws it out. MNS with a good dodge.
It's Yasuo versus Tank Yasuo. The new addition here, and it's going to be a draw for now. Blabber bottom side.
The River is here shadowing his bottom lane duo. MNS gonna rotate over to this. Gory's doing the same, but they'll run into each other in the River if they just keep walking this direction. He's down to 200 HP. River jumps in, they're going after Blabber. The grand entrance isn't enough. Blabber gets the kill onto He and Stixxay has to run back underneath the turret. Blabber's at 100 HP and River's gonna be killed. Blabber doesn't drop. A double kill back over to the Nidalee and Cloud9 gets 3.
Well, you could call that an early snowball, all right. Cloud9, they're not taking any chances with this one. What a dive. All of Golden Guardians falling there.
It's a repeat of the LCS finals. It was Blabber on his Poppy that was absolutely popping off, finding kill after kill all across the board. I doubted his Nidalee, but he has shown up here in game 4.
He tried to go in to get the knock-up on him, and he just got his face bitten off, immediately dropping.
You know,
Blabber with the
birds
level up.
and cats don't get on, Kobe. And Blabber really showcasing that relationship. Gory, of course, as this matchup continues to go on, those early armor boots paying dividends for MNS. And he is able to get ahead in a lot of these skirmishes. The grasp as well, offering him a little bit more sustain. As overall, Golden Guardians very quickly losing control of this early game. 3.5k is the deficit that they already find themselves in.
That's so suffocating. 8 minutes into the game. The Herald hasn't even spawned yet, and Cloud9 is on average 700 gold ahead of each of their counterparts.
And you look at the level advantage as well for Blabber. He is more than a whole level over River. Pretty early into the game, it's actually difficult to... flash ult!
Oh, flash ulti from the Bear as Berserker wants The piercing arrow doesn't find the damage, but the rain of arrows does. Berserker gets the kill, and it's 5-0 C9.
Vengeance for the bottom lane here. Cloud9 are angry.
Gory now looking for a trade in mid. We'll take a tower shot with the ult.
Oh, beautifully done with the all out to take Gory exactly where he wants him, away from the turret, away from any safety, and into a spot where Gory is forced to flash back.
And this will be a completely uncontested Herald. The crab to boot. Wow. C9 are just dominating. And I mentioned it's a callback to the finals, and it was one of those situations where I remember you guys talking on the desk where, like, wow, Golden Guardians, they keep getting these early advantages. This is where they have that advantage over C9, and then C9 come in and go, no, we can still play early game, and they're doing the exact same thing in this series. Blabber is completely unleashed, and oh no, oh River, no.
River, goodbye, buddy. The donger will not be denied. Sven just walks into the enemy jungle, kills the jungler, and now he's gonna walk right on back out. He tries to stop him, but Sven's just casually walking away. Stixxay tries to join for the chase, join for the damage, but Cloud9's got more players, and Sven gets out.
In the wise words of Heimerdinger, if you can't heal him or cure him, you bury him.
Sven styling there, walking his way out with his blue hair chroma, as well as the Cloud9 emote span. Now, I'm not saying this will happen, but I always feel it necessary when there is a full snowball poke comp like this to give the public service announcement that when these types of comps do fail and do crash, they crash in a very big way. Once the all-out engage comp actually does get the engage and gets some bounties and gets gold to team fight their way back into it, it can all come to a screeching halt. However, Cloud9 are very, very far ahead with this. don't expect it to stop anytime soon.
I mean, that's the nature of these types of compositions that Cloud9 has drafted. It either looks like this, or if you fail to do this, you just get absolutely slammed because of your failure to accelerate the game. Right now, it's Gory coming in with the ulti. The help of the other Golden Guardians members may just be able to set them up for their first kill of the game, and yes, it will. Unfortunately for the Guardians, it goes over to River instead of to Gory, but he's gonna look for a little bit more. He goes in for the flash into the grand entrance, and Gory gets paid this time. It's 2 kills over to the Guardians, but they gotta get Huhi out. Now it's C9 fighting back with Blabber as Gory continues the chase. Berserker gets a killing spree in the 1v1 against Stixay Seri, and now Gory's gotta head for the hills. A spear over the wall does not connect, but Huhi's ready with the grand entrance yet again. The stopwatch so Blabber can't kill him back, and a 700 gold shutdown back over to the Golden Guardians mid lane.
Those shutdowns are quite meaningful. Yes, it's still a ginormous gold gap for Cloud9, but the warning signs are starting to show. You get a couple of picks like this, you start to get some gold back for the hard engaged team, and it can turn it around. Anyway, Cloud9 though, they still got the Dragon, and they still actually turned around a couple of kills. As you see, Berserker, he fights his way out of the 1v1 with Stixay. Sven does end up going down, but Blabber also being able to find a little bit.
Really, it's the damage from Berserker that gives C9 the ability to turn this around. Even in his 1v1, it looks like that he's going to die, but he gets the 3 passive up, hits him with the Q. The execution damage is massive, and then Blabber overextends a little bit, thinking he can get himself another kill, but it ends up going in the favor of Golden Guardians. And respect to them, as they are a resilient team. They're now looking for a play in top.
Can't quite close the distance there. Unfortunately for FLICKR, there was nothing to slam Fudge into to get him there long enough for River to close the gap. And now bottom lane, not just 12 minutes, I should say, into the game. The first turret goes down, and it's solo gold to Berserker.
And so you have to keep up pace when you're running a comp like this. You take this bottom tower very, very early, then you immediately rotate that pressure, keep it up on the other side, collect as many turret plates as possible. Ideally, of course, 15, but as many as you can possibly get early on here for Cloud9 to really hit that snowball home.
Here's the Herald mid, yeah.
Okay. A little bit of scuffle back and forth, but nothing seriously committed from either side. C9 wanting to force this Herald forward. They want to get the charge. Licorice goes in. He looks for M&S. M&S gets rooted up by the Maokai ulti, but now River could be in some danger. Twisted advance back to a minion, getting himself away. Gory with a knock-up, but the kill first from Blabber onto Huhi. Gory dies before he can get anybody. That's the power of the gold lead, and Cloud9 get 2 for nothing.
Yep, they've got that bottom lane recall coming up mid lane to help support the Herald push. They get the extra kill. They should be able to finish out the tower as well. Then you just continue to rotate. Bottom's up, checked off, mid is checked off, go top, get the last couple of turret plates there too.
Blabber is just executing River in his own jungle. This Nidalee performance is incredible. Very much not what I was expecting, but his early game dominance has been sublime. More plates will be funneled into Berserker. They've secured 10, make that 12. He's looking to secure 13 as those plates will be falling off in 30 seconds time. Just absolute domination in the early game. 9,000 is the goal difference as we cross Lita clock.
I said earlier, if you're down 7,000 gold at 20 minutes, you're still not that afraid of a comp that's got the tools to deal with you. 9,000 gold at 14's even better for this Cloud9 team that has just built an incredible lead. You said you want 15 plates. I'll settle for 13 out of 15. I think that's pretty good.
I'm a strict parent.
Yeah.
What? 13? What happened to the other 2?
Yeah. Well, they will be falling off, but that does mean that that top tower is still
13
very
versus
weak.
0.
Yeah.
Not even a single plate for the Golden Guardians. Just suffocated this entire early game by the range and the power of Cloud9.
Exactly, and that's the key there. You're never going to be able to push back and get some for yourselves with this massive range disadvantage on the side of the Golden Guardians.
From the crowd as they see the gold difference at 14 presented by MasterCard. Just an absolute gap between Blabber, Berserker, and their lane counterparts right now.
And what they have to do to make the hard engaged side of it work for Golden Guardians is choose their moment wisely. Have everybody full commit. You cannot hesitate when you go for the comeback play. And you have to get Berserker because he's got the biggest bounty on his head. You need to make it worthwhile.
Well, I'm now going to be tracking if Cloud9 from this position can close it out cleanly. Obviously, we've been critical of Golden Guardians, who consistently throughout the series have been able to find early game leads, but then they consistently get picked off. Let's look back at this fight, as it starts off with M&S getting rooted up. A knockup will come through from Huhi. The follow-up from Gory looks good initially, but then this knockback, or the ultimate rather, from M&S bringing Gory back means that he gets completely isolated away from his team, and C9 secure the tower and themselves a kill.
Pain.
You hate to see it if you're on Golden Guardians. Cloud9 fans are loving it, though. Second Drake of the game is up and available, but Cloud9 have been so much more concerned with accelerating the gold lead that they're only just now going to be getting to this.
Okay, so steps forward now after all of the early plays. Finish off the Dragon. You never let Golden Guardians even sniff around an objective, because objective bounties are on the map due to the massive snowball. But then you can just rotate again. Even though there's no turret plates on top side, you still want the outer tower, get that pressure down. That's the easiest low-hanging fruit of gold left on the map, and you can move in these ward lines. Good example here, they've already got it on blue, on Gromp. You strangle the Golden Guardians' gold income. Don't let them get any of their neutral resources.
And that's exactly what M&S is doing. He'll take the Gromp away. Sven putting down some wards on the other side of the Golden Guardians jungle. If River tries to go in and farm anything, he's going to find nothing left. 70 farm on a Maokai versus 146 there for Blabber's Nidalee.
And he's squishy, Flowers. Yeah. He's decided to go for more of the damage build, and this Nidalee is more than happy to punish it. Berserker just chipping away at the health bar of River. This red buff, I'm afraid, doesn't belong to you, River.
No, sir. FLICKR trying to deal with Blabber. Sven coming up to assist. Throws out the grenade, only gets the slow, not the stun. Blabber throws out another spear. Nice sidestep from FLICKR. The turret is down in the top lane, and the Herald is walking towards the tier 2. Golden Guardians should be able to stop this charge before it can complete. Cloud9 backs away. They don't want to overcommit for something just like a Herald tier 2 charge. They want to make sure that they're continuing to move this forward without any of those big mistakes.
Blabber's done such a good job on this Nidalee, facilitating the game plan here. Doubling the Maokai and farm, counter jungling him. He is the same level as the opponent's solo laners at the moment. In this day and age for jungles, that is a feat. Definitely well done from him. On double item power spike, you've got so much flat penetration with your sword shoes as well on top. So that poke definitely hurts. And the area that Golden Guardians have to try and dodge all of this poke damage gets smaller and smaller. The map continues to constrict around them.
M&S not afraid to jump in 1v2 against River and Huhi, fighting for this Gromp. Yeah, they even have FLICKR coming over, but a 1v3 is still pretty good odds for a team that's 10,000 gold ahead.
They got the Gromp. That's a dub for the Guardians.
It's a very optimistic dub for sure.
Gotta take them where you get them now.
At this point, you're really just trying to buy time. You're stalling the game out for as long as you can, and you're praying that C9 can't really snowball this advantage, but the fact that they have a near 10k gold lead should be proof enough that they have the ability to snowball. The spear will land on a Huhi. He'll take a bit of damage, forced to back away. And there's no objective to play for, so as you rightly said, C9 just suffocating all the resources away from Golden Guardians. FLICKR tries to enter. He's the tank, you remember, by the way.
Yeah.
He's trying his best to get some information back, and Blabber immediately says, no, sir, this area does not belong to you.
He's the tank, but right now he's armor, 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 and some health. No MR. Very easy for Blabber's Nidalee to just chunk him down with that spell pen build like you're talking about. Those 3 items are just a nightmare for any target that doesn't at least have some form of magic resist. Your spears are practically doing true damage, and for Blabber, he's just dialing these in, unafraid to move forward. Look at the traps all throughout the enemy jungle.
Oh, here we go.
Golden Guardians are coming in. They're going to send it down bot, try to make a play, try to make a collapse. FLICKR goes, but he won't find anything. Golden Guardians still chasing with the Nature's Grasp, trying to see if they can get any of these valuable targets. M&S remains here on the front line as the chains of corruption do not connect onto anyone from the Golden Guardians. That was the attempt, that was the send, and it didn't get anybody.
C9 have so many disengage tools with the mobility on the Nidalee, but Sven's ultimate, you have Varus ultimate. Like, there are so many ways in which C9 can just, if Golden Guardians don't have the optimal flank, immediately disengage, and that's exactly what they do. They'll walk away, just forcing a TP out of Golden Guardians. Of course, they did trade TP of their own, but overall, they walk away happy knowing that it's only desperation from here on out for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and there you do have to choose your point to all in very, very wisely. You know, they don't get any flashes out of Cloud9, but critically, as you say, you know, they don't offer themselves up for extra kills, and so it just is the trade of teleports. And the response there, though, from Cloud9 is going to be a reminder. Keep all of our flanks clear, completely clear this vision on the map. Don't let Golden Guardians get that angle.
And you can see the build from M&S has the Frostfire Gauntlet, building towards the Randuin's next. He's up against 2 champions that really like crit. He's also only up against 1 AP threat, and it happens to be a Maokai that is just leagues behind this Nidalee. So he knows that MR is not going to be a concern. It's so easy for the Cassante to frontline with this lead and with all these cannons lined up behind him.
And he's the solo bouncer of Club Cloud9 here, where Blabber, Berserker, Sven, and Fudge have all been partying, and Baron's going to be the new site.
Hang on a minute now. This is how Golden Guardians get back into this game. C9 have to be very cautious about how they play this one.
Licorice on the Poppy. That's going to have to be something. I don't think there's any way they win a 5v5. They're going to have to make it an unfair fight. Okay, they knocked Blabber away, but unfortunately the Baron wasn't low enough to try to jump in and immediately find a steal thereafter.
Well, Golden Guardians have direct access to the Dragon now, but with Blabber's mobility, he's going to quickly dash on over and look to contest this one. But at least Golden Guardians have access to the river, which is more than they had a few moments ago.
Yeah, unlucky for Golden Guardians. They just moved the jungler.
Oh, Ruhi with a knock-up. They may have found a pick. Fudge gets away, rooted up right in front of the turret, and Golden Guardians get a shutdown. River taking the kill on that one. They don't lose anybody in return. Stixxay's very low. He will not die, flashing away with 100 HP to stay alive. Nidalee Spear from downtown hits Licorice for a big chunk. So Golden Guardians are going to get 1 kill, but C9 are the ones with better health. C9 are the ones still with control over neutral territory, and C9 are going to go to Soul Point.
Yeah, they still have so much damage. Look at these item advantages for Cloud9. So even though Golden Guardians get that pick, they take down Fudge, they get a couple of flashes here. Cloud9 still keep their dragon stacking, keep on pace, and Golden Guardians haven't been able to cash in on any of those big bounties.
A lot of flashes were used in that exchange, but promising play from Golden Guardians. They catch Fudge off guard. He gets taunted. The flash response from Berserker to get away to safety. The knockup is long enough to allow Goy to land the ultimate. The chain CC then comes through from River, and the damage was enough to secure that kill. But look at the return damage from Sven and Berserker. Their poke was just astronomical. The spear forces Stixxay to move a little bit to the left, which then gives Blabber an opportunity where he ends up trading flashes with the enemy AD carry, and that's going to prove important as we get closer to the next fight.
Yeah, that fight could be the setup fight for Golden Guardians' actual comeback one. As you mentioned, multiple flashes blown there. Now Berserker and Fudge and Blabber, all possible targets there for them.
Easier said than done.
A lot easier, actually.
Golden Guardians.
In this case.
Still down 9,000 gold. Still
just
down
win.
3
It's that
ranks.
easy, you know what I mean?
You can say it. There you go.
If you're losing too many games of League of Legends, simply start winning more games of League of Legends.
Wise words, Captain Flowers.
Unfortunately, it's
have they tried
the reality Golden
killing
Guardians are in right now. The Baron's still up 23.5 minutes into the game. This is around the time when Game 1 ended, so even with the lead Cloud9 have, it's still going better than that for the Golden Guardians. But C9 are trying to choke them out of this jungle. They're placing down the vision, sitting down these Nidalee traps as well. Going to give you extra control in the enemy jungle. It's so scary, so dangerous for Golden Guardians to step up.
So the lethal situation that C9 finds themselves in is that their Baron isn't actually that fast. By going for the lethality virus, it does mean that your Baron clear is a little bit slower. So they can't just have 2-3 members just doing it this early on into the game. They kind of do need to commit to it to some degree. And in order to do that, they have to move into the topside jungle and completely suffocate Golden Guardians out of the pit. Either find a pick, leverage the 4v5, and then convert it into a fight. And this means the Golden Guardians actually have some space and time to get their next objective, get their next item, so they can actually find a better contest around the Baron.
That's exactly why I personally, with Pocomps, as Blabber is in.
Blabber leading the charge for C9. Teleport coming in on top of them. Golden Guardians, as soon as they see those Cloud9 lines reinforcing, they have to retreat.
Personally, with Pocomps, I like to black out the vision on both sides and then move up and get these secondary turrets. You continue sieging until your advantage is at a maximum, but Cloud9 are in the jungle again.
Okay, M&S frontlining once more. He's not worried about this at all. That's his role. They find a ton of damage down into FLICKR, who wants to disengage. The Poppy Copter is grounded, and M&S shot the rocket. C9 taking out the enemy top laner, taking out that powerful disengage mechanism. That's the green light to head back over to Baron.
Exactly. That is the optimal pick to find. One of the big frontliners, one of the disengage tools is gone. The Baron slowly making its way down. The TP will come in from Gory. Infinity Edge picked up. Last chance for Golden Guardians.
You feel like they have to steal this Baron away if they want any chance left in the game. Nature's Grasp over the wall. River waiting for the flash. He goes in! River just stole it away! But what will it actually mean? Cloud9 have a 5v3. What will they do?
The story of MSI is throwing at Baron, and Cloud9, they did not do their due diligence. River with the flash steal keeps Golden Guardians alive.
Oh, they need, M&S gets rooted by the Maokai ult. He can't get over there to keep him out. And M&S is the only one with true block, I guess. Yeah, I mean, Berserker ultimate maybe?
Oh, hold on. We got a little bit of a fight breaking out. Gory and FLICKR versus Fudge and M&S. Gory's got to try to get away. FLICKR does not have the damage to fight these guys on his own. M&S still just staying here on the front line.
The team is coming
up behind him. Berserker has the damage, but with Stixxay showing up, C9 does not want to overcommit. M&S is too low.
Why is Huhi down in bot lane? I guess he's getting vision around the dragon. Blabber.
He's not in a very good spot now, that's for sure. Blabber marks him with the spear, jumps in. There's about half his HP. Another spear. Blabber's still on the hunt, but he does not want to chase any further because he knows who he's got backup coming.
It's for these two wards right there.
But they don't have TP.
But they're setting up to be able to have angles here to look around, try and suss out a possibility. Their job's not done. That's just one objective bounty here.
True.
Look at the massive gold difference still standing. Golden Guardians, though, that's the first step. That is their hope.
I'll be honest, like, I very much agree with you, Kobe, that I think the play from C9 should have actually been to take these tier 2 towers. Like, leverage Fog to take advantage of your poke, chip away at the opposition, give you more space over that top side to then make it even easier to secure that objective. While they will get the dragon, it doesn't actually suddenly make it easy for you to siege into the base, right? Like, as long as the vision can maintain and Golden Guardians can navigate their way past all the poke, they can hold the line, they can defend, and they can just continue to stall.
And it looks like they're going to trade for a top objective bounty here. So Dragon is taken and the secondary tower here for Cloud9, but Licorice is up there on the top side trying to get an objective bounty on the top outer turret.
Well, that's 5 turrets to now finally the first turret of the game for Golden Guardians, dropping just about 28 minutes in as Licorice and the minions will do the work to pick it up. They still are, however, 8,000 gold behind, and the Chem Soul has been claimed by Cloud9. This means if the game goes on for another 5.5 minutes, the Elder Drake will be spawned. Now, on one hand, if Cloud9 gets that, I think Nidalee Spears can straight up one-hit someone. If Golden Guardians gets it, we know that Elder Drake is the great equalizer in League of Legends. The game continues. Golden Guardians are still alive for now, but man, this is a tough spot to play from.
Execution on the Elder also makes your Chemtech Soul a lot less useful. Golden Guardians with that Baron buff, Gory, chunking down on the bottom side, but you don't want to overextend too much. Rotation from both teams here. You see Golden Guardians funneling in. They're gonna...
What are we going to commit to here, boys?
I think a dive on M&S.
Well, Berserker is headed to the top side of the map, so Cloud9 should just leave this. M&S is probably out of there then.
Yeah, M&S just trying to get himself away. Golden Guardians have 4 players down here. M&S does have backup in the form of Blabber and Sven. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Fudge versus Licorice.
Berserker's there too.
Licorice is holding his own. Berserker from back behind him. Chains of Corruption ain't gonna hit, and Licorice is ready to walk away. Poppy Copter misses. Meanwhile, back in the bottom lane, Sven's gonna be taken low, but nobody's dead yet. Never mind, it's a shutdown. They get the kill back onto Blabber. It's Golden Guardians finding one, but losing one on the other side of the map as Licorice falls. Stixxay chasing after Sven, wants to ride the Zeri wall, goes over, looks for the zap, but doesn't hit. Sven gets away, Berserker still pushing up in the top side.
I still think that it's C9 that walk away with the bigger advantage, though. Berserker has overstayed his welcome.
That's 1,000 gold right there. Gory sees it, double teleport to defend.
Double teleport protecting AD carry, and M&S goes all out.
Clean with it. They are so ready to defend Berserker with their lives. He is a walking 1,000 gold bag right there. An instant teleporting. Cassante ult, guess what?
That is like one of the best examples of protect the president I've ever seen.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Like, they were just like, sir, you have been left alone in the top lane. TP, 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 TP. Yeah, exactly. Oh, they were there to escort him to safety. And they were able to neutralize the assassin. Gory does not find a pick. Cloud9, while they did concede a shutdown in Blabber, losing his life, Golden Guardians still have a massive mountain to climb. So far, they've been able to buy time. The Baron spawns in a minute's time, and they have been able to take down these tier 2 towers. Now only the tier 3s remain between the Nexus and Cloud9, which means that what we need to see is calm play, good vision investment on the top side. Ideally, you want to use your poke to chip away at Golden Guardians before they can really set up for, or find a pick on the river, that works too. Yeah. But you want to make it as hard as possible for Golden Guardians to just face check this area of the map and get even close to the back.
Yasuo in bottom lane. Blade of the Ruined King, Infinity Edge, has the zeal just for the baseline power and cost efficiency of that component, working towards a Dead Man's Plate as his next big item. Some armor to withstand some of the poke from the Jace and the Varus, but those two are incredibly scary with the Manamune fully evolved on both, Cyrilda's Grudge for the armor penetration, as well as the ability slow on both of those pokes. You can see the Zhonya's Hourglass completed as the third major item on Blabber, gives the Nidalee the ability to throw the spear, jump in for the follow-up burst, and not immediately be targeted right after. Golden Guardians held on with a Baron steal before, and now Baron has respawned again.
Whoever is pushing out mid lane for Cloud9 is gonna be in a little bit of a sketchy scenario there, because that's where Golden Guardians trying to flank from.
Okay, here we go. Baron once again started up. Licorice has the TP. There is that water bug, but he's grouped up with the team.
They slam M&S into the wall. They fire off the Maokai ulti, but there's no way the Guardians can kill M&S in time before the rest of Cloud9's at least able to fire back a little bit. Huhi with a massive knockup. Gory's there for the follow. M&S is down. Fudge is being chased by Stixay, but Berserker goes unstoppable and gets one back on the Huhi. Gory also gonna drop. Stixay's trying to fire back. They kill onto Gory from Blabber, but with M&S, Blabber, and Fudge all down, it's only Berserker and Sven remaining for the side of Cloud9. And Golden Guardians lose the Baron this time, but they win the fight right after.
Oh, they're not done. Here we go. Berserker turns on River. He stops his recall. It's just the Maokai, though. Not a lot of threat there.
I think River's just trying to buy time, interrupt the back so that Golden Guardians are able to maybe trade it for this mid tower. The goal difference pretty much remains the same as C9 lose 3 members off the back of that Baron play.
This is why 20 minutes ago, I gave you a public service announcement warning. When these comps fall, they do tend to fall in a very big way, especially with the potency of objective bounties. They got one off the Baron, the first Baron steal for Golden Guardians, and they get a couple of these straggling towers that are left up really far and exposed, and you start to get just some money into the hard engaged team. And while the goal difference relatively remains the same, when it rises a little bit here for the possible all-in, could get very dangerous. So Cloud9, they got to focus up.
Okay, there's no Rakan flash, there's no Zeri flash, there's no Poppy flash for the Golden Guardians, and the Elder Drake is spawning right now.
Look at what Golden Guardians are doing on the bot side. They're doing their best to find a way into this bot jungle so that they still have some vision and ways to contest this Elder. They do not want to give it for free. 6A needs to be very careful,
yes.
and he will be fine again for now. Wow, Huhi is so deep. But now Blabber is suspicious. He's like, how did this ward just get here?
Yeah.
Huhi must be in the vicinity. He's looking for him.
Blabber with the spear over the wall into the Krugs. They got vision of Huhi. They know that he's there.
They found River as well. Huhi
wants to be able to dash to River for safety. Meanwhile, the route on to Gory. That was the chains of corruption from the Varus. Berserker locking down the enemy mid laner, doing a lot of damage, forcing the flash over the wall from Maokai as well as Cloud9 forces the Golden Guardians back. This is what you guys were talking about. Cloud9's poke before the objective. Whittle down those health bars. Make it so Golden Guardians can't full send, can't full commit. The Elder's already down to 5,000. FLICKR going for an eject. They knock him and ass out of the fight, so now they've got the ability to jump in and try to fight everybody else, but the Elder Dragon's already been claimed, and River and Huhi are both already dead. Berserker finds the kills, and now even more damage is going to pour in. Blabber gets the execution on one. Is he going to get it on two? The shield wears away, and it's a triple kill to Blabber's Nidalee. Cloud9 is on the warpath, and the path leads to the victory march. Golden Guardians stood and fought for 35 minutes, but Cloud9's poke comp was executed right, and they're going right down mid lane. Nexus turret number 1, goodbye. Gory, goodbye. Golden Guardians, goodbye. And Cloud9 moves on at MSI.
3-1 in finals, 3-1 at MSI. Cloud9 once again taking care of business versus the Golden Guardians.
Very controlled gameplay around that Elder. The idea from Golden Guardians was promising, trying to find those flank wards, but Blabber had already seen Huhi make these sneaky plays on the bot side of the map. He seemed very aware of that potential flank, and he tried to shut it down. The second that River lost his flash, it was all over. They took their time, they leveraged their poke, and they were able to cleanly secure that objective. Cloud9 convincingly take the edge over Golden Guardians, and as you said, Flowers, move on at MSI.
Golden Guardians, for a team that was down 9,000 gold at 14 minutes, I am very impressed. They made it to 35 minutes in that game. The first Baron steal from River was absolutely instrumental in doing that. But the problem was, it goes back to what you were saying. If Golden Guardians' biggest strength is slamming the early game, and you're Cloud9 and you're willing to call them on that, you draft a comp like this, you play it like this, and you make it so Golden Guardians could never play the Golden Guardians game.
And here's what I'll say. Expectations coming into this tournament were very low for Golden Guardians. There wasn't this massive belief that they would be able to dominate everyone at the tournament, but I think that at every opportunity they continue to surprise in more ways than one. And while I think that this roster does have areas to improve upon, considering the organization's achievements this year alone, I think that it's fair to say that Golden Guardians showed more than many were expecting.
This is for sure the most successful year for the Golden Guardians ever in the history of the organization. Really big stuff from them, big improvements, especially for Licorice. For Cloud9 though, now it's time to look forward.
Yes.
They're moving on. They've got a big, big task ahead of them in dealing with Gen G.
They beat one GG team, and now it's time for the next GG team. And Gen G is going to be a monster. Cloud9, they know they're going to have to step up their game. I think a lot of people watching from home in Cloud9's first series against BLG was disappointed in some of the mistakes, some of the errors. They wanted to see him clean it up. And Cloud9 moving on in the lower bracket, they're still on that last life. They're going to have to bring their A game. We got to see them manage to do that here in this fourth game, really bringing out this early game powerhouse of a comp, but these boys better have everything ready to go for that next match.
I'm so impressed with the level of execution from Blabber and Berserker. But before we get into that, we do of course have to say goodbye to Golden Guardians. The crowd at London has been fantastic, and so have they. Congratulations and commiserations. But we'll be seeing them in Summer Split, and I'm sure a lot of eyes will be on their performance as they return to the LCS.
It's as Kobe said, this is by far the best performance, the best split the Golden Guardians have ever had. You are talking about a team that when they joined the league back in 2018 had back-to-back 10th place finishes. And I say that specifically not to highlight the lows they've been at, but to showcase the climb that they've made from that point. It's a squad that was constantly left behind. You look at their iconic social media piece at the beginning of this year where they're just tired of hearing everybody doubting them. They're tired of hearing everybody just say, oh, Golden Guardians is 10th. They stepped up. They went all the way to 2nd in the LCS. They came here to MSI. They had a solid showing against JDG. They fought back against Cloud9, and unfortunately for them, their MSI run ends here. But I think they won a lot of people's hearts. They won a lot of people's fandom, just being able to step up and showcase that, yeah, a team that's scrappy, a team that doesn't have all the huge names, they can still come in and rumble.
Yeah, I mean, you summarized it perfectly, Flowers. And they will be going home. And as you rightly said, Cloud9 will be going up against Gen G. And Berserker and Blabber are the players that I'm keeping my eyes on going into that matchup. Because I think that throughout this tournament, they continue to perform at a high level. And as long as they're given the resources and the tools to perform at that level, these are guys that can definitely compete at the top.
Yeah, super excited for what they're going to be able to pull out here. I know they pride themselves on a lot of creativity, too. So we'll see what sort of comps they can continue to cook up.
I mean, Berserker having that protect the president type of support from his team, like you were mentioning, Vedius. It's an 80 carry meta, and being able to trust in your 80 carry. We have seen some superstars so far at this tournament. Berserker's going to need everything he's got to meet these guys on an even level and continue to be that star player, that centerpiece for Cloud9 and their chances at moving forward.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And of course, you can see some of the Cloud9 members setting up on stage. I'm sure that they're happy with their performance overall. The fact that they showed what they did in Game 4 was a commanding victory from C9.
And speaking of that interview, we are ready. So we're going to toss down to the stage where Lore will be interviewing Blabber and Fudge, excuse me, in our Verizon post-game interview. Oh.
What? Thank you, guys. Blabber will be joining the desk a bit later, though, but I have Fudge and MNS with me to talk about this amazing victory. Dominant victory, I want to say. How would you describe this series? It was a lot of back and forth.
I would say the first 2 games were pretty dominant. Yeah. I mean, I guess game 2 was pretty close now that I think about it. I don't know. I feel like games at this point sort of just turn into like really like bad macro and mid game. So we I think first game we definitely played well, and I would say game 4 we definitely stomped. However, in the game 2 and 3 we were a bit sloppy. So. But
it goes to the predictions you gave me yesterday when I ran into you in front of the hotel. You were telling me, you're going to expect a pretty close series. What made you think it would go this way?
To be honest, we've been pretty bad. So we're making a lot of mistakes, especially in mid-game. So I wasn't extremely confident against Golden Guardians because they've also looked, I think, a little bit better. So I expected a close series. I actually expected it to be closer than it was, but... Right. I'm glad that we were able to 3-1 them the same way that we did in NA.
You made it work in the end, and MNS, I think the draft from the last game was pretty interesting. A poke composition, which makes me wonder why you went for this choice, because Golden Guardians was active in the early game, and we know that when you play a composition like this, if you fall behind, it's really, really hard to stay in the game. Talk me through the choices here, and why you thought this composition was the way to close out the series.
First, I think we thought about our bottom is way better than enemy, so we never think our bottom will get behind. And then we just thought in Alexante can't lose no matter what. So yeah, win mid, win jungle, win bottom, virus.
Top lane doesn't matter. Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say top lane doesn't really matter this MSI when you see the whole Sion going bot lane, double jungle, no one even showing up on the top lane. What do you think of your role right now, Fud?
Yeah, it kind of feels like you don't have too much impact in the game. You're sort of just playing tanks so that your Aphelios Lulu, your Zeri, your Jinx can carry the game, which I'm okay with. I mean, you still have a good job in the game, and it's important to play it well in teamfights especially. But I would definitely not say that carries in general are too strong, but Bin has been looking really, really good whenever he's on carries and being very impactful. So I think if you are really good at those champions, you can make them work, but for the most part, tanks with the strong hyper carries are the best.
MNS, do you agree on that? Top lane is interesting right now.
Just Bin the goat, you know?
Fair enough.
I'm so sad about this mid situation. Always
Is it?
Always Nautilus, Xantes,
You don't like it?
He doesn't like playing dog mids.
Mid wasn't like this years ago.
But do you think it can change? Because when I talked to Knight earlier, we talked about the champion pool and how many champions have been playing mid lane. I think it was 21 or 22 champions. So it's pretty diverse in the end. So why do you think we keep on seeing the same champions?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
That is fine.
One day just, I want to play mid Aphelios.
Yeah.
That's all.
All right. Let's leave it there. MNS, it was your first international victory. I know that your interview back in NA was one of the most emotional moments that I've seen in League of Legends, honestly. But how does it feel to win back here internationally at MSI for the first time?
First, last year, I never thought about I'll be here for MSI.
Yeah.
Nice. And anyway, I realized after coming MSI, like after screaming other LCK and IPL team, I realized my tempo play and realized map status and play with teammates was not good. So I talked with my teammates lots of time. So yeah, I'm proud of me. Like, and thank you for wait.
Yeah, wait.
Thank you for my teammates, Lever, Jesper, FLICKR, Fud, and my coaching staff. Like I still think sometimes I'm really bad, but my team trust me. No, don't talk. And thank you for supporting. Keep looking forward to us. We will get way better. Like, how many times we have? 3 days?
3 days.
Yeah.
3 days.
Yeah.
I think
3 days.
It is 3 days, yeah. And Chovy is next.
Yeah.
Chovy.
Chovy?
How do you feel about playing against Chovy?
Well, you want to do the interview, I'll let you do it, it's fine.
He's the good.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. We're going to have, as I said, Blabber on the desk a bit later. Is there anything you want to tell your jungler about his performance today, Fudge?
I think he needs to smite a little bit better. That's about it. But he played well.
Not smiting can win you world championships in the end when you look at DRX last year. That's the story for another time, guys. Thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on winning again against the Golden Guardians. That's all for us here on the MSI stage. Trevor, back to you in cooldown.
One thing. For MNS, and for everyone that's standing here. London. Can we do a chant? You'll know. MNS. Thank you so much. I love hearing your interviews. It is amazing. The stage is now clear. You guys can leave. Thank you. For the fans that are still staying here in Copperbox and in London, please do stick around, especially that bro that's got the Blabbers Crabbers sign. I've got a Blabbers Crabbers fan joining here on the side. And yeah, it will make sense. Blabber will be joining us. So thank you to Blabber's Crabbers. We will be getting Blabber in a moment. The man who got the crabs throughout the course of this game. He's just doing an interview backstage. I'm still quick shot. Joined by Chat. I heard it too. Joined by Chat and Orcs. Let's start by talking about how they dominated this particular series. Chat, I'll come to you. Finals rematch played out pretty much as we're anticipating, and your prediction was correct, 3-1.
Yeah, as Fudge said, I knew the Golden Guardians was going to push them a little bit in the early game. They managed to close out one of the games. It was looking pretty dicey there with the 10,000 gold lead at 10 minutes and then also at 35 minutes, but they managed to pull it out in the end.
Yeah, I feel like it's such a risky comp to take where it's super volatile. If you make mistakes, you can fall really far behind. The gold lead is kind of almost fake data in a way, just because a lot of that's on the Nidalee, who doesn't scale nearly as well, but they did manage to finally bring it out. And I think given that Golden Guardian was such a threat in the early game at times, it made sense to be able to shut them down completely out of the game, at least for the first 15 minutes.
I do want to say quickly, at 2 minutes in game, and I'm reading directly from our preparation chat here, Nidalee picked this is going to game 5. That is an Orcs guarantee. I then bumped this. I was like, by the way, that's one of the largest gold leads we have ever seen. Orcs, what do you think? And your exact words were, gold difference of 14 doesn't matter. Oh, a team fight will happen. Nidalee's irrelevant. I think Nidalee gold leads are fake news. How do you feel now?
We were pretty close, right? We were like that Elder fight. If Golden Guardians had been able to navigate it a bit better, they could have won this game. I mean, it looks insane how big the gold lead was. And yes, Cloud9 did a great job to close it out. But considering how far ahead they were at 14 minutes, this game took a long time to resolve.
I gotta be careful what I say in Slack now.
Yeah.
Trying out people on broadcast. But just, I think overall, I hope this is a confidence-building series for Cloud9. It was a little weird over the past 2 days, I feel like, for every region.
Yeah.
When they qualify for MSI, they're ready for international competition, but instead, they play a rematch of their domestic finals, which didn't even get them here. They got them here before the domestic finals. So if anything, I hope that Cloud9 can use this to reconnect with what brings them confidence. And even if that is picking a hyper early game team composition, which requires some finessing to end the game, then do it. I just want them to play with as much confidence as possible against Gen G.
Well, listen, right now they have picked up that win. We are still waiting for Blabber to join us, and for the diehards that are in the venue, we have a little special treat as well for Blabber. But before we get to that and wrap up the Cloud9 story, let's take a second to celebrate Golden Guardians. I think, you know, Flowers and the casters were talking about it, the most successful year for the organization yet. Phenomenal performance, power ranked 8th, if I remember you saying earlier, making the run to finals. I think they're one of the teams, one of many teams here at MSI that defied expectations. I realize it's a meme at this point, but they did. And they put up a good showing during the course of play-ins. They did ultimately have the same result as Cloud9, but Golden Guardians, they can walk away with their heads held high. First international tournament, first international showing in a lot of those individual players, kind of proving they still have what it takes to compete with the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Fudge even said they have improved since the finals where they faced against them, and I feel like they've shown a lot over the course of this tournament. Taking a game of BLG was actually a huge achievement during that play-in series, and a lot of people thought that maybe if game 1 had gone differently, we could have even seen them take the whole series. So as much as it is a goodbye to them, I think they should be proud of their performance.
Yeah, I think they should be proud. I think at the moment they'll be disappointed because for an org it was their first international showing, but for 4 of the players it wasn't. River, Licorice, Huhi, Stixay, all pretty extensive international resumes. So they'll be very disappointed that this is the way they had to go out, but ultimately a successful first half of the year.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited to see what happens for the rest of the year. Hopefully they can make it back to Worlds. We'll find out, get another shot at some of those names. I do know that Blabber has just joined us, so Blabber, thank you so much. If you can just join us on set next to Jack. Jack, can you grab that headset for him?
Of course, man.
London, those who are still here, please put your hands together for Blabber. Also, for our directors and our production team, our Blabber's Crabbers fan is literally right behind us on the desk, so if that jib goes up high, you'll actually be able to see it. There we go.
Nice side.
That's it. Yes, that's
Hold
awesome.
it higher.
There we go. The side's going up. I'm sure the camera will grab it in a second. First of all, Blabber, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the series. What's your immediate gut reactions and feelings after picking up the win, after the rematch, and how you're standing right now with a lot of diehard fans literally waiting to chat to you?
I mean, I'm very happy we won, but honestly, I think we should have won 3-0. And we played a bit sloppy. And also, I think we played a bit scared. But I am very happy that we were able to win today.
That's interesting, because were you more calm in this series than you were in your first series? Because for me, it looked like there was a lot of hesitancy in the first series that you played.
Hard for me to say. I think it's just harder because BLG are just a lot better, as well, right? So when you're worse, it looks like you're more pressured in the game.
Of course.
Like you're doing things that you normally wouldn't do. You know, like overgrouping for us in that series was a big problem. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, for me personally, I felt the same, but maybe my teammates felt different.
I feel like a lot of the tournament has been about 80 carries and big team fights, and then in that final game, you opted to go for a really aggressive poke comp. What was the sort of discussion around changing the approach?
Well, this is the first game Nidalee been open for us at MSI, and it's been a champ that we've practiced a lot. And yeah, so we wanted to show the team comp we could play with Nidalee, I guess, in that specific game.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. For everyone that is still in the venue, please make sure you can see a screen. A little bit like this will be coming up in a second. I have prepared a little bit of a special video package. This shouldn't come as a surprise, but if you can take a look at the screen there, Blabber, we're calling this Blabber's Crabbers. Now, for anyone that may not remember this, obviously, international debut against DFM didn't go too great. Now, I know and I'm sure you're probably sick of this play, right? But this is for a little bit of historical accuracy. Because while that was how the international sort of performance started, how it went today, as you mentioned, with the champion being available and open, getting both of the crabs today. Look at the reactions from the fans here in the venue. I mean, Jat's got the match. What does it feel like when you see this, when you have this kind of redemption arc on that particular champion on the biggest stage possible, and people are here celebrating it? Look, Crab is science, my man. How do you feel?
I mean, it feels really good. I think the last MSI I had, even besides the Nidalee game, wasn't super great. I mean, flashing for the crab, I don't know if it was Nidalee specific. Might have done that on a different champ too, I'm going to be honest. But yeah, you know, you live and you learn, and glad I was able to have a good Nidalee game this time around.
Part of the reason I wanted to bring it out as well is the last time that you did play Nidalee was summer 21. It's been a long time. It's been a while. We're seeing on the international stage. London, can you put your hands together for Blabber and Nidalee and for the crabs, please? Thank you so much. Listen, I just want to ask one more question looking forward now. You've taken down one team with 2 Gs in the name. You're going to be facing up against another team with 2 Gs in the name. So, like, by transitive properties, you seem to have, like, the ability to beat. I mean, you've beaten GG twice in best of 5s, right? Like, how are you feeling about the Gen G matchup?
I'm pretty confident going against Gen G. I mean, not saying that we're the favorites or anything, but I think that we've been doing all right in our scrims so far, and I think that I just want to have a good showing versus Gen G. You know, I felt like we didn't play very well in our BLG series. We kind of got stomped, even though it might have felt like the games were close. I didn't feel like we were winning at any point in those games.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, so hopefully that'll change against Genji.
We'll find out. Can I take a look at the bracket really quickly, and I'll get Jats and Orcs to talk about some of the other matches as well, maybe get some predictions. But we do know, obviously, the next rounds. T1 JD, I think on Tuesday we should be playing the G2 BLG series, if I recall correctly. But I mean, Orcs, taking a look at the remaining matches, what's your take?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like T1 JDG is going to be super exciting. I do think, based on what we've seen so far, T1 have the edge, but that could honestly go either way. And like the AD carry matchup is so hyped right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you what I want.
Okay, right. Yeah. What do you want?
Okay. So I want JDG to beat T1. But it's because of this reason. It's because then C9 can beat Genji. I want G2 to beat BLG, so then C9 can beat BLG, then T1, then JDG, and then no one can doubt.
Oh, so that's what you want. That's what you want.
Okay.
Right, okay.
That sounds good.
Sounds easy, right? Simple.
I'll tell you what will happen later. That's what I want.
Okay, listen, I will get one prediction. Can I get you guys to predict what you think is going to happen in the G2 series? G2 taking BLG. I know I just heard you're saying, right? So you're hoping G2 beat GLG, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Who's going to win that series?
I think G2 could win. But
if G2 beat BLG, okay, I super apologize about this, but I may not get this opportunity. If G2 beat BLG, and technically BLG beat you, does that mean EU greater than NA?
Well, if we beat Genji and Genji beat G2.
Oh, that is definitely, there's no doubt about it. But come on, London, give that a cheer.
Good answer.
Yeah. G2 taking on BLG.
You know, I think BLG have looked a bit weaker, especially compared to JDG. I think G2 have shown a lot more strength at this tournament compared to domestically, but I still think it's going to be a BLG win.
All right, BLG win. Okay, so listen, quick reminder that BLG versus G2 will start at 1 p.m. local time on Tuesday. So on the weekend shows that start a little bit earlier. It's 1 p.m. BST. Blab, I'll give you one last chance. There's a few fans here. There's thousands watching at home. Do you have anything to say to your fans, to your supporters, just as before we say goodbye?
Thanks for coming, guys, today. And thanks to everyone watching. And I like the Blabber subscriber stuff, even though it was a meme before, you know.
That means a lot. That means a lot.
I kind of like live with the meme now, you know. It's been,
and listen,
so long, so.
You have rewritten history, right? The way it started, how it's going, you're like the Chad meme, you know, like the glow up and whatnot. Blabber, thank you much. London, thank you so much. That does it from us here in the Copper Box Arena. We'll be back on Tuesday for more MSI with BLG versus G2, and I'm casting it. I'll see you all then. Oh, side note, Cha 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 was robbed. It was the best Eurovision song, and they should have won it all. Cha Cha Cha.
Yavelio's so damn strong. He's got the backup. They're just walking into him. What's the rule, BLG? I think it's green, white, don't fight. But they're going to try to make it anyway. Knight over the backside, huge damage. Ruler coming in. It's massive, my God. Been out of mana completely. Konami in the backside. They find one, but it's right into the ult of Ruler. And over the wall. Ready to get things started immediately on, gonna get the fight kicked off. They're trying to get to the back line, they're trying to take Ruler out already, but they're still standing, but no, finally cut down. They're finding the fight, Bin finding two. JDG have to retreat. 369 giving his life, diving in to try to keep the rest of the team ready, but the charm is massive, the parry is huge, the shutdown is there, and it's Ruler taking over the fight. Yagao running for his life, the zap gonna connect, the shutdown is everything. JDG have found the angle, they have found the fight. In a world of ADCs, one man is king. It is Ruler. Ruler still untouched. Yagao gonna land the hook, but the ball isn't quite there. Bin finally leaping in. They're trying to kill him, but they can't do it. Ruler, are you kidding me? JDG might just be the best damn team fighting team in the world. JDG reminding us why they are the best team in the LPL. But M&S is coming around from above. He goes in. He looks for a boat. First blood over onto Stixay. And who he both. A double kill.
Look at AD. Don't listen. Look here, guys. Don't do. Just kill. Pego. Okay, pego.
Push down the extra outer turret up on top side. Well diving in.
M&S. Stixay and Huhi pushed up to the turret now as Fed wants to go in here with a quickest beautiful wild growth from Huhi. Works out well, waits till the rocks disappear to start using his dashes there in his ulti. Flashes away from the seismic shove. Gory is taken low. Berserker wins the fight. He throws the cast back as Berserker beautifully spaces out Huhi and shows why he's the best AD carry in North America. Berserker, he's been caught. Licorice with the flash to engage. Licorice just won this game for the Golden Guardians.
Gory sees it, double teleport to defend.
Double teleport, protect AD carry, and M&S goes all out. Gory, goodbye. Golden Guardians, goodbye. And Cloud9 MSI.